started.
You're talking to a king!
And now I've struck a king. In my hand.
What if the man everyone mocked was the first one to see the truth? What if Tyrion Lannister found the proof that Joffrey Baratheon was never Robert's son, and exposed Cersei's greatest secret before the king ever drew his last breath? No whispers, no late discoveries, no war built on lies left rotting in the dark. Because the moment that truth reaches Robert Baratheon, the entire realm explodes, the queen falls, the prince becomes a fraud, and Tyrion, the least trusted Lannister, becomes the one man who can shatter the crown before the game truly begins. This is the story of what if Tyrion Lannister found proof of Joffrey's true parentage and exposed Cersei before Robert's death. Subscribe if you are new on this channel. Also, if you love the Game of Thrones theories and what-ifs, please let me know on comment box. Also, if you have any story suggestions, feel free to write below. Now, let's start.
The candle was almost dead when Tyrion found it. He'd been looking for a book, a perfectly reasonable thing for a man of his tastes to be doing at 2 hours past midnight in the bowels of the Red Keep. The Testimony of Mushroom, if anyone cared to ask, a notoriously vulgar account of the Targaryen civil war that the Meisters kept pulling from the shelves of proper libraries on grounds of decency. Tyrion had read it twice before, but he'd been drunk both times and remembered only the best parts, which meant he remembered perhaps a third. He had not expected to find the book in the lower vaults. But a serving boy, 8 years old, lazy eye, a talent for eavesdropping that Tyrion had been cultivating with copper pennies and honeycakes, had sworn he'd seen a Meister carry a stack of banned texts down into the storage rooms beneath Meagher's holdfast, 2 moons past. Pycelle's orders, the boy said, though he couldn't say why, so down Tyrion went, candle in one hand, wine in the other, navigating corridors that smelled of damp stone and rat droppings and the particular musty grief of forgotten places. The Red Keep was honeycomb beneath its foundations, tunnels and vaults and chambers that hadn't been opened since the Targaryens kept their secrets here. Some of the doors were locked. Some had no locks at all, just rusted hinges and wood so swollen with moisture that pushing them open required the kind of effort Tyrion found philosophically objectionable. He found the books in the 7th room he tried. Not just the testimony, a whole collection, stacked in crates alongside scrolls, ledgers, and what appeared to be the personal correspondence files of 3 generations of Grand Meisters. Someone had been cleaning house, moving things where they wouldn't be found, or wouldn't be found easily, which in Tyrion's experience meant someone had something to hide. He set down his wine. He picked up the Testimony of Mushroom, tucked it under his arm, and told himself to leave. He did not leave. It was the ledger that caught his eye first. It sat atop a pile of scrolls in the nearest crate, its leather cover stamped with the Grand Meister's seal, and it was new. Not decades old like everything else down here, the leather was still supple, the pages inside clean and white. Tyrion opened it with the idle curiosity of a man who reads everything put in front of him, the way some men eat everything put on their plate. The handwriting was Pycelle's. He knew it well enough, that cramped, fussy script with its unnecessary flourishes, the hand of a man who wanted you to know he was learned. The entries were dated. They went back 17 years. Tyrion read the first page standing up. He read the second page sitting on a crate. By the 5th page, he had forgotten the wine entirely, and Tyrion Lannister did not forget wine. It was a medical journal. Pycelle had kept a private record of his treatments of the royal family, not the official records that went into the Citadel's copies, but the real ones. The ones with details a Grand Meister might prefer to keep to himself. Ailments, doses, observations, and preparations, moon tea, 7 entries for Moon Tea spread across 12 years, all prepared for the same patient, the Queen. That alone was damning enough to be interesting. But Tyrion had known his sister was careful about some things even if she was catastrophically reckless about others. Moon Tea for a queen who despised her husband's touch was not, in itself, proof of anything except that Cersei found Robert's attentions as welcome as a plague of boils. Tyrion could have told anyone that much over breakfast, but Pycelle had written more. Observations, jotted in the margins like afterthoughts, except Tyrion did not believe for a moment they were afterthoughts. Pycelle was a toady and a coward, but he was not stupid, and he had survived in King's Landing for 40 years by keeping records of everything that might one day be useful. The prince's coloring remains a matter of note, golden-haired as his mother, with none of the king's features. One thinks of the strong seed of House Baratheon, documented thoroughly in Mallion's work. Every known union of Baratheon and lighter-haired houses has produced dark-haired children. Everyone, the princess likewise, and now the youngest boy. 3 golden children from a black-haired father. I have checked Mallion 6 times. There are no exceptions in the record. Lord Arryn requested the same volume a fortnight past. He did not say why. I did not ask. Some questions are healthier left unposed. Tyrion closed the ledger. He opened it again. He read the passage 3 more times very carefully, with the particular attention of a man who understands that he is holding something that could kill him. Then he started on the scrolls. Most were routine, supply orders, inventory lists, the bureaucratic detritus of running a castle the size of a small city. But beneath them, wrapped in oilcloth as though someone had taken care to preserve them, he found the letters. There were 9 in total. 7 were between Pycelle and Cersei. 2 were between Pycelle and a man Tyrion did not recognize by name but whose sigil, stamped in wax on each letter, was that of a minor Lannister vassal house. The content of those 2 letters was purely logistical, arrangements for the discreet transport of certain herbal compounds to the capital. Ingredients for Moon Tea, large quantities of it. The 7 letters between Pycelle and Cersei were more careful, written in a kind of coded language that would mean nothing to a casual reader. But Tyrion was not a casual reader, and he knew his sister's voice even when she was trying to disguise it. The letters discussed the matter we spoke of, the ongoing concern, and the need for continued discretion regarding our arrangement. 1, dated 3 years ago, contained a line that hit Tyrion like a mailed fist to the stomach. You will continue to supply what is needed, and you will burn your notes as we agreed. I will not have my children's futures endangered by your record-keeping. The next time I find you have written anything down, I will have my brother pay you a visit, and it will not be the short one, my brother. Not the Kingslayer, not Jaime by name. But there was only one brother Cersei used as a threat, only one whose visit would make a Grand Maester tremble, and it was not Tyrion. He sat very still for a long time after that. The candle guttered. Hot wax spilled over his fingers and he hardly noticed. His mind was doing what his mind always did, working, turning, fitting pieces together with the relentless precision of a master locksmith. He had suspected. Of course he had suspected. Half the court had whispered about it at one time or another, in the careful way that people whispered about things that could get their tongues cut out. Jaime and Cersei, the twins. The beautiful golden twins who had been inseparable since birth, who looked at each other in ways that siblings should not look, who, but suspecting and knowing were different countries, separated by an ocean of willful ignorance that Tyrion had been swimming in for years. He had suspected, and he had looked away, because looking away was what Lannisters did when the truth was inconvenient, and because some part of him, the part that still loved his brother despite everything, the part that remembered Jaime defending him against their father's contempt, James sneaking him books when he was a boy, James being the only person in Casterly Rock who treated him like a human being that part of him had chosen not to see. He saw now. Joffrey was not Robert's son. Michella was not Robert's daughter. Tommen was not Robert's son. They were James' children, all three of them, and the Grand Maester of the Seven Kingdoms had known it for years and kept his mouth shut because Cersei Lannister told him to. Tyrion reached for his wine and drank what was left in 3 long swallows. "Well," he said to the empty room, "this is going to be a problem." The walk back up to his chambers felt like it took a century. Every shadow held a potential knife, every closed door a possible trap. Tyrion was not normally a paranoid man. He'd always considered paranoia the province of people who overestimated their own importance. But he was holding enough parchment under his cloak to start a civil war. And the Red Keep was full of people who would cheerfully murder a dwarf for considerably less. He had taken the ledger and all 9 letters, left the crates otherwise undisturbed, shifted a few scrolls to fill the gaps, hoped that no one would check the inventory anytime soon. Pycelle had clearly not been down here recently. There was dust on everything, a fine gray coat that Tyrion had tried to redistribute where his fingers had disturbed it. It wasn't perfect. A careful search would reveal the theft. But Tyrion was gambling that Pycelle's laziness would buy him time, and that was a bet he'd take at any odds. His chambers in the Red Keep were modest by Lannister standards, which meant they were merely lavish rather than obscene. A sitting room, a bedchamber, a privy with actual plumbing, one of the genuine benefits of living in a castle built by Targaryens, who had understood that civilization began with drainage. Tyrion locked the door behind him, lit every candle in the room, and spread the letters across his table. He read them again. All of them. Then he read Pycelle's journal entries again. Then he poured himself more wine and sat in his chair and stared at the ceiling and thought about what in the 7 hells he was going to do. The smart thing, the Lannister thing, would be to put everything back. Go to bed. Forget he'd ever found it. The secret served his family's interests, after all. Joffrey on the throne meant a Lannister on the throne, or near enough. It meant Tywin's legacy secured, Cersei's power maintained, the family's grip on the 7 kingdoms extended for another generation. Exposing it would bring ruin on House Lannister. His father would be implicated by association whether he knew or not. Jaime would lose his head. Cersei would burn, and the children. Gods, the children. Tyrion thought of Michella's sweet face, Tommen's soft hands clutching his kittens. They were innocent. They hadn't asked to be born of incest. They hadn't asked for any of this. Exposing the truth would destroy them. He drank more wine, the smart thing, the safe thing, the Lannister thing. But Tyrion kept thinking about Jon Arryn. Lord Arryn had been asking the same questions. Pycelle's journal made that clear. Lord Arryn had been looking at the same book, tracing the same bloodlines, coming to the same conclusions. And Jon Arryn was dead. Died of a sudden illness that no one questioned because old men died all the time, didn't they? Died conveniently, died quietly, died before he could tell anyone what he'd found. Lord Arryn requested the same volume a fortnight past. Pycelle had known. Pycelle had watched Jon Arryn die and said nothing, or worse, but Tyrion stopped himself from going further down that road. One catastrophic revelation at a time. If Jon Arryn had been killed for this secret, then the secret was already in play. It was already killing people. And if Tyrion put these letters back and said nothing, and if one day the truth came out anyway, through Varys' little birds, through Littlefinger's scheming, through sheer bad luck, then it would come out in a way that Tyrion could not control. At a time when it might do the maximum possible damage. The powder keg was already built. The only question was who got to light the fuse and from how far away, and there was something else. something Tyrion didn't want to examine too closely, because it lived in the part of him that still felt things, the part he kept drowned in arbor gold most days, Joffrey. That golden-haired little monster who pulled wings off flies and shot cats with his crossbow, and looked at servants like they were furniture that talked. That cruel, stupid, vicious boy who would one day sit the Iron Throne and rule the Seven Kingdoms with all the wisdom and compassion of a rabid dog. Joffrey was 13, and Tyrion had already seen enough to know that the realm would bleed under his reign. Not might bleed, would bleed. Robert was fat and drunk and negligent, but Robert at least had a basic animal decency buried somewhere under the wine and the whores. Joffrey had nothing. Joffrey was Cersei's vanity and James' recklessness distilled into something poisonous, with none of their redeeming qualities and all of their worst instincts. Tyrion could save the realm from that. Right now, tonight, with 9 letters and a stolen journal, he could save the realm from King Joffrey Baratheon, first of his name. Long may he reign over our collective misery. Or he could go to sleep and let the world burn. He looked at the letters. He looked at the wine. He looked at the door. "Bugger it," he said, and started planning. The first thing he needed was copies. Tyrion was not fool enough to keep his evidence in one place, and he was certainly not fool enough to walk into the king's presence carrying the originals. If anything went wrong, if Cersei found out, if Pycelle discovered the theft, if some overzealous guard decided to search his rooms, he needed the proof to survive independently of him. He wrote through the rest of the night. Careful, precise copies of every letter, every relevant passage from Pycelle's journal. His hand cramped and his eyes burned, and twice he knocked over his inkwell and had to mop the table with his sleeve. By dawn, he had 3 complete sets. One he sealed in oilskin and hid inside a hollowed-out copy of the Lives of 4 Kings, a book so tedious that no one had opened it in living memory. That would stay in his chambers. One he tucked into a leather satchel that he intended to place somewhere outside the Red Keep entirely. The third he would carry on his person. The originals needed to go somewhere Cersei could never reach. Tyrion considered his options while the sun came up and painted his window in shades of rose and gold. Not his chambers, too obvious. Not with any servant or friend, he had precious few of either, and none he'd trust with this. Not buried somewhere in the castle, Varys knew every stone of this place, and what Varys knew, Varys sold. Varys. Tyrion sat up straighter. The spider. The eunuch. The master of whispers who kept his secrets in a web so vast that no single strand could be cut without the whole thing vibrating. Varys already knew. Tyrion was suddenly certain of it, with the bone-deep conviction that came from understanding how power actually worked in this vile city. Varys knew about Cersei and Jaime. He knew about the children. He probably knew about Jon Arryn. And he had done nothing, which meant he was waiting for the right moment, the right tool, the right alignment of forces to make the revelation serve his purposes rather than someone else's. Tyrion could be that tool, or he could beat Varys to the punch and take the whole game for himself. He washed his face, changed his clothes, combed what passed for his hair, and went to find the spider. The hour was early, barely past dawn, and the corridors of the Red Keep were quiet except for servants and guards changing shift. Tyrion walked with purpose, the leather satchel tucked under his arm, his mind running 3 conversations simultaneously. The one he would have with Varys, the one he would later have with Robert, and the one that would inevitably follow with his father. Assuming Tyrion lived long enough for ravens to reach Casterly Rock, he found Varys in the small council chamber, which surprised him not at all. The eunuch was always somewhere in the keep, drifting through corridors like a perfumed ghost, and Tyrion had long suspected that Varys didn't actually sleep, but simply stood in a dark room somewhere and recharged like some sort of fleshy siege weapon. Lord Tyrion. Varys looked up from a sheaf of papers with an expression of mild, pleasant surprise that Tyrion did not believe for one instant. You're awake early, or very late, depending on one's perspective. I haven't been to bed. Tyrion pulled out a chair and climbed into it. The chairs in the small council chamber were built for men of average height, which meant Tyrion's feet dangled like a child's. He'd stopped being self-conscious about that particular indignity somewhere around his 15th name day. We need to talk, Lord Varys. We are talking, my lord. We need to talk about something real, not the usual dance of pleasantries and veiled implications. I haven't the time or the patience, and I suspect neither do you. Varys set down his papers, his soft hands folded in his lap. Those eyes, small, sharp, clever as a carrion crow's, fixed on Tyrion with an attention that belied the eunuch's perpetually harmless demeanor. How unusually direct of you. I find myself intrigued. I found Pycelle's journal, Tyrion said, and Cersei's letters. Silence. Varys did not blink. He did not shift, did not twitch, did not do any of the things that normal humans did when surprised. He simply sat there, still as a painted portrait, and regarded Tyrion the way one might regard a loaded crossbow that had unexpectedly grown legs and waddled into the room. I see. Varys said at last. Do you? I believe I understand what you're referring to, yes. The eunuch's voice had not changed in pitch or cadence, but something behind it had shifted, like a door opening onto a much larger room. May I ask where? The vaults beneath Meager's holdfast. Pycelle's been squirreling things away down there, not very well as it turns out. Tyrion watched Varys' face. You knew about all of it. Varys inclined his head, a gesture so small it barely qualified as movement. I have heard whispers. You've heard certainties. Don't insult me. A pause. Then something remarkable happened. Varys smiled. Not the oily, obsequious smile he wore for the court, but something thinner and more genuine, the smile of a man who has just been dealt an unexpected card and is reassessing the game. Very well, Lord Tyrion. I have long suspected that the royal children owe their golden coloring to a source other than the king. The former hand, Lord Arryn, reached the same conclusion before his untimely death. He said untimely the way another man might say arranged. I presume you intend to do something with this information. I intend to tell Robert. Another silence. This one was heavier. That, Varys said softly, is an extraordinarily dangerous idea. As opposed to what? Sitting on it, waiting for Robert to die and Joffrey to take the throne. Waiting for you to use it when it suits your purposes. Tyrion kept his voice light, conversational. He'd learned long ago that the most threatening thing a small man could do was remain calm. I know how this works, Varys. I know you have plans. I know you have contingencies and schemes and probably 3 puppet kings hidden in various free cities waiting for the right moment. I don't care. I'm telling you what I'm going to do as a courtesy, not asking your permission. Varys studied him for a long moment. You understand that your sister will try to kill you. My sister has wanted to kill me since the day I was born. This merely gives her a specific reason. And your father will be furious. I know. Furious is insufficient. Lord Tywin will view this as the destruction of his legacy. He will respond with the full weight of House Lannister's power, which is considerable. I know. And your brother, Sir Jaime, if the truth comes to light, his life is forfeit. That one landed. Tyrion felt it in his chest, a tight, cold constriction that he'd been trying very hard not to think about since he'd read the first letter. Jaime, his brother, the only member of his family who had ever loved him without conditions, without qualifications, without the barely concealed disgust that Tyrion saw in Cersei's eyes and the bitter disappointment that Tywin wore like armor. Jaime, who was going to die because of what Tyrion was about to do. He swallowed. I know that too. And yet you persist. Jon Arryn is already dead because of this secret. How many more? When Joffrey takes the throne and someone else figures it out, Stannis perhaps, who I'm told is not an idiot despite his many other shortcomings, what then? A civil war. The realm torn apart. Tyrion shook his head. This ends now, while there's still a king on the throne strong enough to contain the damage. Robert may be a drunk and a fool, but he's a drunk and a fool with an army and legitimacy, and that counts for something. Varys was quiet for what felt like a very long time. The morning light was strengthening through the high windows, casting pale rectangles across the council table. Somewhere in the keep, a bell rang. Servants moving, guards shifting, the great slow machinery of the kingdom grinding through another day, oblivious to the fact that two men in a quiet room were about to set the whole thing on fire. "What do you need from me?" Varys asked. Tyrion had expected more argument. The quick acquiescence told him that Varys had been waiting for this, maybe not for Tyrion specifically, but for someone to make this move. The spider had been spinning his web around this secret for years, and he'd been waiting for the right hand to pluck the thread. "3 things, Tyrion said. "First, I need the originals kept somewhere safe. Somewhere my sister cannot reach, even with all her resources. I assume you have such places." "I have several." "Good. Second, I need to know who in the Kingsguard is loyal to Cersei and who is loyal to Robert. When this breaks, the men with swords are going to matter more than the men with schemes. Sir Barristan Selmy is the Lord Commander, and his loyalty is to the king and the realm in that order. Sir Mandon Moore is, difficult to read, a hollow suit of armor who serves whoever holds power. Sir Burrows Blount and Sir Meryn Trant are Cersei's creatures, cowards who follow gold and threats. Sir Ares Oakhart and Sir Preston Greenfield will follow Selmy's lead, and your brother," Varys trailed off delicately, "and my brother is the wild card." Tyrion's mouth twisted. "I'm aware." "The third thing, I need you to get a message to Stannis Baratheon at Dragonstone. Not today, after I've spoken to Robert, but soon. Robert will need his brother, and Stannis will need to hear the truth from the crown rather than from rumor. The last thing we want is Stannis assuming this is another political game and doing something dramatic on his own. Lord Stannis has already been conducting his own investigation," Varys said. "He worked with Lord Arryn before the Hand's death. He fled to Dragonstone shortly after. I believe he already knows or strongly suspects. Tyrion filed that away. All the more reason to bring him in officially. Stannis is Robert's heir now, his true heir at any rate. He needs to be part of this." Varys nodded slowly. "You have thought this through." "I've had several hours and most of a wineskin. That's generally sufficient. One more question, Lord Tyrion, if you'll indulge me." Varys leaned forward and his voice dropped to something just above a whisper. "Why, you are a Lannister. This will destroy your house. Why do this?" Tyrion considered giving a noble answer. Something about justice, about the good of the realm, about the innocent people who would die if a false king sat the Iron Throne. All of those reasons were true, as far as they went. But Varys had asked for honesty, and Tyrion found himself, for once, in the mood to provide it. "Because my sister is a monster," he said. "And if she gets what she wants, this kingdom will eat itself alive. Because my nephew is worse than she is, and he hasn't even started yet. Because Jon Arryn was a decent man who died for asking the right questions, and someone should have the basic decency to finish what he started." He paused. "And because my father spent my entire life telling me I was the worst thing that ever happened to House Lannister, and I'd very much like to prove him right in the most spectacular fashion possible." Varys regarded him with something that might, in a less guarded man, have been respect. "You are a remarkable creature, Lord Tyrion. I'm a Lannister. We're all remarkable. It's just that most of us use it for evil." Tyrion slid down from his chair. I need the originals stored by midday. Can you manage that? Bring them to me within the hour. They'll be beyond anyone's reach before the noon bell. Good. Tyrion gathered his satchel and turned toward the door, then stopped. One more thing. If I die in the next few days, a fall from a balcony, a sudden illness, a tragic encounter with a boar, I've arranged for copies of everything to be sent to Stannis, to the Citadel, and to every Lord Paramount in the Seven Kingdoms. Posthumous insurance, you might call it. He hadn't arranged any such thing yet, but he would, and Varys didn't need to know the timeline. Naturally, Varys said, as though the notion of a dead man's contingency was the most ordinary thing in the world. Do be careful, Lord Tyrion. Careful is for people who have something to lose. He left the spider in the council chamber and went to find breakfast. The kitchens were already churning with the morning's work, bread baking, pots boiling, servants cursing at each other in the universal language of people who hadn't had enough sleep. Tyrion commandeered a plate of bacon, eggs, and black bread, plus a flagon of ale, because wine before noon was a vice, but ale before noon was merely practical. He ate in a corner of the great hall, alone except for a few bleary-eyed knights and a dog that had wandered in from somewhere and was working its way along the tables looking for scraps. He thought about Robert. The king would be sleeping off last night's wine right now, sprawled across the royal bed like a beached whale, probably with a woman or two tucked in alongside him. Robert Baratheon, first of his name, king of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. A man who had once been magnificent. Tyrion had heard the stories, seen the old paintings, and you could still glimpse it sometimes in the set of Robert's jaw or the sudden flash of fury in those blue Baratheon eyes. The demon of the trident. The man who'd smashed Rhaegar Targaryen's chest with a single swing and ended a dynasty. That man was still in there, somewhere under the fat and the wine and the disillusionment. Tyrion was gambling on it. Gambling that the news would hit Robert like a war hammer to the gut and wake up the warrior, not break the drunk. It was a hell of a gamble. He finished his breakfast, fed the last strip of bacon to the dog, and went to see about his copies. The next few hours were a controlled frenzy of preparation. Tyrion moved through the Red Keep like a man on a mission, which he was, though he took care to appear casual, stopping to trade quips with a guard here, to browse a bookshelf there, performing the role of Tyrion Lannister, idle dwarf, with the practiced ease of decades. Meanwhile, the machinery behind his eyes never stopped turning. He delivered the originals to Varys via a servant he trusted, trusted being a relative term, but the man owed Tyrion enough that betrayal would be more expensive than loyalty. And in King's Landing, that was the best you could hope for. The copies in the hollowed book stayed in his chambers. The satchel he carried to a moneylender's establishment on the Street of Steel, a place run by a Bravosi named Tyranno who asked no questions and kept excellent records of his clients' deposits. Tyrion paid for a sealed vault, a small iron box in a room with a heavy door, and left the satchel inside with instructions that it was to be released only to him, or in the event of his death, to a list of names he provided. That was the second set of copies secured. The third set, the one he intended to show Robert, he kept on his person, in a leather case strapped to his belt beneath his doublet. It made him look even more misshapen than usual, but Tyrion had long since passed the point of caring about aesthetics. By mid-morning, he had done everything he could do from the shadows. What remained required the light. He sent a message to the king's squire, not directly to Robert, because direct requests to the king went through a chain of functionaries, and any one of them might talk, but to young Lancel Lannister, his cousin, who had the role of tending to Robert's immediate needs. The message was simple. Lord Tyrion wished a private word with his grace at the king's convenience, on a matter of some delicacy. He expected to wait. Robert was not known for his eagerness to conduct business, and a matter of some delicacy from a Lannister probably ranked somewhere between minor annoyance and something I'll deal with after my next hunt. But Tyrion was prepared to wait. Patience was one of the few virtues he possessed in abundance, perhaps because he'd spent so much of his life having no choice but to exercise it. He waited in his chambers, reading the testimony of Mushroom. He'd kept it, obviously, and drinking ale with a measured discipline that was entirely unlike his usual approach to alcohol. He needed to be sharp enough to manage a volatile, furious king. Sharp enough to present evidence in a way that was compelling without being condescending, devastating without being cruel. Robert was a proud man, and proud men who felt mocked did stupid things. The knock came just before noon. Not Lancel, a royal page, liveried in Baratheon black and gold, looking faintly terrified of being in the presence of a Lannister, even a small one. "His Grace will see you, my lord," in his private solar. Tyrion's heart did something complicated. Not quite fear, he'd meant what he said to Varys, that he had nothing to lose but something adjacent to it. Awareness, maybe. The keen, electric awareness of a man about to step off a cliff and hoping very badly that he's calculated the depth correctly. "Excellent," he said. He closed his book. He checked the leather case beneath his doublet. He climbed down from his chair and straightened his clothing and walked to the door with the careful, unhurried stride of a man who was absolutely, categorically not afraid. He was halfway to the king's solar before he realized he'd left his wine behind, too late to go back. The gods would have to see him through this one sober. Robert's private solar was on the second level of Meagher's Holdfast, a large, well-appointed room that the king used primarily for drinking and occasionally for governing, in that order. The door was guarded by Sir Barristan Selmy, which Tyrion took as a good sign. Selmy was incorruptible, which meant Cersei hadn't inserted one of her people into the rotation for today. "Sir Barristan." Tyrion nodded up at the old knight. "You look well, Lord Tyrion." Selmy's face gave away nothing, which was what Selmy's face always did. The man was a living monument, dignified and impenetrable and probably carved from the same stone as the Red Keep itself. "His Grace is expecting you. I know. Could you do me a favor? Once I'm inside, don't let anyone else in." Not the Queen, not the Squire, not the High Septon himself. No one. Selmy's eyebrows rose a fraction of an inch, which for him was the equivalent of wild-eyed astonishment. "That is an unusual request, my lord. It's an unusual day. Please, Sir Barristan. It's important." The old knight studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "As you wish." Tyrion pushed open the door and walked into the room where everything would change. Robert was standing by the window, which was unusual. The king was more often found seated, preferably with a cup in his hand. But he was standing now, looking out over the city with an expression that might have been thoughtful on a more cerebral man, and was probably just boredom on Robert Baratheon. He was wearing a rumpled doublet that strained across his belly, and his face had the ruddy, slightly swollen quality of a man who'd been drinking heavily the night before and was contemplating starting again. He turned when Tyrion entered. "Ah, the little lion. What's this about, then?" "Your message said something delicate. If it's about money, talk to Littlefinger. If it's about women, I probably can't help. Wait, I probably can." "What is it?" Tyrion closed the door behind him. The click of the latch sounded very loud in the quiet room. "Your Grace, thank you for seeing me." Yes, sit down. Want wine? There's wine somewhere." Robert waved vaguely at a sideboard. "No wine, not today." Tyrion did not sit. He stood in the middle of the room, the leather case heavy against his hip, and looked up at the King of the Seven Kingdoms. "What I'm about to tell you is going to make you very angry." Angrier than you've been in a long time, possibly angrier than you've ever been. I need you to hear me out completely before you act. Can you do that?" Robert's face shifted. The bluff good humor drained away, replaced by something warier, sharper. For all his faults, Robert Baratheon was not a man who missed the sound of danger in another man's voice. He'd survived a rebellion and a war and 17 years of court politics. He knew when someone was about to pull the floor out from under him. "You're serious," Robert said, "deadly serious, Your Grace. Then say what you came to say." But Tyrion found himself hesitating just for a moment. Standing there, looking up at the king, feeling the weight of the documents against his body and the weight of everything they meant pressing down on his chest. Once he said this, there was no going back. No more willful ignorance, no more comfortable blindness, no more being the Lannister who didn't cause trouble. He would be the man who destroyed his own house, the man who killed his brother, the man who orphaned 3 children. He thought about Joffrey on the throne. He thought about Jon Arryn dying in his bed with a lie on his lips and poison in his blood. He thought about every time Cersei had looked at him like he was something she'd found on the bottom of her shoe. He thought about the realm. "Your Grace," Tyrion said, and his voice was steady as stone. "Your children are not your children. Joffrey, Miachella, and Tommen were fathered by my brother Jaime. I have proof." The room went very, very quiet. Robert stared at him. The king's face did not change expression at first. It simply froze, like a lake in the instant before the ice cracks. His eyes, those blue Baratheon eyes that every one of his bastards had inherited, and none of his supposed true-born children shared, fixed on Tyrion with an intensity that was almost physical. "Say that again," Robert said softly. "Cersei and Jaime have been lovers since before your marriage. All 3 children are the product of their union, not yours. The Grand Maester has known for years and kept silent. Jon Arryn discovered it before his death, which I believe was not the natural passing it appeared to be." Tyrion reached beneath his doublet and produced the leather case. "It's all here. Letters between Cersei and Pycelle. Pycelle's private medical journal documenting moon tea preparations for the Queen and his own observations about the children's parentage. Records of herbal shipments. And a note, in Cersei's own hand, that references my brother in terms that leave no room for innocent interpretation." He set the case on the table between them and stepped back. Robert did not move. He stood like a man turned to stone, staring at the leather case as though it were a viper coiled on the wood. The silence stretched. Somewhere outside, a gull screamed. Then Robert crossed the room in 2 long strides, snatched up the case and tore it open. Tyrion watched him read. It was not a pleasant thing to watch. Robert's face went through a terrible progression, confusion first, then dawning comprehension, then a flush of red so deep it looked like the king's blood was trying to escape through his skin. His hands began to shake. The parchment trembled in his grip. His breathing changed, deepened, became the harsh rasp of a man fighting to keep control of something enormous and violent inside himself. He read the first letter. He read the second. By the third, his jaw was clenched so tight that Tyrion could see the muscles jumping beneath his beard. By the fifth, there were tears in his eyes, not tears of grief, Tyrion thought, but tears of pure, incandescent fury, the kind that came when rage was so vast it had nowhere to go but out through whatever opening it could find. Robert set down the last letter. He placed both hands flat on the table. He leaned forward, head bowed, breathing like a wounded bull. "I'll kill her," he said. His voice was barely above a whisper, which was far more frightening than a shout. "I'll kill them both. I'll kill them all." "You can't," Tyrion said. "Not yet." Robert's head snapped up. Those blue eyes were wild, blazing, and Tyrion saw the demon of the trident in them, the man who had waded through the river at the Ruby Ford with a war hammer in his fists and murder in his heart. Give me one reason. I'll give you three. First, if you kill Cersei without a trial, you're a tyrant. The realm will never accept it. The Lannisters will rebel, and half the lords who owe my father money, which is half the lords in Westeros, will either join them or stand aside. Second, if you kill Jaime, you kill a knight of the Kingsguard without due process, which will shake the faith of every knight in the kingdom. Third, and most importantly, if you act in rage, you act stupidly, and then my father wins. Because Tywin Lannister does not act in rage. He acts in cold, calculated self-interest, and if you give him the slightest opening, he will take this kingdom from you before you realize you've lost it. Robert stared at him. The fury was still there, it wasn't going anywhere, Tyrion suspected, possibly ever. But there was something else now, something grudging and reluctant surfacing through the red haze. "You're asking me to be patient," Robert said, as though the word tasted of ash. "I'm asking you to be king. The real king. The one who won a war, not the one who sat on a throne and let other men rule for him." Tyrion met his gaze without flinching. "You wanted a fight, Robert. I remember you telling Ned Stark you wished you could go back to the Trident, back to the war, back to a time when things were simple. Well, you've got your fight. It's just not the one you expected." Robert was quiet for a long time. He stood there, hands still on the table, shoulders heaving, that terrible red flush slowly fading from his face as something cooler and harder settled into his features. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough, raw, stripped of everything except the bedrock beneath. "Why are you telling me this? She's your sister. She is. And I love my brother who will almost certainly die for this, and I'll carry that for the rest of my life." Tyrion's throat was tight, but he kept his voice level. "I'm telling you because it's the truth, and because the truth is the only thing that might save this kingdom from tearing itself apart. And because I would rather be a Lannister who did the right thing once than a Lannister who did the easy thing always." Robert stared at him. Something shifted in those storm-blue eyes, not warmth exactly, but a grudging, gruff acknowledgement. The look of a warrior recognizing courage in an unexpected place. "You've got stones, little man," Robert said. "I'll give you that. It's the one area where I'm not undersized." Robert barked a laugh, short, sharp, utterly without humor, the laugh of a man who knows he's standing at the edge of an abyss and appreciates a joke on the way down. He straightened up. He rolled his shoulders. He picked up one of the letters and read it again, and this time there was something different in the way he held it. Not rage, focus. "What do you suggest?" the king asked. Tyrion felt something loosen in his chest. The gamble had worked. Robert was listening. Robert was thinking, possibly for the first time in years, and the man who emerged from behind the wine and the bitterness was harder and sharper than anyone expected. First, confine Cersei. Quietly, respectfully, but firmly. She can't be allowed to communicate with anyone outside the keep, not Jaime, not my father, not Pycelle. Her chambers with guards she can't bribe. Selmy's men, not the gold cloaks. The gold cloaks answer to whoever pays them, and my family has deeper pockets than yours. And Jaime. That question cost something. Tyrion felt it like a blade between his ribs, a sharp, specific pain that he forced down with the discipline of years. Jaime needs to be separated from Cersei and confined as well. Not in the black cells, he hasn't been tried yet, and treating him like a common criminal before a verdict will turn opinion against you. Give him quarters, post guards. Sir Barristan can handle it. I could take his head today and be within my rights. You could. But you won't, because you're smarter than that. Robert grunted. Don't push it. Second, we need to move fast on Pycelle. He's been complicit in this for years. Arrest him, seize his records, whatever he hasn't already hidden, and hold him for questioning. He'll break quickly. Pycelle is a coward wrapped in a chain, and the moment he realizes the tide has turned, He'll tell you everything he knows in exchange for mercy. Third, send for your brother. Stannis needs to be here. He's your heir now, your true heir, and the realm needs to see the Baratheon line standing united. If Stannis is on Dragonstone nursing his grievances while you're alone in the capital facing down the Lannisters, you're vulnerable. Robert's jaw tightened at the mention of Stannis. The two brothers had never been close. Robert found Stannis as warm and personable as a stone wall, and Stannis found Robert as responsible as a concussed squirrel. But Tyrion was right, and Robert knew it. Fine. I'll send a raven, send a ship. Ravens can be intercepted. And make sure the captain is someone you trust. I trust you with this, apparently, Robert said, and there was something in his voice that wasn't quite disbelief and wasn't quite gratitude but lived somewhere between the two. A Lannister. Gods help me. Think of it this way, Your Grace. If you can't trust the Lannister who just set fire to his own house, who can you trust? Robert looked at him for a long moment. Then he turned to the door. Sell me. The door opened. Sir Barristan stood at the threshold, hand on his sword, white cloak bright in the morning light. Your Grace. Send for Lord Arryn's steward. No, he's dead too, isn't he? Bloody hell. Robert ran a hand through his black hair. Fine. Find me someone who isn't a Lannister, a Tyrell, or owned by Littlefinger. I need the gold cloaks out of the holdfast and my own men on every door within the hour. Your Grace. Selmy's voice was carefully neutral, but his eyes moved to Tyrion and back again. You'll know soon enough, Barristan. For now, do as I say and send someone to the Queen's chambers. Tell her. Robert paused. His hands curled into fists at his sides. Tell her nothing. Just make sure she stays put. Selmy bowed and withdrew. Robert turned back to Tyrion. This is going to be war, the king said. Your father won't stand for this. My father won't have a choice. Not if we move quickly enough, not if we control the narrative. Tywin Lannister is the most dangerous man in Westeros, but he's also the most pragmatic. If we present him with a situation that's already resolved, Cersei tried, Jaime dealt with, the succession secured through Stannis, then my father will calculate the cost of rebellion against the cost of acceptance, and he'll choose the option that preserves the most Lannister power. That's what he always does. And if he chooses war, then you'll fight him, and you'll win. Because you'll have right on your side, and the Starks and the Tullys and the Arryns and every lord in the realm who doesn't want to bow to a family that puts bastards on the throne. Tywin has gold and soldiers. You have legitimacy. In the long run, legitimacy wins. Robert absorbed this. Some of the wildness had gone out of his eyes, replaced by something Tyrion hadn't seen there before or hadn't seen in years. Purpose. Direction. The look of a man who suddenly knew what he was supposed to be doing after a decade and a half of not knowing. You're a clever little bastard, Robert said. Your father must be furious, perpetually. Tyrion allowed himself a small smile, but never more than he's about to be. The king crossed to the sideboard, poured 2 cups of wine and handed one to Tyrion. Their eyes met. The massive, crumbling warrior king and the small, sharp, self-destructing lion. And something passed between them that was not quite friendship, but was perhaps its foundation. To burning bridges, Robert said. Tyrion raised his cup. To burning them spectacularly. They drank. And the world shifted on its axis, slowly, irrevocably, like the first stone rolling in a landslide that would bury everything Tyrion had ever known. He set down his cup and wondered, not for the first time and certainly not for the last, whether he just saved the realm or destroyed it. Either way, he reflected, it was going to make a hell of a story, provided he lived long enough to tell it. Chapter 2. The stag unchained. The queen's scream could be heard through 3 inches of oak and iron banding. Tyrion was standing at the far end of the corridor when it happened. Far enough to maintain the appearance of a man uninvolved, close enough to hear every delicious, terrible note of his sister's fury. Two of Selmy's handpicked knights stood at Cersei's door, their faces blank as uncarved stone, their hands resting on their sword pommels with the careful ease of men who expected violence but were professionally obligated not to flinch. "You dare." The word came muffled but unmistakable, vibrating with a rage so pure it was almost musical. Something shattered inside, glass, pottery, something expensive. "I am the queen. You cannot. Do you know who I am? Do you know what my father will do to every last one of you?" One of the knights glanced at his companion. Neither moved. A second crash. A third. Cersei was apparently working her way through the contents of her chambers with systematic thoroughness, and Tyrion found himself hoping she'd left the Myrish carpet alone. He'd always admired that carpet. He didn't stay to listen. Satisfying as it was, lingering near his sister's door would accomplish nothing except painting a target on his own back. When Cersei found out who was behind this, and she would, because Cersei was many things but stupid was not among them, the target would be large enough already. He turned and walked back toward the king's solar, his short legs working double time against the long Targaryen corridors, his mind already 5 moves ahead. It had been 3 hours since his audience with Robert. 3 hours of carefully controlled chaos that had transformed the Red Keep from a court into something closer to a military installation. Sir Barristan had moved with the quiet efficiency of a man who'd spent 50 years serving the crown and understood, without needing to be told, that the situation demanded speed above all else. Within the first hour, every gold cloak within Meager's holdfast had been relieved and replaced by household knights sworn directly to the crown. The gates between the holdfast and the rest of the keep had been sealed, manned by pairs of knights who answered to Selmy and no one else. Cersei had been confined to her chambers with 4 guards and explicit instructions that she was to have no visitors, send no messages, and receive no ravens. Her ladies-in-waiting had been separated from her and placed in adjacent rooms under their own guard, not cruelly, but firmly, with the understanding that any attempt to pass information would be treated as treason. The word treason had a wonderful clarifying effect on people's priorities. Tyrion had noticed. Jaime had been harder. Tyrion turned a corner and nearly walked into a serving girl carrying a stack of linens. She squeaked, dropped 2 sheets, apologized profusely, and fled. He watched her go with the absent attention of a man whose mind was elsewhere, then continued walking. Jaime, his golden brother, his only ally in a family of lions who'd sooner eat their own than show weakness. They'd found Jaime in the White Sword Tower, sharpening his blade with the languid disinterest of a man who expected every day to be exactly like the last. Sir Barristan had gone personally, which was wise. Jaime would not have surrendered his sword to a lesser man. Even so, it had apparently been a near thing. The old knight had entered the tower alone and emerged 20 minutes later with Jaime's sword in hand, and a cut along his cheekbone that he refused to discuss. Jaime was now confined to a chamber in the holdfast, guarded by Sir Ares Oakhart and 2 household knights. He had not been told why. Robert's orders had been specific on that point. Tell him nothing, let him stew, keep him breathing. The king wanted Jaime alive for the moment. Whether that would last was a question Tyrion tried very hard not to think about. He reached the king's solar to find Robert exactly where he'd left him, standing at the great oak table, surrounded by maps and papers, looking more awake and more dangerous than Tyrion had ever seen him. The wine was still on the sideboard, but the cups were dry. Robert Baratheon was sober, and the effect was startling. Sober Robert was bigger somehow, more present, as though the fog of alcohol had been compressing him into a smaller version of himself for years. "It's done," Robert said without looking up. Cersei is confined. She broke most of her furniture. Jaime is confined. He nearly broke Sir Barristan. Tyrion climbed into a chair. Pycelle hasn't been arrested yet. I thought you'd want to handle that personally. Damn right I do. Robert's fingers traced a line on the map, the Gold Road, running west from King's Landing toward the Lannister heartland. How long before Tywin hears? That depends on how many of Cersei's people managed to get word out before we sealed the holdfast. If we were quick enough, we've bought ourselves a day, perhaps two. If not, Tyrion shrugged. Tywin likely has agents in the capital who report to him independently. I'd assume he'll know within a day regardless. And then we find out whether my father loves his legacy more than his pride. Robert straightened up and fixed Tyrion with a look that was part suspicion, part grudging curiosity. You keep saying we. You understand I've got no reason to trust you. You've got every reason to trust me. I just handed you the weapon to destroy my own family. If I were working against you, that would be an extraordinarily poor strategy. Unless this is some elaborate Lannister scheme. If my family were capable of a scheme this elaborate, Your Grace, we'd have conquered the free cities by now. Lannisters are cunning, not omniscient, and if I wanted to deceive you, I'd have come up with something far less damaging to my own interests. Tyrion folded his hands in his lap. You don't have to like me. You don't have to trust my motives. You just have to trust that I'm smart enough to know which side of this I need to be on and ruthless enough to stay there. Robert grunted. It was his primary mode of communication. Tyrion was learning, a vocabulary of grunts that ranged from I agree to, I'm going to hit something too. I'm thinking and would prefer not to be interrupted. This particular grunt fell somewhere in the range of reluctant acceptance. Fine. You want to be useful, be useful. Tell me about Littlefinger. The question caught Tyrion off guard, which didn't happen often. Littlefinger, Petyr Baelish. My master of coin. The man who controls every copper in the treasury and probably half the brothels in this city. You think he knows? Tyrion considered this carefully. Littlefinger was a different kind of problem than Varys, where the spider collected information for leverage, Baelish collected it for profit, and the distinction mattered. Varys wanted to steer events. Littlefinger wanted to own them. I don't know what Littlefinger knows, Tyrion admitted. Which means we should assume he knows everything and plan accordingly. Baelish is the most dangerous man in this castle who isn't related to me, and his loyalty is to himself, and no one else. He'll support whoever he thinks will win, and he'll undermine whoever he thinks will lose, and he'll do both simultaneously if he can manage it. So what do I do with him? Nothing yet. If we move against Littlefinger without proof of wrongdoing, we look like we're conducting a purge. The lords will tolerate action against Cersei, they'll understand it, even approve of it. But if we start arresting every member of the small council, they'll panic, and panicked lords do unpredictable things. Tyrion drummed his fingers on the arm of the chair. Keep Baelish close. Let him think he's still in favor. Watch what he does when the news breaks. That will tell us everything we need to know about whose side he's on. I don't have the patience for this, Robert said, and for a moment the petulance broke through the focus, the king who'd rather swing a hammer than play a game. I should be down in those chambers right now, looking her in the face and what, hitting her, strangling her. You'd make her a martyr. Every lord with a daughter would turn against you. Every septon in the realm would denounce you from his pulpit. Tyrion kept his voice level. Cersei needs to be defeated publicly, legally, and completely, not murdered in a fit of rage. There's a reason I came to you with evidence and not with poison. Robert's fists clenched on the table. The wood creaked. For a long, dangerous moment, Tyrion thought the king was going to overturn it, send maps and papers flying, let the rage take him. The veins in Robert's neck stood out like cables. His breathing was harsh, ragged, an animal sound. Then he let it go. The fists unclenched, the breath slowed, the shoulders dropped. "You're right," Robert said. The words sounded like they'd been dragged out of him with horses. "Gods damn you, you're right. I usually am. It's my most endearing quality. It's your only quality. That wounds me, your grace. I also have a sparkling wit and excellent taste in wine." Robert gave him a look that hovered between annoyance and amusement, and Tyrion saw, just for an instant, the ghost of the man Robert must have been before the crown crushed him, the laughing, magnetic warrior who'd won a kingdom with his hammer and his charisma. That man wasn't dead. He'd just been sleeping, and nothing woke a warrior like the discovery that he'd been made a fool. A knock at the door. Sir Baratheon entered, his white cloak immaculate despite the cut on his cheek, his bearing as straight and dignified as a marble column. "Your Grace, Grand Maester Pycelle has been brought to the throne room as you commanded." Robert looked at Tyrion. Tyrion looked at Robert. "Shall we?" Tyrion said. The throne room was empty except for Pycelle. Robert had ordered it cleared. No petitioners, no courtiers, no audience of any kind. Just the vast, echoing chamber with its columns and its banners, and the iron throne looming at its far end like a grotesque metal mountain. Pycelle stood at the base of the throne, his chain of office gleaming across his stooped shoulders, his spotted hands clasped before him in the posture of a man who had perfected the art of seeming harmless over 5 decades of court service. He'd been brought from his chambers without explanation, which meant he was afraid. Tyrion could see it in the subtle tremor of those clasped hands, in the way Pycelle's rheumy eyes darted from the empty hall to the sealed doors to the armored knights who'd escorted him and now stood against the walls like sentinels. But Pycelle was also performing. He was always performing. The doddering old man, the loyal servant, the helpless scholar who couldn't possibly be a threat to anyone. It was a magnificent act, refined over so many years that Tyrion sometimes wondered if Pycelle remembered where the performance ended and the real man began. Robert climbed the steps of the Iron Throne. He didn't sit. The throne was a treacherous thing, all twisted blades and jutting points, and sober Robert seemed less inclined to risk it than drunk Robert. He simply stood on the raised platform, looking down at Pycelle, and the height advantage combined with the king's renewed sense of purpose created an effect that was genuinely imposing. Tyrion stayed near the base of the steps, off to one side. This was Robert's moment. The king needed to be the one asking the questions, the one wielding the power. Tyrion's role was to watch, listen, and intervene only if Robert lost his temper or Pycelle tried something clever. "Grand Maester," Robert said. His voice echoed in the empty hall, bouncing off stone and iron and silence. "How long have you served the crown?" Pycelle bowed his head. 40 years, your grace, under 3 kings. It has been the great honor of my 40 years. And in that time, how many secrets have you kept?" Pycelle's hands trembled harder. "Your Grace, I'm not certain I understand. You understand perfectly." Robert reached into his doublet and produced one of the letters. Tyrion had given him a copy to carry, and held it up. The parchment was too far away for Pycelle to read, but the old man didn't need to read it. The color drained from his face like wine from a cracked cup. "I have your journal, Pycelle. I have the letters. I have everything you thought you'd buried in those vaults. So let's dispense with the doddering fool routine and have an honest conversation, for what I suspect is the first time in your misbegotten life." Pycelle swayed. For a moment, Tyrion thought the old man might actually faint. His face had gone gray. His lips were trembling, and his hands had abandoned their prayerful clasp to clutch at his chain as though it might hold him upright. The performance was crumbling. Beneath the mask of the harmless scholar, something much smaller and more frightened was emerging. "Your Grace," Pycelle whispered, "I can explain. You can indeed. And you will, starting with how long you've known that my wife's children are not mine." The words fell like stones into still water. Pycelle flinched as though struck. His mouth opened and closed several times, producing no sound, and Tyrion watched with fascination and something close to pity as the Grand Meister's mind visibly cycled through his options. Deny, deflect, beg, confess. Each possibility surfaced on his face for an instant before being discarded. "Your Grace, the children, don't you dare lie to me." Robert's voice dropped to a register that Tyrion had never heard before, a low, dangerous rumble like thunder heard through thick walls. "I've read your own words in your own hand. You wrote it down, you old fool. You wrote down that the seed is strong, that the coloring doesn't match, that Jon Arryn was asking the same questions before he died. So don't stand there and insult me with denials. How long have you known?" Pycelle broke. It wasn't dramatic, no falling to his knees, no wailing, no theatrical collapse. He simply deflated like a wineskin with the stopper pulled. His shoulders caved inward. His chin dropped to his chest. The hands clutching his chain went slack, and the chain itself seemed to weigh him down like an anchor. "Since Prince Joffrey was a boy," Pycelle said. His voice was a thin, papery rasp, stripped of all pretense. I suspected earlier, but I wasn't certain until the boy was 4 or 5. The coloring, the features. I consulted the genealogical records. Every Baratheon union for 300 years has produced dark-haired children. Every one. The evidence was insurmountable. And you said nothing. The Queen. "Your Grace, you must understand, the Queen made it clear that any disclosure would." She threatened. Pycelle trailed off, seeming to realize that "the Queen threatened me" was not a defense that would carry much weight with the king whose honor had been destroyed. "She threatened you. So you chose her threats over your duty, over your oath, over my trust." Robert was gripping the railing of the throne platform, his knuckles white. "What about Jon Arryn? He came to you, didn't he? He was asking questions." Pycelle's eyes dropped to the floor. "Yes, Your Grace. And I told the Queen that Lord Arryn was investigating. The silence that followed was vast enough to drown in." Tyrion watched Robert's face go through a progression that started at rage and ended somewhere beyond it, in a cold, crystalline place where fury became something quieter and infinitely more dangerous. "You told her," Robert said. "You told Cersei that Jon Arryn knew, and then Jon Arryn died." "I didn't. I had no part in his death, Your Grace. I swear it on the 7, on my chain, on everything. You told her, and she killed him, or had him killed." Robert's voice was terrifyingly calm. "And you stood by and watched a good man die and said nothing, for 40 years of service." Pycelle was weeping now, thin tears cutting tracks through the wrinkles of his face. "I was afraid," he said. And for the first time, Tyrion heard something genuine in the old man's voice. Not the performance of fear, but the real thing. The deep, marrow-level terror of a man who had been living with a secret that could kill him for over a decade. "The Queen, Sir Jaime, Lord Tywin, I was surrounded by lions, Your Grace. What could I have done?" "You could have been a man," Robert said. "Guards." 2 knights stepped forward from the walls. "Take the Grand Meister to the black cells. He is stripped of his chain and his title, effective immediately. He will be held for trial on charges of treason against the crown." Pycelle let out a sound, not quite a sob, not quite a moan, something between the two that echoed through the empty throne room like a ghost. The knights took his arms, not roughly but firmly, and the chain was lifted from his shoulders by Sir Barristan himself, who handled it with the careful reverence of a man who understood what the chain represented, even if its wearer had disgraced it. "Wait." Pycelle gasped as they turned him toward the door. "Your Grace, please, I can tell you more, about Jon Arryn, about the tears of lies, about who procured the poison." Robert held up a hand. The knight stopped. "Speak." Pycelle's eyes were wild. The eyes of a man who understood that information was his only remaining currency. Lord Arryn's squire, the boy Hugh, he administered the tears. But he didn't act alone. He didn't have the money or the connections to acquire such a poison. Someone gave it to him. Someone who wanted Lord Arryn dead for reasons beyond the Queen's secret. Who? I'm not certain, your grace, but there were whispers. The squire was seen with Lord Baelish several times in the weeks before Lord Arryn's death, and Lord Baelish— Pycelle swallowed hard. Lord Baelish had his own reasons to want the handship vacated. He told me once, when he was deep in his cups, that the next hand would be a man he could manage. He said it laughing, as though it were a jest, but— Littlefinger, Robert said. The name came out flat, hard, like a nail being driven. He looked at Tyrion. Tyrion's mind was racing. Littlefinger. Of course. It had the elegant simplicity of a Baelish scheme: use someone else's secret as the motive, let the Queen take the blame, remove the hand who was inconvenient, and install a replacement more amenable to manipulation. Ned Stark was riding south even now, summoned to be the new hand, and Ned Stark was an honest man in a dishonest city, the perfect target for a master manipulator. "We can't arrest Baelish on the word of a disgraced Maester," Tyrion said carefully, "but we can watch him." "I'm tired of watching people." Robert's voice was thick with something that lived between grief and rage. "Jon was my friend. He was. He raised me after my parents died. He was more of a father to me than—" The king stopped. His throat worked. He turned away, toward the iron monstrosity of the throne, and for a long moment he simply stood with his back to the room. Tyrion said nothing. There were moments when silence was the only thing that served, and this was one of them. A man was allowed his grief, even a king. When Robert turned back, his eyes were dry and his jaw was set like iron. "Take him," he said, and the knights escorted Pycelle from the throne room, the old man's shuffling steps echoing off the stone until the great doors closed behind him and the sound was gone. Robert descended from the platform. He moved past Tyrion without a word and walked to one of the high windows that lined the eastern wall. The afternoon sun poured through the glass, painting the king in shafts of amber and gold, and for a moment, just a moment, Tyrion saw him as he must have looked at the trident. Tall, broad, powerful, lit from within by something that fear and wine had nearly extinguished. "I want to see her," Robert said. Tyrion's stomach tightened. I'm not going to kill her, damn it. I want to see her face. I want to look at her and know that she knows that I know." He turned from the window. "You can come with me or not, but I'm going." There was no point in arguing. Robert's tone had the weight of a portcullis coming down. Absolute, final, made of iron. Tyrion slid from his chair and followed the king out of the throne room. Because the only thing more dangerous than Robert confronting Cersei was Robert confronting Cersei without someone present who could think clearly. They crossed through the holdfast with Sir Barristan, 2 steps behind and 4 household knights trailing in formation. Servants pressed themselves against the walls as the king passed, wide-eyed and silent. The castle had gone quiet in the way that castles did when something enormous was happening, and no one quite understood what. A held-breath quiet, tense and watchful, the silence of people waiting for the other shoe to drop. At Cersei's door, Robert stopped. The 2 guards snapped to attention. From inside there was no sound. The screaming had apparently exhausted itself. "Open it," Robert said. The door swung inward. Cersei was standing by the window, and Tyrion had to give her credit. She had used the hours of confinement to compose herself. The room was a wreck. Shattered glass littered the floor. A chair lay on its side with one leg snapped, and the Myrish carpet, the one Tyrion had admired, was stained with what appeared to be an entire flagon of wine thrown against the wall. But Cersei herself was immaculate. She changed into a gown of deep crimson. Her golden hair was brushed and pinned, and her face wore an expression of cold, controlled fury that was almost admirable in its discipline. She'd been expecting this. She'd known he would come. And she had armored herself in silk and composure because those were the weapons she had left. "Robert," she said, "not your grace, not my king, just his name thrown at him like a gauntlet. Cersei." Robert stepped into the room. His eyes swept the destruction without expression. "Redecorating. What is this? Why have I been confined like a prisoner in my own castle? Your men won't speak to me, they won't let me see my children, your children." Robert said the words like he was tasting something rotten. "Let's talk about your children." Cersei's eyes moved to Tyrion, who had entered behind the king and taken up a position near the door. Something flickered across her face, recognition, then understanding, then a hatred so pure and concentrated that Tyrion felt it like a physical force, a wave of heat from a forge. "What have you done?" she breathed. The question was directed at Tyrion, not Robert, and her voice held the trembling edge of a blade about to come free of its sheath. "I've told the truth," Tyrion said simply. "Someone had to." Cersei looked at him, then at Robert, and Tyrion watched the calculations race behind her green eyes. She was thinking, fast, desperately, brilliantly. Cersei was never more dangerous than when she was cornered, because cornered Cersei didn't surrender, she attacked. "Whatever he's told you," she said to Robert, "it's lies. He's always hated me. He's always been jealous, a twisted, spiteful little creature who—" "I have Pycelle's journal," Robert said. "I have your letters. I have your own handwriting, Cersei. Your own words about the arrangement and continued discretion, and my brother paying a visit. You want me to read them to you?" Something cracked in Cersei's composure. A hairline fracture, barely visible, but Tyrion saw it, the micro-tremor of her lower lip, the slight widening of her pupils, the almost imperceptible drawing in of breath that signaled a blow had landed. Those could be fabricated. Anyone could, Pycelle confessed. Not an hour ago, standing where men have stood before the Iron Throne for 300 years, the Grand Maester of the Seven Kingdoms told me everything. That my children are not my children, that they were fathered by your brother, that you've been spreading your legs for James since before we were wed. Robert's voice had not risen. It stayed low, measured, controlled, and that control was costing him. Tyrion could see the effort of it in the rigid set of his shoulders, the tendons standing out in his neck, the fists clenched so tight that the knuckles had gone yellow-white. "So don't stand there and tell me it's lies." "Not anymore." Cersei stared at him, and then something happened that Tyrion did not expect. The mask came off, not all at once. It peeled away in layers like paint blistering in fire. The regal composure went first, then the calculated defiance, then the cold fury. What remained was something rawer and more honest than anything Tyrion had ever seen on his sister's face. Not fear exactly, something beyond fear. The expression of a woman watching the walls of her fortress fall, stone by stone, and understanding with terrible clarity that there was nowhere left to hide. But Cersei Lannister did not beg. She did not weep. She did not fall to her knees and plead for mercy, because mercy was a concept she had never understood and never would. Instead, she drew herself up to her full height, lifted her chin, and looked Robert Baratheon dead in the eye. "Yes," she said, one word, quiet. Absolute. Robert went very still. "Yes," Cersei said again, and now there was something in her voice that was almost like relief, the terrible freedom of a secret finally spoken aloud after years of suffocating silence. "Jaime, always Jaime. From the beginning, before you, before the crown, before any of it. He is mine and I am his, and the children are ours, not yours, not one of them. You never touched me except when you were too drunk to know where you were, and even then I thought of him, every time, every single time. She took a step toward Robert. The guards at the door tensed. Tyrion held his breath. You want to know why? Cersei's voice was rising now, climbing towards something that was not a scream but carried the same intensity, a low, burning heat. Because you were nothing. You were a drunken oaf who crawled into my bed and called me Lyanna. You couldn't even remember which woman you were rutting. You think I owed you loyalty. You think I owed you children. I gave you a dynasty, the most beautiful, golden children any king ever had, and you were too blind and too stupid to see they weren't yours. Cersei. Robert's voice was strangled. She's been dead for 17 years, Robert. Lyanna Stark is bones in the ground, and you spent our entire marriage mourning a dead girl instead of seeing the living woman standing right in front of you. So yes, I went to Jaime. I chose Jaime, and I would do it again. Every single time. The silence that followed was absolute, total, the kind of silence that exists at the bottom of the ocean or at the center of a storm. Robert stood there, enormous and rigid, and Cersei stood there, blazing and unrepentant. And between them lay the wreckage of a marriage and a kingdom and the truth that both of them had known, somewhere beneath the lies, for years. Tyrion watched from his place by the door and felt something he had not expected to feel. Not satisfaction, not triumph. Something closer to sorrow, a deep, bone-weary sadness for all of them, for the waste of it, for the years of poison and pretense that had corroded everything they touched. Robert moved. Tyrion's hand went instinctively to his belt. He had no weapon, but the gesture was automatic. But the king didn't lunge, didn't strike, didn't roar. He simply turned slowly, like a man moving through deep water, and walked to the door. He stopped beside Tyrion. His face was a landscape of devastation, eyes red, jaw trembling, the muscles of his cheeks twitching with the effort of containment. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a breath. Keep her locked in here. No one in or out, not even food until I say. Robert, Tyrion began. Not even food. The king walked out. His footsteps receded down the corridor, heavy and uneven, the gait of a man carrying a weight that had suddenly tripled. Sir Barristan followed without a word, a white shadow trailing its wounded master. Tyrion stood in the doorway and looked at his sister. Cersei had not moved. She stood where Robert had left her, her chin still raised, her eyes dry, her beautiful face set in an expression that would haunt Tyrion for years, not defeat, not surrender, but the cold, absolute resolve of a woman who had nothing left to lose and intended to make the world pay for it. You, she said, looking at him. You pathetic, monstrous little worm, you think you've won something. I think I've done what needed doing. You've killed your brother. You know that. When Robert takes Jaime's head, his blood is on your hands, not mine, not Robert's, yours. The words hit like a war hammer. Tyrion felt them in his chest, in his throat, behind his eyes, but he had known this was coming. He'd spent the whole night preparing for it, building walls inside himself brick by brick, and the walls held. Barely. Jaime made his choices, Tyrion said. So did you. I'm making mine. Your choice is to destroy your own family. Father will do whatever father does. I've stopped trying to predict Tywin Lannister. It's bad for my health. Tyrion stepped back. You'll have food, I'll see to it. Robert may want you to starve, but I don't, and I suspect I'll be more persuasive once he's had time to calm down. Cersei laughed. It was a terrible sound, bright, sharp, and entirely without humor. Calm down. Robert Baratheon has never calmed down in his life. He'll come back with his hammer and paint these walls with me, and when he does, remember that you handed him the excuse. Then I'll make sure he doesn't come back with his hammer. Tyrion pulled the door closed. Through the narrowing gap, he saw Cersei's face one last time, those green eyes, mirrors of his own, burning with a fury that would not dim for the simple reason that fury was all she had left. The door closed. The lock engaged. The guards resumed their positions. Tyrion leaned against the wall and breathed one breath. 2, 3. He counted them, using the simple rhythm to push down the rolling nausea in his gut, the shaking in his hands, the image of Cersei's face and the echo of her words. "You've killed your brother." She was right. She was probably right. And the knowledge sat in Tyrion's chest like a stone, cold and heavy and immovable. He pushed off the wall and went to find the king. Robert was not in his solar. Tyrion checked the small council chamber, the throne room, the royal apartments. Nothing. A growing knot of anxiety formed in his gut as he waddled through corridors and up staircases, asking guards and servants if they'd seen the king. No one had. He found Robert in the armory. The king was standing before a weapons rack, and in his hands was the war hammer. Not the ceremonial one that hung in the throne room, the real one, the one that had caved in Rhaegar Targaryen's breastplate on the trident. It was a brutal thing, designed without elegance or mercy, a long shaft of ash topped by a head of black iron that weighed more than a small child. Most men couldn't lift it. Robert held it one-handed, turning it in the torchlight, his eyes fixed on the weapon with an expression that Tyrion couldn't read. "Your Grace," Tyrion said from the doorway. "I picked this up when I was 19, Robert said, not looking at him. "Ned gave it to me. Had it made by a smith at Runestone, good steel, good ash, nothing fancy. I carried it through the whole rebellion. It's the only thing I've ever held that felt honest. It's a fine hammer. 17 years. Robert's voice cracked on the number. 17 years she played me for a fool. And I let her. I knew something was wrong, knew it in my bones, the way you know when a storm's coming. But I didn't look, didn't want to, because if I looked I'd have to do something, and I was too bloody tired and too bloody drunk to do anything." Tyrion said nothing. He waited. "Jon tried to tell me. Not in words, Jon was too careful for that, but he was steering me toward it. The book about the bloodlines, the visits to my bastards. He was building the case piece by piece, and I was too blind to see it." Robert's grip tightened on the hammer shaft. "They killed him for it. They killed the best man I've ever known because he tried to tell me the truth, and I was too much of a fool to hear it." "You're hearing it now," Tyrion said. "That's what matters." Robert looked at him then, and Tyrion saw something in the king's eyes that he hadn't seen before. Not rage, though that was there too, banked and smoldering. Not grief, though that was there as well, vast and deep. What Tyrion saw was clarity, the clear, cold light of a man who had been sleepwalking for years and had suddenly woken up. "I need Ned," Robert said. "Ned Stark. He's the only man in this kingdom I trust besides you, and I don't fully trust you." Wise policy. "Lord Stark is already riding south. He should be in King's Landing within a fortnight. That's too long. It's the distance from Winterfell to King's Landing, Your Grace. Not even the Targaryens could make that road shorter, though they did improve the drainage." Robert set the hammer down on the rack with a gentleness that belied its weight. "Fine. A fortnight. We need to hold things together until then. We do. And that means several things need to happen tonight." Tyrion counted them off in his head. "Littlefinger needs to be watched. Not arrested, watched. I want to know everyone he talks to, every raven he sends, every move he makes. Varys can handle that. You trust the eunuch." "I trust Varys to act in his own interest, which currently aligns with ours. That's the most reliable kind of trust there is." Tyrion moved into the room, picking his way around sword racks and armor stands. "Second, we need a new Maester. Someone from the Citadel, someone without ties to any of the great houses. Pycelle's arrest will reach Oldtown within the week, and the Archmaesters will want to know why. Let them know. I've got nothing to hide anymore. Good. Third, and this is the part you're not going to like, we need to decide what to do about the children." Robert's face hardened. "They're not my children." "No, but they're children. Miachella is 8, Tommen is 6. They didn't choose their parents, and they don't deserve to die for Cersei's crimes. Who said anything about killing children? No one yet. I'd like to keep it that way. Tyrion met the king's eyes. When this becomes public, and it will, very soon, people are going to ask about Joffrey and Miechella and Tommen. They're going to ask whether the children are threats to the succession, whether they need to be dealt with. And some of those people will have very strong opinions about the best way to deal with the bastard children of a deposed queen. Robert was silent for a moment, his jaw working. I raised those children. Badly, but I raised them. Even knowing what I know now, I can't. He shook his head. Tommen, the little one, he's a sweet boy, cries over kittens. You don't kill a boy who cries over kittens. No, you don't. Tyrion felt a wash of relief so strong it nearly buckled his knees. Robert's humanity, buried as it was, had surfaced at exactly the right moment. But they can't stay in King's Landing. Not once this is public. They need to be removed from the succession formally and sent somewhere safe, somewhere that's neither Lannister nor Baratheon, somewhere they can grow up without being pawns. Where? I have some ideas. But that can wait until after the immediate crisis. Right now, the priority is securing the capital, controlling the message, and preparing for whatever my father decides to do when the ravens reach Casterly Rock. Robert nodded slowly. He looked at the war hammer one more time, then turned away from it and walked toward the door. As he passed Tyrion, he stopped. "The Kingslayer," Robert said. "I want to talk to him." "Robert, not to kill him. Not yet. I want to look him in the eye the way I looked at her, and I want to hear him say it." Tyrion closed his eyes briefly. The thought of Robert confronting Jaime made his blood run cold, not because he feared for Robert's safety, but because he knew Jaime. Knew the reckless, arrogant courage that lived inside his brother like a flame that couldn't be extinguished. Jaime cornered was Jaime at his most dangerous and his most foolish, and the combination of Robert's rage and Jaime's pride could produce an explosion that buried them all. But he couldn't stop it. The king had the right. "Let me go first," Tyrion said. "Give me 10 minutes with him. Let me explain what's happened before you walk in. If Jaime learns about this from you, face to face with no preparation, he'll say something stupid and you'll kill him and we'll lose any chance of a trial." Robert looked down at him. "Why does it matter to you? A trial, the process, the legality of it. She's guilty. He's guilty. Why not just end it? Because the way things are done matters as much as what's done. Because if you rule by hammer alone, you're not a king. You're just a man with a bigger hammer. And because if this kingdom is going to survive what's coming, it needs to see justice, not vengeance. Vengeance is what the Mad King did. You're better than that." The words hung in the air. Tyrion watched Robert's face and saw the flicker, the tiny, involuntary flinch that came whenever anyone mentioned Aerys Targaryen. The Mad King. The man Robert had overthrown, whose shadow still fell across the throne like a stain that couldn't be scrubbed out. Robert knew, everyone knew, that the distance between a strong king and a tyrant was measured not in power but in restraint. 10 minutes, Robert said. "Thank you." "Don't thank me. Just make sure your brother doesn't do anything that forces my hand." Tyrion walked to Jaime's chambers with a heart that felt like it was wrapped in chains. Every step was heavy. Every corridor seemed longer than before. The afternoon light slanting through the windows was golden, Lannister golden, and Tyrion hated it with a sudden, irrational fury. The guards at Jaime's door admitted him without question. Robert's orders had been specific. Lord Tyrion was to have access to all prisoners. The room was comfortable as far as prisons went. A bed, a table, a window that looked out on the godswood. Jaime was sitting in a chair by the window, his long legs extended, his golden hair catching the light. He looked up when Tyrion entered, and his handsome face broke into a grin that was pure Jaime, reckless, charming, utterly without shame. "Brother, come to explain why I'm locked in a room without my sword." I've been sitting here for hours trying to decide whether I've offended Robert's sensibilities or his wife's. Tyrion closed the door behind him. The click of the latch sounded like a coffin lid. "Both, as it happens," he said. Something in Tyrion's voice must have cut through James' cavalier facade, because the grin faded. Not instantly, it retreated in stages, like a tide going out, leaving behind a face that was still handsome but suddenly wary. "What's happened?" Tyrion pulled out a chair and sat down across from his brother. Their knees almost touched. He could see the flecks of gold in James' green eyes, the fine lines at the corners of his mouth, the small scar on his jaw from a training yard accident when they were boys. His brother's face. The face of the only person who'd ever loved him without reservation. "I found Pycelle's records," Tyrion said. "The letters, the journal, everything about you and Cersei, about the children." Jaime went very still. "I brought them to Robert this morning. Pycelle has confessed. Cersei has been confronted and confirmed it herself. The king knows everything." Silence. James' face had not changed, had not moved, had done nothing at all. He sat in his chair like a statue, like a tomb effigy of the beautiful knight he'd been, and his green eyes stared at Tyrion with an expression that was utterly unreadable. Then, "You." One word. The same way Cersei had said it, but different. Cersei's "you" had been an accusation, a blade. James' "you" was something else, quieter, more bewildered, carrying the weight of a betrayal that Jaime had never imagined possible because it came from the one direction he'd never thought to guard against. "Yes," Tyrion said. "Me." "Why?" "Because it was the right thing to do." "The right?" Jaime laughed, a short, broken sound. "The right thing? Since when do Lannisters do the right thing?" "Since now, apparently. I'm establishing a precedent." Jaime stood up. The chair scraped back against the stone floor, a harsh sound in the quiet room. He paced to the window and stood there with his back to Tyrion, his shoulders rigid, his hands gripping the stone sill. The golden light framed him like a painting, the Kingslayer at bay, some court artist might call it. "You know what you've done," Jaime said. His voice was level, controlled, but Tyrion could hear the fractures running through it like cracks in ice. "This isn't about me. I've been waiting for this for 20 years, waiting for the secret to come out, waiting for the axe to fall. I always knew it would eventually. But the children. Cersei, you've destroyed them." Cersei destroyed herself. Years ago, she built her house on a lie, and lies are rotten foundations. "And the children," Jaime turned from the window. His eyes were bright with something that might have been tears if Jaime Lannister were the kind of man who cried, which he was not, which he had never been, which perhaps he should have been. "Joffrey, Miechella, Tommen, they're my children, Tyrion. I've never been able to claim them, never been able to hold them as a father, never been able to do anything but stand there in my white cloak and watch them from across the room. And now you've painted targets on their backs. Robert won't harm them. You trust Robert." "I trust that I can manage him, which is more than Cersei ever could." Something shifted in James' face. The anger was still there, vast and burning, but beneath it Tyrion saw something he recognized, a terrible, exhausted relief. The relief of a man who had been carrying a weight for so long that putting it down felt like death and freedom simultaneously. "Robert will want to talk to you," Tyrion said. "He'll be here in a few minutes. I came first because I wanted you to hear it from me, not from him." How generous. "And because I wanted to tell you something before he gets here." Tyrion stood, stepped closer, looked up at his brother's face. "I love you, Jaime. You're the only member of our family who ever gave a damn about me, and I'm not going to pretend that means nothing. What I did today is going to change everything between us, and I know that, and I'm sorry. But I'm not sorry for doing it." Jaime looked down at him. The afternoon light was shifting, shadows lengthening across the floor, and in the changing light James' face seemed older, more worn, stripped of the careless beauty that had always been his armor. If he kills me, James said, will you feel sorry then? If he kills you, I'll spend the rest of my life wishing I'd found another way. But I won't wish I'd stayed silent, because the silence was killing people, James. Jon Arryn is dead because of this secret. Sooner or later, others would follow. Sooner or later, the truth would come out anyway, and when it did, it would come out in blood and fire and the destruction of everything. At least this way, there's a chance, a small, fragile, improbable chance that we get through it without a war. A chance. James' mouth twisted. You gambled my life on a chance. I gambled everything on a chance, including my own life. Cersei will find a way to try to kill me for this, and you know it. Our father will brand me a traitor to the family name. I've lost my house, my name, whatever small protection being a Lannister afforded me. Don't talk to me about gambling. They stood there in the golden light, the two Lannister brothers, the beautiful one and the ugly one, the knight and the dwarf. And between them lay the wreckage of everything they'd been to each other and the uncertain terrain of everything they might become. When Robert comes in, Tyrion said, don't provoke him. Don't be clever, don't be brave, don't be Jaime, be honest. Tell him the truth, all of it, and show him some kind of remorse. Not for the performance, for real. Because if you give Robert a reason to see you as a man instead of a villain, you might survive this. But if you preen and posture and play the Kingslayer, he'll take your head and he'll feel righteous doing it. Jaime was quiet for a long moment. You're asking me to grovel. I'm asking you to live. There's a difference, and you're smart enough to know it even if your pride doesn't want to admit it. Another silence. Then Jaime sat down slowly, like a man lowering himself into cold water. He put his hands on the table and looked at them, his sword hands, his killing hands, the hands that had pushed a boy from a tower window, though Tyrion didn't know that yet. Tell Robert he can come in, Jaime said quietly. Tyrion went to the door. He opened it, spoke to the guard, and then stood aside as the sound of heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor. Robert appeared around the corner, Sir Barristan at his back, and the king's face was a thunderhead, dark, coiled, promising violence. Robert stopped at the threshold. He looked into the room. He saw Jaime sitting at the table, unarmored, unarmed, golden-haired and green-eyed and bearing not a single physical trait of the man who'd called himself father to his children. The king entered the room. Tyrion followed and closed the door. For a long moment, no one spoke. Robert stood on one side of the table. Jaime sat on the other. The afternoon sun had turned the room into a crucible of amber light, and in that light, the two men studied each other with the intensity of combatants measuring the distance before a charge. Look at me, Robert said. Jaime raised his eyes. How long? Since before you married her, since we were young. The children, all three. All three. Robert's hands were shaking. His entire body was shaking, a fine tremor that ran through him like the vibration of a struck bell. I want to kill you, he said, and it was not a threat but a statement of fact, delivered with the flat honesty of a man who had moved past rage into something colder. I want to take your head off your shoulders and mount it on a spike above the gates. I want to do it myself with the hammer the way I did Rhaegar. James said nothing, but I'm told that would be unwise. Robert's eyes flicked to Tyrion, then back. Your brother, your other brother, seems to think you're worth more alive than dead. He seems to think there's a right way to do this that doesn't end with my kingdom in pieces. So I'm going to ask you something, Kingslayer, and you're going to answer honestly, because if I think for one moment that you're lying to me, I won't wait for a trial. Ask. Jon Arryn. Did you know he was getting close to the truth? I knew he was asking questions. Cersei told me. And, what did you do? James' jaw tightened. I told Cersei to be more careful. I told her we should leave, take the children and go to the free cities, start over, somewhere no one knew us. She refused. She said she would handle it. She handled it, Robert said, his voice cracking like a whip. She had him poisoned. Something moved across James' face. I didn't know she was going to do that, not until after, but you knew after. Yes, and you did nothing. James closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, Tyrion saw something there that he hadn't seen before, not the careless arrogance, not the golden confidence, but something raw and ashamed. The look of a man who had been slowly drowning for years and had only just realized the water was over his head. No, James said. I did nothing. Robert turned away. He walked to the window, stood there, stared out at the godswood. His reflection in the glass was ghostly, translucent, a shadow of a king. You took an oath, Robert said, still facing the window, to guard the king, to protect his family. And every day for 17 years you stood beside me in your white cloak and smiled your golden smile and lied to my face. Every God's damned day. Yes. Was any of it real? Any part of it? James was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was different, lower, rougher, stripped of performance. I never wanted to be your enemy, Robert. I never wanted any of this. When I was young, when they put the white cloak on me, I thought it meant something. I thought I'd be like Sir Arthur Dane, the greatest knight who ever lived. He laughed, but it was a desolate sound. Instead, I became this, the Kingslayer, the Oathbreaker, the man who fucks his sister and father's bastards and lets good men die to protect his secret. I didn't plan it. I didn't choose it. I just let it happen one day at a time until I looked up and realized I was too far gone to come back. Robert turned from the window. His face was unreadable. That's not an excuse, the king said. No, it's not. You'll stand trial. For treason, for adultery with the queen, for conspiracy to conceal the truth of the succession. You'll stand trial and the realm will judge you. I understand. And if you try to escape, if you lift a hand against my men, if you make any attempt to flee, I will forget about trials and justice and all the fine words your brother whispered in my ear, and I will kill you myself. Are we clear? We're clear. Robert stared at him for another long moment, then walked to the door. He paused with his hand on the latch. I remember when you killed Ares, the king said without turning around. I walked into the throne room and there you were, sitting on the iron throne with the mad king's blood still on your sword. Everyone said it was ambition. Everyone said you did it for your father, for power, for a Lannister on the throne. But Ned said there was something in your eyes. Something that looked less like triumph and more like relief. Robert paused. Was he right? James' breath caught. Ares was going to burn the city. Wildfire hidden in caches throughout King's Landing. He ordered me to bring him my father's head, and when I refused, he told his pyromancer to ignite it all. 500,000 people. Silence. I killed the pyromancer first, James said. Then the king. I broke every oath I'd ever sworn to save a city that would spend the next 20 years calling me Kingslayer. And I never told anyone why, because no one would have believed me, and because, his voice wavered. Because by then, I'd already decided that what people believed about me didn't matter, that the truth didn't matter, that nothing mattered except Cersei and the children and surviving one more day. Robert stood at the door for a very long time. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough and low and carried something that Tyrion, standing forgotten in the corner, could not quite identify. Not forgiveness, not sympathy, but something adjacent to both, the recognition of one broken man by another. You should have told someone, Robert said. I know. The king left. The door closed. The lock engaged. Tyrion and James sat in the quiet room as the golden light faded toward evening, and neither of them spoke for a long time. Finally, James said, He didn't kill me. No. I didn't expect that. Neither did I, honestly. James looked at him. His brother's face was drawn, exhausted, but there was something in his eyes that hadn't been there before. A crack in the wall, a chink in the golden armor. The wildfire. I've never told anyone that, not the full truth. I know. Why did I tell him? Because you're tired of lying. Because for the first time in 20 years, someone asked the right question at the right moment and you were too exhausted to dodge it. Tyrion paused. And because, somewhere underneath all the shit we've buried ourselves in, you're still the boy who wanted to be Arthur Dayne. That boy is still in there. He just hasn't had a reason to come out. James stared at him. Then he leaned back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling, and something in the rigid line of his shoulders softened, fractionally like the first thaw after a long winter. "Get out of here, Tyrion," he said, but his voice was gentle. "Go do whatever it is you're doing. Save the kingdom or burn it down or whatever you've got planned." "I'm planning to do both, actually, simultaneously. It's very efficient. Go." Tyrion went. In the corridor outside, the evening shadows were gathering, and the Red Keep was settling into the uneasy quiet of a castle under siege, not by armies, but by secrets. Guards moved in pairs. Servants hurried along the walls with their heads down. The air itself felt different, charged, expectant, the atmospheric pressure before a storm. Tyrion walked through it all with his head up and his step steady, a small man casting a long shadow in the torchlight. He had work to do. Ravens to send, alliances to shore up, contingencies to prepare. Tywin Lannister would know by tomorrow, and when the Lion of Casterly Rock learned what his dwarf son had done, the response would be swift and merciless and vast. But that was tomorrow's problem. Tonight, Tyrion had done the impossible. He had told the truth in a city built on lies, and he had survived it, and the king was listening, and the game was only beginning. He stopped at a window overlooking the city. King's Landing spread out below him, a vast tapestry of lights and shadows, 500,000 souls going about their evening with no idea that the foundations beneath them had just shifted. Somewhere out there, Littlefinger was scheming. Somewhere, a raven was flying toward Casterly Rock. Somewhere, Ned Stark was riding south with honor in his heart, and no idea what he was walking into. Tyrion looked out at the city he was trying to save and felt, beneath the fear and the grief and the grinding weight of everything he'd set in motion, something small and fierce and stubborn that he could only call hope. It wasn't much, but it was more than he'd had that morning. He turned from the window and went to work. Chapter 3. The Lion's Jaw. The Raven reached Casterly Rock on a Tuesday. Tyrion knew this because he'd calculated the flight time obsessively, distance, wind patterns, the speed of a well-fed bird carrying a light scroll, and because he'd been counting the hours since the message left King's Landing the way a condemned man counts the steps to the scaffold. 2 days for the Raven to cross the Crownlands and the Eastern Riverlands. Another day and a half over the hills and valleys of the Westerlands. By Tuesday morning, the bird would have landed, the scroll would have been opened, and Tywin Lannister would know. Tyrion spent that Tuesday in the small council chamber, pretending to read and actually listening to the castle breathe. The council was a diminished thing. Pycelle was in the black cells. Cersei was confined. Jaime was under guard. The seats around the great table yawned empty like missing teeth, and the remaining members, Littlefinger, Varys, Renly Baratheon, and Ser Barristan, occupied their chairs with the careful stillness of men sitting around an unexploded catapult stone. Robert had called the meeting at dawn, which was itself extraordinary. Robert Baratheon at dawn was typically Robert Baratheon in bed, sleeping off the previous night's wine with the determination of a man who viewed consciousness as an affliction. But the Robert who walked into the council chamber that morning was shaved, dressed, and sober, and the effect on the remaining councillors was visible. Renly actually dropped his cup. Littlefinger's eyebrows performed a complicated maneuver that conveyed surprise, recalculation, and professional interest in rapid succession. "Your Grace," Littlefinger said smoothly, rising from his chair. "What a pleasant... Sit down." Robert dropped into the king's seat at the head of the table. The chair groaned under his weight but held. "We have business." Tyrion watched Littlefinger sit. The Master of Coin's face had already composed itself into an expression of attentive concern, the perfect mask of a loyal servant eager to help. Behind it, Tyrion knew, the machinery was spinning at tremendous speed, processing information, calculating angles, assessing threats and opportunities with the cold efficiency of a Braavosi counting house. "The Queen has been confined to her chambers," Robert said bluntly. "Sir Jaime Lannister has been stripped of his duties and placed under guard. Grand Maester Pycelle has been arrested. I'm telling you this because you need to know, not because I'm interested in your opinions about it." Silence around the table. Renly's mouth was open. Varys's face was a careful blank. Littlefinger's mask flickered just once, a micro-expression of surprise that he buried so quickly Tyrion almost missed it. Almost. "Your Grace," Renly said, recovering first because Renly always recovered first. The man had the social reflexes of a cat. "May I ask?" "You may not. Not yet." Robert looked around the table and his gaze lingered on each face in turn. "What I'm about to tell you does not leave this room until I say otherwise. Anyone who talks will answer to me personally, and I am not in a forgiving mood," he told them. "Not everything, not the letters, not Pycelle's journal, not the specific evidence. Just the core of it, delivered in Robert's blunt, graceless fashion. The Queen's children were not his. They were fathered by her brother. The Grand Maester had known and kept silent, and the crown was taking action." The silence that followed was cavernous. Renly spoke first, because Renly always spoke first. "Seven hells." His handsome face had gone pale beneath its usual healthy glow, and his eyes were wide with something that was either shock or calculation or both. "Robert, are you certain?" "Certain enough." Pycelle confessed. "Cersei confirmed it to my face." Robert's jaw was set like a cliff edge. "The details will come out at trial. For now, what I need from this council is a plan for managing the aftermath." "The succession," Littlefinger said quietly. His voice was smooth, measured, utterly without emotion. "If the children are illegitimate, the succession passes to me," Renly said, sitting up straighter, then catching himself. "Well, to Stannis first, obviously, then to me." "Stannis has been sent for," Robert said. "He's on his way from Dragonstone. Until he arrives, the succession is not to be discussed publicly. The last thing we need is every lord in the realm jockeying for position before we've dealt with the immediate crisis." Tyrion watched Littlefinger throughout this exchange. The Master of Coin's face was a study in practiced composure, the slight furrow of the brow suggesting concern, the occasional nod suggesting agreement, the hands folded on the table suggesting nothing at all. But his eyes were busy. They moved from Robert to Renly to Varys to Tyrion, cataloging reactions, measuring loyalties, building a map of the new landscape with the speed and precision of a cartographer working from a moving ship. When Littlefinger's gaze met Tyrion's, something passed between them, a flash of recognition, predator to predator. Littlefinger knew, not the details perhaps, but the shape of it. He knew that Tyrion was the architect of this upheaval, and he was adjusting his calculations accordingly. Tyrion smiled at him pleasantly. Littlefinger smiled back pleasantly. Two pleasant smiles from two unpleasant men, each one a declaration of war. The meeting lasted another hour. Logistics, mostly. The security of the holdfast, the management of information, the preparation of charges against Cersei, Jaime, and Pycelle. Robert was engaged in a way Tyrion hadn't thought possible, asking sharp questions, making decisions, cutting through the bureaucratic hedging that the council tried to erect around every topic. Whatever else came of this catastrophe, it had woken something in the king that Tyrion was determined to keep alive. When the meeting broke up, Tyrion lingered. He waited until the others had filed out, Renly chattering to Sir Barristan with the nervous energy of a man who'd been handed a crisis and didn't know whether to panic or celebrate, Varys gliding toward the door like smoke. And then he followed Littlefing. Not obviously. Tyrion Lannister following Petyr Baelish down a corridor would set every spy in the castle buzzing. Instead, he took a parallel route through a servant's passage that ran behind the main corridor, accessible via a narrow door that most people either didn't know about or couldn't fit through. Tyrion could fit through. Being small had its advantages, and squeezing through architecturally inconvenient spaces was near the top of the list. He emerged in a gallery overlooking the castle's main courtyard just in time to see Littlefinger cross below, walking with the brisk, purposeful stride of a man with somewhere to be. Tyrion watched him enter the Tower of the Hand, empty since Jon Arryn's death, awaiting Ned Stark's arrival, and disappear through the door. Interesting. There was nothing in the Tower of the Hand that should concern the Master of Coin. Unless Littlefinger was visiting someone, or retrieving something, or simply using the empty tower as a place to think without being observed, Tyrion filed the information away and turned to his next task. The morning slid into afternoon like a blade into its sheath, smooth, quiet, and full of potential violence. Tyrion spent the hours doing what he did best, talking. He visited the commander of the household guard, a stolid northerner named Allen who'd served Robert since the rebellion, and confirmed that the man's loyalty was to the king and the king alone. He spoke with the keeper of the castle kitchens about food deliveries to the confined queen. Robert had relented on the no-food order after Tyrion pointed out that starving a prisoner before trial was technically against the king's own laws, and ensured that everything sent to Cersei's chambers was checked for hidden messages. He sent a note to Varys requesting an update on Littlefinger's movements. He wrote a letter to the Citadel requesting a replacement Maester, and he visited Jaime. His brother was where he'd left him, in the chamber overlooking the Godswood, confined and disarmed. But Jaime had changed overnight in ways that were subtle and unsettling. The careless, golden confidence had dimmed, like a lamp turned low. Jaime sat at the table with his hands flat on the wood, his hair uncombed, his green eyes distant with the look of a man replaying a conversation over and over in his mind. "You told Robert about the wildfire," Tyrion said, sitting down across from him. "I remember. That was either very brave or very stupid. With me, those tend to be the same thing." Jaime's mouth quirked, but the humor didn't reach his eyes. "Has he decided to kill me yet?" "Not yet. He's busy being a king. It seems to be keeping him occupied." Tyrion paused. "The wildfire, Jaime. The caches Aerys planted. Are they still there?" Jaime looked at him, and something sharpened in his gaze. "What? You said Aerys hid wildfire throughout the city, under the Sept of Baelor, under the Dragon Pit, under half the bloody city, yes. Rosshart was the pyromancer. He'd been producing it for months, storing it in the old tunnels and sewers. The plan was to burn the whole city if my father's army breached the walls." Jaime's voice was flat, recounting facts. "I killed Rosshart before he could give the order. Then I killed Aerys. And the wildfire. Some of it was found and removed after the sack. Not all, I told." Jaime stopped. Something moved across his face. "I told no one the full extent of it. Robert was being crowned, the city was in chaos, and I couldn't. I was 20. I just killed the king I'd sworn to protect. I could barely form sentences, let alone explain a conspiracy that would have sounded like madness. So there are still caches of wildfire beneath King's Landing. Yes. How much? Enough to level the city 3 times over." Tyrion closed his eyes. Of course. Of course there was enough wildfire under the city to kill everyone in it, because nothing about his life was ever simple, and because the gods, in their infinite wisdom, had decided that one world-ending crisis at a time was insufficient. "I need to tell Robert about this," Tyrion said. "I know. And you need to tell someone, me, Sir Barristan, someone, exactly where the caches are. Every single one you know about. Because if Cersei finds out about the wildfire, if she has any way to communicate with anyone who could reach those tunnels." "She doesn't know," James said sharply. "I never told her. You're sure?" "I'm sure. Some things I kept even from Cersei." Tyrion nodded. "Good, write it down. Everything you remember, locations, quantities, access points. I'll have someone bring parchment and ink." "Tyrion." James' voice stopped him at the door. "The wildfire. If you find the caches, if you remove them, that's the one good thing I did. In 20 years of breaking oaths and lying, and the one good thing was saving this city from burning. Don't let anyone forget that. No one's going to forget, Jaime, especially not Robert." Tyrion left his brother writing and went to find the king, his mind churning with the wildfire revelation. It was a complication he hadn't foreseen, but it was also, he realized as he walked, an opportunity. The wildfire caches were proof that James' killing of Aerys had been justified. Not the act of an ambitious traitor, but the desperate choice of a young man trying to save 500,000 lives. If Jaime cooperated, if he helped locate and neutralize the wildfire, it would count in his favor at trial. It wouldn't save him. Nothing might save him. But it might be the difference between death and exile, between the headsman's block and a ship to the free cities. Tyrion held onto that thought like a man gripping a rope in a storm. He found Robert in the training yard. The king had stripped to his shirt sleeves and was swinging the war hammer at a wooden post with a methodical fury that sent splinters flying with each impact. 4 guards stood at the yard's perimeter, watching with the carefully blank expressions of men who knew better than to comment on their king's choice of therapy. The post was already half destroyed, its surface cratered and splintered, and Robert showed no signs of stopping. Tyrion waited until the king paused between swings, breathing hard, sweat darkening his shirt. "Your Grace." Robert planted the hammer's head on the ground and leaned on the shaft. His face was flushed, but the wildness in his eyes had been replaced by something closer to focus. Physical exertion was doing for Robert what it had always done, burning off the excess, channeling the rage into something that had a rhythm and a purpose. "What now?" Robert said. "Jaime has information about wildfire caches hidden beneath the city by the Mad King. Enough to destroy King's Landing entirely. He's writing down the locations. We need to have them found and removed quietly before anyone else learns they exist." Robert stared at him. "Wildfire under the city." "Under the city. The Sept of Baelor, the Dragon Pit, the Red Keep itself most likely. Aerys planned to burn everything rather than let your forces take it. Jaime killed him to prevent it." Robert stopped. He stared at the ruined training post, then at the hammer in his hand, and Tyrion saw the pieces shifting behind his eyes, 20 years of contempt for the Kingslayer, rearranging themselves in light of new information. "That's why he killed Aerys." That's what he says. And I believe him, because lying about it would serve no purpose at this point, and because Jaime is many things but a coward is not among them. Robert was quiet for a long time. He lifted the hammer, turned it in his hands, set it down again. Why didn't he say, 20 years? Ned called him an oath-breaker to his face. I stripped him of any honor he had left. Why didn't he bloody well tell someone? Because no one asked. Because everyone had already decided what he was, and he decided to let them. Tyrion paused. He was 20 years old, Robert. A boy in a man's armor, surrounded by men who despised him for the one truly noble act of his life. That does something to a person. Robert grunted, one of his complicated grunts, this one carrying the weight of reassessment and the reluctant acknowledgement that the world was more complex than he preferred. I'll have the caches found. Selmy can organize it, quietly. Quietly, Tyrion agreed. And Robert, this information helps James' case considerably. If he cooperated in saving the city once and is cooperating now in ensuring it's safe, don't push me on the Kingslayer. Not today. Robert hefted the hammer again. I've got enough to think about without you trying to save your brother's neck at every turn. I'll try once a day, twice at most. Get out of my training yard. Tyrion got. The afternoon brought the first sign of trouble from beyond the walls. Varys materialized in Tyrion's chambers without apparent means of entry, which was either deeply impressive or deeply concerning, depending on one's relationship with locked doors. The eunuch was carrying a scroll sealed with plain wax, no sigil, no mark of origin, and his round face wore an expression of carefully calibrated worry. My lord, we have a problem. Only one. The day is young. Lord Baelish sent a raven an hour ago. My little birds intercepted a copy of the message. Tyrion took the scroll and broke the seal. The message was short, written in a cipher that would have been meaningless to most people, but which Tyrion's mind, trained by years of reading everything from love letters to trade contracts, recognized as a simple substitution code. He worked through it in his head, swapping letters, and the message resolved itself into plain language. The stag has learned of the cubs. The lioness is caged. Opportunity imminent. Prepare to move on the agreed timeline. Burn this. Tyrion read it twice. Who was this addressed to? The raven was sent toward the Eyrie. The Eyrie. Littlefinger is writing to someone in the Vale. Tyrion's mind raced. Lysa Arryn. Jon Arryn's widow, who had fled to the Eyrie with her sickly son after her husband's death. Littlefinger had been obsessed with Catelyn Tully since childhood, and Lysa was Catelyn's sister. Everyone knew Lysa had been infatuated with Baelish for years. Pycelle's words came back to him. Lord Baelish had his own reasons to want the handship vacated. Varys. Pycelle said Jon Arryn's squire was seen with Littlefinger before the murder. If Baelish was involved in Arryn's death, if he manipulated Lysa Arryn into helping him. An astute line of reasoning, my lord. Varys's voice was silk over steel. I have long harbored concerns about Lord Baelish's relationship with Lady Arryn. She is not a stable woman, and her devotion to Baelish is the kind that permits extraordinary requests. You think Lysa Arryn poisoned her own husband. I think Lord Baelish is a man who achieves his goals through other people's hands. He would never poison anyone himself. Too much risk, too little control. But if he could convince a woman who loved him to administer the tears of lies to her own husband, a woman with access, motive, and a convenient hysterical temperament that would deflect suspicion, then Littlefinger killed Jon Arryn. Tyrion set the scroll down on the table and pressed his fingers to his temples. Not Cersei. Littlefinger. Cersei may have wanted Arryn dead, but Baelish got there first. Or they acted in concert, each for their own reasons, neither fully aware of the other's involvement. Lord Baelish is fond of such arrangements, multiple parties, multiple motives, no single thread leading back to him. And now he's writing to the Eyrie about opportunities. What opportunity? What agreed timeline? Tyrion picked up the scroll again, as if staring at it harder would reveal additional secrets. He's planning something. This upheaval, Cersei's arrest, the succession crisis, it's exactly the kind of chaos Littlefinger thrives in. He's going to try to use it. Almost certainly. Lord Baelish's ambitions are considerable. He began as the son of a minor lord with nothing but cleverness and charm. He has risen to master of coin, one of the most powerful positions in the realm, through a combination of financial wizardry and strategic manipulation. But the coin is not his goal, it never was. What is his goal? Everything. Varys said the word simply, without emphasis, as a statement of fact rather than an exaggeration. Lord Baelish wants everything. The money, the title, the power, and, I believe, the woman. Lady Catelyn Stark, who rejected him as a boy and whose sister served as his consolation prize. Everything he does circles back to her, to proving that the boy she rejected was worth more than the lord she chose. Tyrion thought about that. It was both terrifying and pathetic, a man willing to burn a kingdom for a woman who didn't want him. But terrifying and pathetic were not mutually exclusive, and underestimating Littlefinger's reach because his motivations were juvenile would be a fatal error. Can we arrest him? On what grounds? A coded raven that we intercepted through espionage. It would expose my methods and prove nothing admissible before a court. Lord Baelish is too careful. Every move he makes has 3 layers of deniability. Then we need to find the proof, the connection to Jon Arryn's death. If we can tie Littlefinger to the murder of the Hand of the King, that would require Lady Arryn's testimony, and Lady Arryn is in the Eyrie, which is arguably the most defensible castle in Westeros, controlled by a woman who is both devoted to Baelish and, if our theory is correct, complicit in her husband's murder. She will not come willingly. Ned Stark. Varys tilted his head. My lord. Lysa Arryn is Catelyn Tully's sister. Catelyn is Ned Stark's wife. When Ned arrives in King's Landing, he'll be the one person who might be able to reach Lysa, through family loyalty, through shared grief for Jon Arryn, through the bond between sisters. If we can get Ned to write to Lysa, or better yet, get Catelyn to write to her, a delicate proposition. One wrong word and Lady Arryn bolts, or worse, does something rash. She is not a woman who handles pressure gracefully. No, but it's our best avenue. Tyrion drummed his fingers on the table. In the meantime, keep watching Littlefinger. Every move, every message, every meeting, and keep this intercepted raven safe. It may not be enough for a trial, but it's enough to convince Robert that Baelish can't be trusted. As you wish, my lord. Varys paused at the door, his perfumed bulk filling the frame. May I offer a word of caution? You may offer as many as you like. I'll decide which ones to heed. Lord Baelish is not the only player who may seek to exploit this crisis. There are others, across the narrow sea, in Dorne, in the Reach, who have been waiting for precisely this kind of instability. The realm's enemies do not limit themselves to those within its borders. The Targaryens. Tyrion knew about viceroys and deaneries, the exiled children of the Mad King, wandering the free cities with their claim to the throne and their dreams of reconquest. Are they a threat? Not immediately. But Lord Baelish is not the only one who understands the value of chaos, and there are those who would welcome a weakened Westeros as an invitation. Varys's expression was unreadable, which was itself a kind of message. Be watchful, my lord. The game is larger than any one player. Varys left. Tyrion sat alone in his chambers and stared at the intercepted message, and felt the weight of the game pressing down on him like the Iron Throne itself. A seat made of 1,000 swords, every one of them pointed inward. Night fell on the Red Keep like a held breath. Tyrion ate dinner alone in his chambers, cold chicken, bread, cheese, and wine that he drank sparingly, limiting himself to 2 cups where normally he'd have emptied the flagon. Discipline. He needed discipline. The luxury of drowning his thoughts in Arbor gold was no longer available to him, not when every hour brought new complications, and every complication required a clear head. He was reviewing James' wildfire notes, a detailed list of locations, access tunnels, and estimated quantities that his brother had produced with the military precision of a man trained at war, when the knock came. Not a polite knock. A hard, urgent knock. The knock of a man with bad news. Come, Tyrion said. The door opened, and Lancel Lannister stumbled in. Tyrion's cousin was 17, blonde and perpetually anxious. a young man whose primary qualifications for the role of king's squire were his good looks and his family name, neither of which required any actual competence. But the Lancel who stood before Tyrion now was beyond mere anxiety. His face was white, his hands were shaking, and his eyes had the glazed, panicky look of a rabbit that had just realized the shadow overhead was a hawk. "Cousin," Tyrion said carefully, "you look terrible." The queen, she sent for me." Lancel's voice was barely above a whisper. Before the guards were changed, she sent a message through one of her ladies before they were separated, a verbal message. I was supposed to, he swallowed convulsively. I was supposed to put something in the king's wine. Tyrion set down his quill. "Sit down," he said. Lancel sat. Or rather, he collapsed into a chair, his long limbs folding like a marionette with cut strings. His breathing was ragged, and up close, Tyrion could see that the boy had been crying. His eyes were rimmed with red, his cheeks blotchy. "Start from the beginning," Tyrion said. "Everything, don't leave anything out." The story came out in fragments, broken by gasps and stammers and the occasional dry sob. Cersei had been cultivating Lancel for months, flattery, attention, physical intimacy that the boy described with a mixture of shame and confused arousal that would have been almost comical in different circumstances. She'd made him feel special, important, trusted. And then, gradually, she'd begun making requests. Small things at first: listen to certain conversations, report back, carry messages that couldn't go through official channels. Then larger things. Including, it now emerged, a standing instruction to ensure that the king's wine at the upcoming royal hunt was particularly strong. "Strong wine," Lancel said miserably. She called it strong wine, said it was a special vintage from the arbor, thicker than normal, more potent. I was supposed to keep his cup full, make sure he drank and drank, and a drunk king on a boar hunt might have an accident," Tyrion finished. "How thoughtful of her." Lancel flinched as though slapped. "I didn't know. I swear to you, cousin, I didn't understand what she was." "You understood perfectly. You're not clever, Lancel, but you're not an imbecile. You knew exactly what you were doing, you just didn't have the spine to refuse." Tyrion's voice was flat, stripped of its usual humor. There would be time for mockery later. Right now, he needed information. "When did she send this latest message? The one about putting something in the king's wine?" "This morning. Early, before the guards changed. One of her ladies, the Stokeworth girl, whispered it to me in the corridor. She said the queen said." Lancel's face crumpled. "She said, it's too late for wine. Use the tears. I didn't know what that meant, but I thought I came to you because I didn't know what else. Tears of lies." The words hit Tyrion like a physical blow, a cold shock that raced through his body and settled in his extremities. Tears of lies. The same poison that had killed Jon Arryn. Cersei, confined to her chambers for less than 2 days, had already found a way to order the king's assassination. "Where would you get it?" Tyrion demanded. "The poison, do you have access?" "No, I don't. I wouldn't know where to." "Then who would?" "Who does Cersei have who could procure tears of lies on short notice?" Lancel shook his head helplessly. But Tyrion's mind was already working, cycling through Cersei's remaining assets, the people she could still reach, the connections that hadn't been severed when the guards changed. The Stokeworth girl had carried a message this morning. How? The ladies were supposed to be confined. Someone had been careless, or someone had been bribed, or someone had found a way through the cracks, and if one message had gotten out, others might have too. "Stay here," Tyrion told Lancel. "Don't leave this room. Don't talk to anyone." He was out the door and moving before Lancel could respond, his short legs pumping, his mind racing faster than his body could carry him. He needed to find Robert. He needed to tighten the security around the king's food and drink. He needed to find out how Cersei was communicating with her people and shut it down. He found Sir Barristan first, in the corridor outside the royal apartments. "Sir Barristan, we have a problem." Tyrion explained in rapid, clipped sentences, Lancel's confession, the poison order, the breach in Cersei's confinement. The old knight's face hardened with each word, his hand tightening on his sword hilt. And by the time Tyrion finished, Selmy looked less like a dignified elder statesman and more like the young warrior who had cut his way through the Kingswood Brotherhood 60 years ago. "I'll see to the Queen's chambers personally," Selmy said. "Every guard on that detail will be replaced and questioned, and the King's food and drink tasted before it reaches him. Every dish, every cup, use men you trust absolutely." "I trust very few men absolutely, Lord Tyrion. But I trust enough." "Good. And Sir Barristan, the ladies-in-waiting, they need to be moved. Not just confined separately, but moved to a different part of the keep, somewhere Cersei can't reach even through intermediaries. The Stokeworth girl in particular needs to be questioned." Selmy nodded and was gone, moving with a speed that belied his age. Tyrion watched him go and felt a flicker of something that might have been gratitude. Sir Barristan Selmy was not a schemer, not a political animal, not a man comfortable with the shadows and whispers of court intrigue. But he was utterly, immovably loyal to the king and the realm, and in a world of shifting allegiances, that kind of bedrock reliability was worth more than all the cunning in King's Landing. Tyrion went to Robert next. The king was in his solar, poring over reports with a concentration that suggested he was still adjusting to the novelty of actually doing his job. When Tyrion told him about Lancel and the poison, Robert's face went through its familiar cycle: surprise, rage, that terrible cold focus. But this time the cycle was faster, more controlled. The warrior was learning to channel his fury instead of being consumed by it. "She tried to poison me," Robert said, "from inside a locked room while under guard. My sister is nothing if not resourceful." "How?" Tyrion explained the gap in security, the brief window before the guards were changed, the whispered message through the Stokeworth girl. Robert listened, his jaw working, his hands flat on the table. "I want her moved," the king said. "Not her chambers, somewhere smaller, somewhere with stone walls and no windows and one door, somewhere she can't charm or bribe or whisper her way out. The black cells, not the black cells. Not yet, but close. Somewhere that reminds her that she's not a queen anymore." Robert's voice was granite. "And the boy, your cousin, the squire. Lancel came to me voluntarily. He's terrified and stupid, but he came forward. That counts for something." "It counts for not having his head put on a spike. It doesn't count for much else." Robert paused. "Can he be useful, potentially? He knows Cersei's network, who she's been talking to, who she's been paying, who she has leverage over. If we can get him to talk, really talk, not just the terrified babbling he's doing now, he could help us identify her remaining assets before she activates them. Then make him talk, whatever it takes. Intimidation will be sufficient. Lancel is not a man who requires much encouragement to betray a confidence. He was born for it." Robert grunted. "Your family is a piece of work. You married into it. Don't remind me." Tyrion left the king's solar and went back to his chambers, where Lancel was still sitting exactly where he'd been left, looking like he might vomit on Tyrion's carpet. Tyrion poured him a cup of water, not wine. The boy didn't need wine, and sat down across from him and began the extraction. It took 2 hours. Not because Lancel was resistant, the boy sang like a canary at the first hard question, but because the web of Cersei's influence was deeper and more intricate than Tyrion had anticipated. She had people everywhere, gold cloaks who reported to her, servants who carried messages, minor lords who owed her favors. A network built over 17 years of queenship, carefully maintained, ruthlessly expanded, and powered by a combination of gold, threats, and the intoxicating proximity to royal power. Tyrion wrote down every name, every connection, every route of communication that Lancel knew about. Some he recognized, Sir Barrows Blount and Sir Meryn Trant of the Kingsguard, already on his list of concerns. Others were new. A steward named Halleys who managed the castle's supply deliveries, a septa who served as a go-between with the faith, a wine merchant on the Street of Flower who occasionally received sealed letters mixed in with his shipment orders. By the time Lancel was wrung dry, Tyrion had 3 pages of notes and a headache that pulsed behind his eyes like a second heartbeat. "What happens to me?" Lancel asked in a small voice. "That depends on how useful you continue to be." Tyrion rolled up his notes. "For now, you're confined to quarters. Your own quarters, not a cell. I'm not a monster, despite popular opinion. You'll have food and a bed and the thrilling opportunity to reflect on your life choices. When the trials begin, you'll testify. Honestly, completely, and without any attempt to minimize your own involvement. In exchange, I'll advocate for leniency. Leniency. It's a big word. It means you might live." Lancel swallowed hard and left, escorted by a guard Tyrion had called. When the door closed behind him, Tyrion sat alone in the candlelight and looked at his 3 pages of names and felt the scale of what he was fighting settle over him like chain mail, protective but crushingly heavy. He worked through the night. Not alone, Varys came and went, bringing scraps of intelligence, each one a thread in the vast web they were trying to map. Together, they cross-referenced Lancel's information with Varys' own network, identifying overlaps and gaps, building a picture of Cersei's shadow infrastructure that was both impressive and horrifying. By dawn, they had a plan. It was not elegant. It involved the quiet replacement of 14 castle servants, the reassignment of 6 gold cloaks, the interception of 2 additional message routes, and a discreet conversation with the High Septon about the septa who had been serving as Cersei's intermediary with the faith. It was the kind of plan that worked best in silence and shadows, the kind of plan that Tyrion Lannister was uniquely suited to execute, because it required someone who could talk to anyone, bribe anyone, threaten anyone, and think 3 moves ahead while doing all 3 simultaneously. By the time the morning light crept through his window, Tyrion had been awake for the better part of 2 days. His eyes burned. His back ached from hunching over the table. His hand was cramped from writing. But the defensive perimeter around Robert was tighter, the gaps in Cersei's confinement were sealed, and the immediate threat of assassination had been reduced from imminent to merely probable. He allowed himself a cup of wine, just one. He'd earned it. The wine was halfway to his lips when the door flew open and Sir Barristan Selmy filled the frame, his white cloak spattered with something dark, his lined face tight with urgency. "Lord Tyrion, there's been an incident." Tyrion set down the wine untouched. "What kind of incident?" "An attempt on your life, my lord. We caught a man in the corridor outside your chambers, a sellsword, by the look of him. He had a knife and a vial of something. He killed one of the guards before the others took him down." Tyrion felt the information land, a cold, precise impact, like an arrow hitting a target. Someone had sent a killer to his door. While he'd been sitting inside, 3 feet of oak away, working to save the kingdom, a man with a knife had been coming to end him. "Is he alive?" Tyrion asked. His voice sounded very calm to his own ears, which he took as a sign that the calm was genuine, because Tyrion Lannister had learned long ago that the time to panic was after the crisis, not during it. "Barely." The guards put a sword through his shoulder. "He's being held in the guard room." "Did he say who sent him?" "He hasn't said anything yet." Tyrion stood up. His legs were steady. His hands were steady. Everything was steady, because steadiness was a choice, and Tyrion was choosing it with the same deliberate, iron-willed determination that had carried him through every moment of this increasingly insane gambit. "Take me to him," he said. The guardroom was in the lower level of Meagher's holdfast, a cramped stone chamber with an iron door and the faint, pervasive smell of old sweat and older blood. The would-be assassin was propped against the wall, his shoulder a mess of blood-soaked bandages, his face a mask of pain and defiance. He was Westerosi, mid-30s, with the hard, weathered look of a man who'd lived rough and fought for coin. A sellsword, as Selmy had said. Not a sophisticated killer, this was a blunt instrument, a knife in the dark, the kind of attack you ordered when subtlety was less important than speed. Tyrion looked at the man and felt nothing. Not fear, not anger, not even curiosity. Just a cold, clinical detachment, the emotional equivalent of a maester examining a wound. "Who sent you?" Tyrion asked. The sellsword spat on the floor. "Bugger off, dwarf. That's not a productive beginning. Let's try again. Who sent you, how much were they paying, and what exactly were your instructions?" I said bugger off. Tyrion turned to Sir Barristan. "Have Varys' people question him. They have methods that are more persuasive than conversation." "That won't." The sellsword began, but Tyrion was already leaving, because the identity of the man who'd sent the killer was less important than the implications of the attempt itself. Someone wanted him dead. The list of candidates was not short. Cersei, obviously, but Cersei was confined and her communications were theoretically sealed. One of her agents acting on a standing order, possible. Littlefinger removing a rival before the game advanced further, also possible. Tywin punishing his son for treason against the family. The timing was wrong. Even a fast rider from Casterly Rock couldn't have reached the capital with orders this quickly. Unless Tywin had agents in King's Landing with standing instructions to act in certain circumstances. Unless. Tyrion stopped in the corridor. He stood very still, his mind working. Tywin Lannister was the most meticulous man in Westeros. He planned for every contingency. He had agents in every major city, informants in every great house, and a network of influence that rivaled Varys's for breadth if not for subtlety. Was it possible, not just possible but likely, that Tywin had long ago placed operatives in King's Landing with instructions to act if the family's interests were threatened? Not instructions that said, "Kill Tyrion" specifically, but standing orders of the kind a spy master maintained. If the secret is exposed, eliminate the threat. If the family is endangered, remove the cause. If Cersei's people and Tywin's people were both operating independently in the capital, both trying to protect Lannister interests through violence, then Tyrion was facing not one assassination threat but two, possibly more. And the coordination between them was irrelevant because they would all arrive at the same conclusion through different logic. Tyrion Lannister must die. He resumed walking, faster now, his mind spinning through defensive possibilities. He needed more guards. He needed a food taster of his own. He needed to sleep in a different room every night, vary his routes through the castle, never be alone in a corridor without armed escort. He needed to stop thinking like a politician and start thinking like a target. Back in his chambers, swept and searched by Selmy's men while he'd been in the guardroom, Tyrion sat down and wrote 3 letters. The first was to Bronn. Not a man he knew well. They'd crossed paths briefly at an inn on the Kingsroad a month prior, where the sellsword had been drinking himself through his most recent earnings with the cheerful nihilism of a man who lived entirely in the present tense. But Tyrion had marked him as useful. Sharp, pragmatic, skilled with a blade, and motivated exclusively by gold. In King's Landing's current climate, a bodyguard whose loyalty was purchased rather than sworn was paradoxically more reliable than one bound by oaths, because purchased loyalty had a clear price and clear terms, while sworn loyalty could be undermined by conflicting oaths, family pressure, or the simple human tendency to sell out the man you'd promised to protect. The letter was brief: employment opportunity in the capital, excellent pay, dangerous work, come immediately, TL. The second letter was to Ned Stark, urging him to ride faster. Tyrion didn't explain the full situation. That would require a raven of novel-length proportions. But he made clear that the capital was in crisis, that Robert needed his friend, and that every day of delay increased the danger. The third letter was to Stannis Baratheon, reinforcing Robert's summons with specific intelligence about the military situation. If Tywin was going to march, and Tyrion believed he would, because Tyrion Lannister did not suffer the humiliation of his house without a response, then the crown needed Stannis' fleet. The Royal Navy was a significant force, and Stannis was arguably the best military commander in Westeros. Cold, rigid, humorless, and utterly without the charisma that made men want to follow a leader, but brilliant at the mechanics of war. Robert was the hammer, Stannis was the anvil. Together they could hold. Tyrion sealed the letters, arranged for their dispatch through channels Varys had vetted, and finally, allowed himself to sleep. He slept for 4 hours. It was not enough. It would have to be enough. When he woke, the afternoon sun was slanting through his window at a low angle, and Varys was sitting in the chair across from his bed, watching him with an expression of polite concern. "You really must stop doing that," Tyrion said, rubbing his eyes. "Apologies, my lord." "I bring news that could not wait." Varys held up a scroll. The sellsword talked, under encouragement. He was hired by a man matching the description of one of Lord Tywin's known agents in the capital. Payment was 50 gold dragons, half in advance. The instructions were simple: kill Lord Tyrion Lannister before the matter reaches trial. Tyrion sat up in bed. The news settled into him like a cold drink on a hot day, bracing, clarifying, and deeply unpleasant. His father had tried to have him killed, not Cersei, not Littlefinger. His father. Tywin Lannister, who had wished his son dead since the day of his birth, had finally found a reason to act on it. "Before the matter reaches trial," Tyrion repeated. "So Tywin wants to suppress this. Kill me, destroy the evidence, pretend it never happened. That would appear to be the strategy. With you dead and the evidence discredited, Lord Tywin might hope to negotiate Cersei's release, frame the entire affair as a plot by the Queen's enemies, a jealous dwarf's revenge. Without you to press the case dies with me." Tyrion swung his legs out of bed and reached for his boots. "Well, Father always did say I was a disappointment. I suppose trying to have me murdered is just a more direct expression of the sentiment. You seem remarkably composed, my lord." "I've had 30-odd years to come to terms with my father's feelings about me. This is merely the logical end point." Tyrion pulled on his boots, his movements quick and precise. "But it changes the calculus. If Tywin's agents are already active in the capital, it means Tywin knew about the crisis before the Raven reached him. He has a faster communication network than we assumed, riders, probably, on fresh horses, stationed at intervals along the Gold Road. Which means he's also further along in his military preparations than we thought. I have reports of movement in the Westerlands, men being called to banners, supplies being gathered. Nothing confirmed, but the pattern is consistent with mobilization. How long before he can march? A fortnight, perhaps less. Lord Tywin maintains a standing force at Casterly Rock that can move quickly. The full strength of the West would take longer to assemble, but a vanguard, 10,000 men, perhaps 15, could be on the Gold Road within days. Tyrion stood and walked to the window. The city spread out below him, vast and chaotic and teeming with the 500,000 lives that depended, whether they knew it or not, on the decisions being made in this castle by a handful of deeply imperfect people. "Then we have less time than I thought," Tyrion said, "and more enemies." He turned from the window. His reflection caught in the glass for an instant, short, mismatched, scarred by birth and circumstance, and he met his own eyes with the grim, steady resolve of a man who had been underestimated his entire life and intended to make that the last mistake his enemies ever made. "Send for Sir Barristan," he said, "and get me a meeting with Robert, tonight. What do you intend to do? What Lannisters do best. Fight. Not with swords, I'd lose that particular contest rather quickly, but the war that's coming won't be won with swords alone. It'll be won with information, alliances, and the willingness to do whatever it takes." Tyrion straightened his doublet, checked the knife he'd started carrying at his belt, a small concession to the reality that his life was now in active danger, and headed for the door. "My father wants me dead. My sister wants me dead. Half the court probably wants me dead. But I'm still here, and I intend to stay here, and every single one of them is going to learn what happens when you try to kill the smartest person in the room." He pulled open the door and walked out into the corridor, past the guards, past the bloodstain on the floor where the assassin had been taken down, past the evidence of how close he'd come to dying, and he did not slow down, did not look back, did not give the shadow of death a single backward glance. There was work to do. The realm was not going to save itself. Chapter 4. The hand that bleeds Ned Stark rode through the King's Gate on a gray morning with 100 northern men at his back and the weight of the world on his face. Tyrion watched from a balcony overlooking the main courtyard as the column clattered through the gates, hard men on hard horses, wearing the grays and whites of House Stark, their breath steaming in the early chill. They looked out of place in King's Landing the way wolves looked out of place in a kennel. Too wild, too watchful, too honest for a city that ran on lies. Ned was at the head of the column, mounted on a rangy destrier that looked as dour as its rider. He wore plain riding leathers, no armor, no ornamentation beyond the direwolf clasp at his throat. His long face was drawn with the particular exhaustion of a man who had ridden hard for days, sleeping in the saddle, pushing his column south at a pace that would have killed lesser horses. Tyrion's letter had reached him then, and Ned Stark, being Ned Stark, had responded the only way he knew how, by riding straight toward the danger without hesitation or self-preservation. Tyrion admired the impulse even as he recognized its limitations. Ned Stark's courage was not in question. His political instincts, however, were going to need considerable supplementation, and Tyrion intended to provide it whether Ned wanted it or not. He descended from the balcony and made his way to the courtyard, arriving just as Ned dismounted. Robert was already there. The king had insisted on greeting his old friend personally, striding out of the holdfast with Sir Barristan and a contingent of guards, looking more vital and more dangerous than he had in years. The two men embraced with the fierce, back-slapping affection of brothers reunited, and for a moment the courtyard held something almost warm, almost hopeful, the sight of two friends finding each other in the middle of a storm. "You look terrible," Robert said, holding Ned at arm's length. "You look sober," Ned replied. "That's more alarming." Robert laughed, a real laugh, rough and loud and genuine. "Come inside. We have a great deal to discuss, and none of it's going to improve your mood." Tyrion fell into step behind them as they entered the holdfast, a small shadow trailing two tall men. Ned hadn't acknowledged him yet. The Northerner's attention was fixed on Robert, reading his old friend's face with the careful attention of a man who sensed that something fundamental had changed. Tyrion didn't mind the oversight. He was accustomed to being overlooked, and there were strategic advantages to entering a conversation as an afterthought rather than a principle. They gathered in Robert's solar, the same room where Tyrion had first laid the evidence on the table, though it felt like a different place now. The maps had multiplied. A large table had been brought in to hold them, along with troop counts, supply reports, and the accumulated paperwork of a kingdom preparing for conflict. Robert had been working. The novelty of it still caught Tyrion off guard. The king poured ale, not wine, ale, another sign of the new Robert that Tyrion noted with quiet approval, and the three of them sat around the table while Robert told Ned everything. Tyrion watched Ned's face as the story unfolded. It was like watching weather cross a mountain. The expressions moved slowly, each one massive and elemental. Shock first, when Robert laid out the truth about Cersei and Jaime. Then anger, deep and cold, the anger of a man who'd spent his life believing in honor and was now confronting the full scope of its absence in others. Then grief, sudden and sharp when Robert mentioned Jon Arryn. Jon knew. Ned's voice cracked on the name. He was investigating this when he died. He was, Robert said, and they killed him for it. The Grand Maester confessed. Pycelle told Cersei that Jon was getting close and Robert stopped, his jaw working. She had him murdered, tears of lies. His own squire administered it. Ned sat very still. His gray eyes were fixed on a point somewhere past Robert's shoulder, seeing nothing, or perhaps seeing Jon Arryn's face, the man who'd raised them both, who'd been father and mentor and moral compass, who died alone in a bed in this very castle with poison in his blood and the truth locked behind his dying lips. "I'll kill her myself," Ned said quietly. "You'll have to get in line," Robert said, "but no one's killing anyone. Not yet. Your friend the dwarf has convinced me that there's a right way to do this." Ned's eyes moved to Tyrion for the first time. The look was complex, suspicion, assessment, the reluctant acknowledgement that the small man sitting at the table was the architect of everything that had happened. Ned Stark did not trust Lannisters. It was carved into his bones, reinforced by a lifetime of watching Tywin's ruthlessness and Cersei's cruelty and Jaime's smirking arrogance. But Ned Stark was also a man who recognized reality when it sat in front of him, and the reality was that Tyrion had done what Ned himself had been riding south to do. He'd uncovered the truth and acted on it. "Lord Stark," Tyrion said, "welcome to King's Landing. I'm sorry the circumstances aren't more pleasant." "Circumstances in King's Landing are never pleasant." Ned studied him with those gray northern eyes. "Robert tells me this was your doing, that you found the evidence and brought it to him." "I did." "Why?" The same question everyone asked. Tyrion was getting tired of answering it, but Ned Stark deserved the same honesty Tyrion had given everyone else. Because Jon Arryn died for the truth, and the truth deserved a better champion than a dead man. Because my nephew, Joffrey, is a monster who would have destroyed this kingdom. And because I am, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary, occasionally capable of doing the right thing. Ned held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once, a small, economical gesture that carried more weight than most men's speeches. "Jon always said there was more to you than your family name. Jon Arryn was a wise man. I wish I'd met him under better circumstances. So do I." Ned turned back to Robert. "What's the military situation?" Robert spread a map across the table. Tyrion leaned forward, and the three of them bent over the parchment like surgeons examining a patient, which, in a sense, they were. The patient was the 7 kingdoms, and it was bleeding from several wounds simultaneously. "Tywin is mobilizing," Robert said, tracing the gold road with his finger. "Our reports say he's got at least 10,000 men ready to march, with more assembling. The full strength of the Westerlands is somewhere between 40 and 50,000, but it'll take him another fortnight to pull them all together." "We have the royal army," Tyrion said, "such as it is. The garrison of King's Landing is roughly 6,000, plus another 4,000 gold cloaks whose loyalty is, let's call it, negotiable. Stannis is sailing from Dragonstone with whatever forces he has. His fleet is substantial, which gives us control of Blackwater Bay and the eastern approaches. The North can muster 20,000, Ned said, but they're a month's march away. I can send ravens today, Robb can begin the call, and the bannermen will answer, but they won't reach the capital in time if Tywin moves quickly. The Riverlands, Tyrion said, your wife's family. The Tullys can field a significant force, and they're directly in Tywin's path if he marches east on the Gold Road. If Lord Hoster calls his banners, he will. Cat will see to it. Something flickered across Ned's face at the mention of his wife. Not worry exactly, but the particular tension of a man who'd left his family behind and was acutely aware of the distance between them. The Reach is the wild card, Robert said. Mace Tyrell has the largest army in Westeros, 70,000 men. If he sides with Tywin, he won't. Tyrion shook his head. The Tyrells have been angling for a royal marriage for years. Mace's daughter Margaery is of age, beautiful, and conveniently available. If Robert, forgive the indelicacy, your grace, if Robert were to hint that a new queen might be needed in the near future, the Tyrells would trip over themselves to join our side. Mace Tyrell's ambitions are as subtle as a siege tower, and twice as obvious. Robert made a face that suggested he found the prospect of another marriage about as appealing as a bout of grayscale. I just got rid of one wife. You want me to start shopping for another? I want you to dangle the possibility. You don't have to commit to anything. Just let the Tyrells believe that their loyalty would be rewarded. The actual decision can wait until after we've dealt with my father. Ned looked uncomfortable. Using a marriage as a political tool is what every lord in Westeros has done since the first men crawled out of the mud. I know it offends your northern sensibilities, Lord Stark, but this isn't a tourney. We don't get points for playing fair. Ned's jaw tightened, but he didn't argue. The man was honest, not stupid. He could see the strategic logic even if it made his honor itch. They spent the next 2 hours planning. It was, Tyrion reflected, the most productive small council meeting in the history of the Seven Kingdoms, possibly because it contained only 3 people, and none of them were Littlefinger. Robert handled the military questions with a competence that surprised no one who remembered the man he'd been. The rebellion had proven that Robert Baratheon understood war the way fish understood water. Ned brought the steady, methodical thinking of a lord who'd administered the largest territory in Westeros for 15 years. And Tyrion provided the political dimension, the web of alliances and enmities and financial pressures that would determine whether the military preparations actually mattered. By the time they broke for the midday meal, they had the skeleton of a plan. Ravens would go out to the Tullys, the Arryns, complicated by Lysa's potential involvement with Littlefinger. But Ned was confident he could reach her through Catelyn, the Tyrells, and the lords of the Stormlands, who owed their allegiance to Robert directly and would need no persuasion. Stannis would be given command of the naval defense of Blackwater Bay. Ned would serve as hand of the king and coordinate the political response, while Robert focused on the military. And Tyrion would do what Tyrion did best, handle the things that couldn't be handled in the light. Ned caught him in the corridor after the meeting, outside the Solar, while Robert remained inside bellowing at a cartographer about the accuracy of his river markings. Lord Tyrion. Tyrion stopped and looked up. Ned Stark's face was unreadable in the torchlight, all sharp angles and hard lines, the face of a man carved from the same granite as his ancestral seat. Lord Stark. I need to understand something. Ned's voice was low, pitched for privacy. You've put yourself in extraordinary danger. Your father wants you dead. Your sister wants you dead. You've betrayed your entire house for a king you have no particular reason to serve. I need to know that this isn't some deeper game, some Lannister stratagem I'm not seeing." Tyrion considered being offended. He considered being glib. He chose instead to be direct, because Ned Stark was a man who responded to directness the way a compass responded to north. "There's no deeper game, Lord Stark. There's only this. I looked at what my family was doing and I decided I couldn't live with it. Not the incest, though that's repulsive enough. Not the bastards on the throne, though that's treason. What I couldn't live with was Jon Arryn's murder. A good man died because he asked the right questions, and my family killed him for it, and I could either pretend I didn't know or I could do something. I chose to do something." He paused. "I won't pretend my motives are pure. I hate my sister. I resent my father. I have a complicated and painful relationship with my brother that this entire situation has made considerably worse. But the fact that my motives are tangled doesn't make the outcome wrong. The truth needed to come out. It came out. And now we deal with the consequences." Ned studied him for a long moment, and Tyrion held the gaze without flinching, because the one thing he would not do, not for Ned Stark, not for anyone, was look away from who he was and what he'd done. "Jon spoke well of you," Ned said finally. "He said you were the best of your family." "I thought he was being generous." A pause. "I'm beginning to think he was right. The bar is not high." Something that might have been a smile ghosted across Ned's face, brief, barely there, gone before it could fully form. "Get some rest, Lord Tyrion. You look like you haven't slept in days." "I haven't. It's becoming a habit." Ned walked away down the corridor, his long stride eating the distance, his gray cloak swirling behind him. Tyrion watched him go and felt something shift in the architecture of his internal calculations. A new variable, a new factor in the equation. He had an ally. Not a tool, not a reluctant co-conspirator, but an actual ally. A man who might, given time and evidence, come to trust him. The novelty was almost disorienting. He did not rest. There was too much to do. The afternoon brought two developments, one expected and one not. The expected development was Stannis. The Lord of Dragonstone arrived by ship, his fleet anchoring in Blackwater Bay with the grim efficiency of a military operation, which was exactly what it was. Stannis Baratheon did nothing without precision and purpose, and his arrival in King's Landing was no exception. Every ship in formation, every man at his station, every detail attended to with the obsessive thoroughness of a commander who believed that disorder was a personal affront. Tyrion was on the docks when Stannis came ashore, standing beside Robert and Ned in a reception line that felt more like a battle formation. The middle Baratheon brother stalked down the gangplank with his jaw set and his eyes burning, a tall, gaunt man with the family's blue eyes and none of the family's warmth. Where Robert was fire, bright, hot, consuming, Stannis was iron, hard, cold, unbending. "Brother," Robert said, "Your Grace." Stannis' voice could have frozen the bay. "I received your summons, though I note it came somewhat late, given that I've been aware of the Queen's treachery for the better part of a year." Robert's face darkened. "If you knew, why didn't you tell me?" "I tried, through Jon Arryn. We investigated together, built the case together. And when Jon died, I knew they'd come for me next. I retreated to Dragonstone to protect myself and prepare." Stannis' jaw worked, grinding his teeth in the way that was as much his signature as Robert's hammer. "I wrote to you 3 times. The ravens were never answered. I never received any ravens from you about—" "No," Stannis said flatly. "You wouldn't have. Pycelle screened the king's correspondence. Any message about the Queen's infidelity would have been intercepted and destroyed." His eyes moved to Tyrion. "It took a Lannister to do what Jon and I could not. The irony is not lost on me." "Lord Stannis," Tyrion said. "A pleasure. I doubt that." Stannis looked him up and down with the cold assessment of a man who categorized everyone he met as either useful or irrelevant. "You're the one who found the evidence." "I am." "Then you're the reason I'm here instead of on Dragonstone watching the kingdom rot from a safe distance." Stannis' tone made it unclear whether this was gratitude or accusation. "Very well. What's the military situation?" They briefed him on the walk back to the holdfast, and Tyrion watched Stannis absorb the information with the mechanical efficiency of a siege engine being loaded. No emotion, no commentary, just intake, troop numbers, fleet positions, supply lines, defensive preparations. When they finished, Stannis nodded once and asked 3 questions that cut straight to the heart of 3 separate logistical problems that Tyrion had been wrestling with for days. "The Blackwater needs to be chained," Stannis said. "A boom across the mouth of the river to prevent any naval approach from the south. Tywin has no fleet to speak of, but the Greyjoys might see opportunity in this chaos, and I won't leave the city's water approach undefended." "The Greyjoys," Ned said, frowning. "Balon Greyjoy wouldn't dare." "Balon Greyjoy would dare anything if he thought he could profit from it. The man is an idiot, but he's an ambitious idiot, and ambitious idiots are more dangerous than clever cowards." Stannis turned to Robert. "I'll need authority over the harbor defense. Full authority. No interference from the small council, no second-guessing from courtiers who have never seen a ship." "Done," Robert said. "And the succession needs to be formalized, publicly. If Tywin is going to march, he'll use the uncertainty as a weapon, claim the children are legitimate, claim the evidence is forged, rally support around Joffrey's claim. We need to remove that option by making the illegitimacy official and naming a clear heir." "That's you," Robert said. "I'm aware." Stannis said it without pleasure, without pride, without anything at all except the flat acknowledgement of a fact. He might have been confirming the time of day. A formal proclamation, signed by the king, witnessed by the hand and the senior lords present in the capital. Distributed to every lord paramount by Raven. Once it's public and official, Tywin's position becomes rebellion against the crown rather than a dispute over succession. That distinction matters. Tyrion nodded. Stannis was right. The legal framing was crucial. A succession dispute was a civil war between competing claims, and civil wars attracted allies on both sides. An open rebellion against the legitimate king, on the other hand, was treason, and treason attracted only the desperate and the stupid. "I'll draft the proclamation tonight," Tyrion said. "We can hold the ceremony tomorrow." Stannis looked at him with something that was not quite approval but at least acknowledged competence. From Stannis Baratheon, that was practically a warm embrace. The unexpected development came 2 hours later, and it came in the form of Jaime. Tyrion was in the small council chamber, reviewing the draft proclamation with Ned, when a guard appeared at the door with an expression that suggested he'd drawn the short straw for delivering bad news. "My lords, Sir Jaime Lannister is requesting to speak with Lord Tyrion. He says it's urgent." "He says?" The guard hesitated. "He says if Lord Tyrion doesn't come within the hour, he'll tell his guards something that will change everything, and he'd rather tell his brother first." Tyrion and Ned exchanged a look. "Go," Ned said. "I'll finish the draft." Tyrion went. The walk to Jaime's chambers was becoming familiar, a route he'd traveled too many times in the past week, each visit heavier than the last. But something about the guard's message nagged at him. Jaime didn't make threats lightly, and the phrasing, "something that will change everything," had the ring of genuine urgency rather than dramatic posturing. He found Jaime pacing. Not sitting, not lounging, not performing the studied nonchalance that was his brother's default mode. Pacing. Back and forth across the small chamber, his golden hair disheveled, his face tight with an expression Tyrion had never seen on him before. Conflict. Genuine, agonizing, tearing himself apart conflict. "Sit down," Tyrion said. "You're making me dizzy." Jaime stopped pacing. He stood in the center of the room and looked at Tyrion, and his green eyes held something raw and desperate and almost afraid. "I need to tell you something," Jaime said. "Something I should have told you years ago. Something I should have told everyone years ago, but I was too much of a coward, and Cersei made me swear, and He stopped. His hands were shaking. Jaime Lannister's hands, the steadiest hands in the Seven Kingdoms, the hands that could thread a blade through a gap in armor at a full gallop, were shaking like leaves in a storm. "Tell me," Tyrion said. "Bran Stark." 2 words. They landed in the quiet room like stones dropped into a well, and the silence that followed them stretched and stretched, waiting for the echo. "What about Bran Stark?" Tyrion asked carefully. "He fell from a tower in Winterfell, during the royal visit. You were there, everyone was there. They said he'd been climbing, that he slipped, that it was an accident." Jaime closed his eyes. "It wasn't an accident." The room contracted. The walls pulled inward, the ceiling pressed down, the air thickened until breathing required conscious effort. Tyrion stood very still, processing the words, understanding their meaning before his mind had fully committed to accepting them. "What did you do, Jaime?" "He saw us, Cersei and me. In the broken tower. We thought it was empty, no one ever went up there, but the boy climbed. He climbed everything," they said. "He came through the window and he saw us, and Cersei—" Jaime's voice was barely audible. "Cersei said he'd tell. She said we'd lose everything. The children, our lives, everything. And God's help me, Tyrion, I pushed him." Silence. Absolute, total, suffocating silence. Tyrion looked at his brother. His beautiful, broken, damned brother. The man who'd saved kings landing from wildfire but pushed a child from a window. The man who'd killed a mad king to protect the innocent but crippled a boy to protect a secret. The walking contradiction, the living paradox, the knight who broke every oath except the ones that mattered to no one but himself. "Is he dead?" Tyrion's voice came from very far away, from the bottom of a deep, cold place inside him. "No, he survived the fall, but they say he'll never walk again." Tyrion sat down. Not because he chose to, his legs simply stopped holding him. He dropped into the chair like a marionette with cut strings and stared at his brother and felt something vast and terrible moving through him. Something that was not quite rage and not quite grief but lived in the space between them. A howling. Wordless devastation at the discovery that the person he loved most in the world was capable of this. "A child," Tyrion said. "You pushed a child from a tower. I know. A 10-year-old boy. Ned Stark's son. You looked at a 10-year-old boy and you threw him out a window. I know what I did." Jaime's voice cracked like breaking ice. "I have known what I did every single day since it happened. I have dreamed about it. I have seen his face, surprised, confused, not even afraid because it happened too fast for fear. I have seen that face every night for months, and Stop." Tyrion held up a hand. His voice was cold, colder than he'd ever heard it, cold enough to kill. "Don't tell me about your dreams. Don't tell me about your guilt. A boy is crippled because of you. Ned Stark's boy. The boy we're asking Ned Stark to fight alongside us to save the kingdom, and his son is broken because my brother threw him from a tower." Jaime said nothing. He stood there, empty-eyed and shaking, and waited for the judgment that he knew was coming. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because it's going to come out. Everything is coming out, Cersei, the children, Pycelle, all of it. And when it does, the boy might remember. He might wake up and remember what he saw, and if Ned Stark finds out from his son instead of from me, from you." Tyrion laughed, and it was the worst sound he'd ever made, brittle, sharp, a glass thing breaking. "You want to confess? Now, after months? After Ned has ridden south to serve his hand? After we've built an alliance that depends entirely on the Starks and Baratheons standing together. You want to walk up to Ned Stark and tell him you crippled his boy. I want to tell the truth. You said the truth was what mattered. You said the silence was killing people. Well, this is my silence, Tyrion. This is the thing I've been carrying and it's killing me and I can't. You can. Tyrion stood up. His legs were under him again, held steady by the iron framework of necessity. You can carry it a while longer, Jaime, because if Ned Stark learns about Bran right now, today, in the middle of everything, he will kill you, not metaphorically. He will walk into this room and open your throat with his own blade, and no trial, no legal process, no amount of reasoning will stop him. He is a father and you hurt his child, and that is the one thing Ned Stark will never forgive. I don't deserve forgiveness. No, you don't. But you might deserve a chance to make it right, and dying in a cell doesn't give you that. Dying in a cell just makes you a corpse and makes Ned a murderer and destroys everything we've built. Jaime stared at him. So what do I do? Tyrion's mind was racing, running calculations at a speed that would have been impressive if the subject matter weren't so horrifying. Bran Stark. The boy was alive, Jaime said, but crippled. In Winterfell, presumably, being tended by Maesters. If he woke, if he remembered, if he told his mother, Catelyn Stark, the woman who was currently being asked to rally the Riverlands in support of the crown, the woman whose husband was serving as hand, the woman whose son had been pushed from a tower by the man Tyrion was trying to keep alive. The entire alliance was built on a fault line and the earthquake was coming. You tell no one, Tyrion said. Not Robert, not Ned, not Sir Barristan. No one, not yet. Tyrion, listen to me. Tyrion crossed the room and stood directly in front of his brother, looking up at him with an intensity that had nothing to do with physical stature. I am trying to save this kingdom. I am trying to save you. And I cannot do either of those things if you confess to crippling Ned Stark's son in the middle of a political crisis that is already threatening to tear everything apart. The truth will come out. I'll make sure of it. But it comes out on my terms, at a time and in a manner that gives us the best chance of surviving the fallout. Not today. Not tomorrow. After the crisis with Tywin is resolved, after the succession is secured, after we have a foundation strong enough to absorb the blow. You're asking me to keep lying. I'm asking you to keep living. There's a difference, and it's the same difference I pointed out last time, and you're going to keep hearing it until it sinks through that handsome, idiotic skull of yours. Tyrion took a breath, then another. The cold rage was still there, coiled in his chest like a serpent, but he forced it down because rage was a luxury he could not afford. Jaime, look at me. Jaime looked at him. What you did to that boy is monstrous. There is no excuse for it, no justification, no mitigating circumstance that makes it anything other than what it is. A grown man throwing a child from a tower to protect a secret that should never have existed. I love you, and I am telling you that clearly and without reservation, because what I'm about to say next needs to be understood in that context. Tyrion paused. If you confess to this now, before I've had time to prepare the ground, you will die and you will take the alliance with you. Ned will pull the North out of the coalition. Catelyn will pull the Riverlands. Robert will lose his most powerful allies at the exact moment Tywin is marching east with an army. And my father will win, and Cersei will go free, and everything, Jon Arryn's death, my discovery, all of it, will have been for nothing. Is that what you want? No. Then hold your tongue and trust me, and let me find a way through this that doesn't end with everyone dead. Jaime was quiet for a long time. Outside the window the sun was setting, painting the godswood in shades of amber and blood. The shadows in the room grew longer, reaching across the floor like fingers. The boy, Jaime said at last, if he wakes up, if he remembers. Then we deal with it when it happens, not before. Tyrion went to the door, then stopped. He stood with his hand on the latch and his back to his brother and said, without turning around, "Jaime, I want you to understand something. What you just told me has changed things between us. Not destroyed, changed. I still love you, but I am going to need time before I can look at you without seeing that boy falling." He opened the door and walked out, and he did not look back, because looking back would mean seeing Jaime's face, and Jaime's face would break something inside him that he needed intact. The corridor was empty and dim. Tyrion walked through it with his jaw clenched and his eyes burning, and the knowledge of what his brother had done sitting in his chest like a swallowed blade. A child. His brother had tried to murder a child. And Tyrion, the monster of the family, the despised dwarf, the one they called creature and imp and abomination, Tyrion was the one trying to hold everything together. The irony was so sharp it drew blood. He went to find Varys. The eunuch was in his chambers, a perfumed, cluttered space full of cushions and scrolls and the faint smell of powder. Tyrion closed the door and stood with his back against it and said, "Bran Stark's fall was not an accident. Jaime pushed him." Varys's expression did not change. Not because he was surprised and hiding it, but because Tyrion realized with a sinking feeling he already knew. "I had wondered when that particular truth would surface," Varys said softly. "My little birds in Winterfell heard whispers." The boy was found at the base of an abandoned tower, a tower the queen and her brother were seen entering shortly before. The coincidence was suggestive. "You knew and didn't tell me," I suspected. Suspicion is not knowledge, and sharing unconfirmed suspicions about your brother at a moment when his cooperation was essential seemed counterproductive. Varys folded his hands. "Has Sir Jaime told anyone else?" "No, I've told him to keep silent." "Wise. Lord Stark's reaction would be catastrophic, I know. That's why we're having this conversation instead of a funeral." Tyrion sat down heavily on one of Varys's overstuffed cushions. "I need your help, Varys. I need to find a way to manage this revelation when it eventually comes out, and it will come out. I'm not naive enough to think otherwise. But I need time. I need the alliance to be strong enough to survive it. That requires Lord Stark to learn the truth from an ally, not an enemy. And it requires a context in which the revelation serves justice rather than destruction." Varys was quiet for a moment. "The boy himself may be the key. If young Brandon Stark recovers enough to testify, to tell his own story in his own words, it becomes a matter of law rather than a matter of vengeance. Lord Stark is a man of law. He believes in process. If the truth reaches him through the proper channels, accompanied by evidence and the framework for legal accountability, he may choose justice over retribution. That's a gamble. Everything you've done since you found those letters has been a gamble, Lord Tyrion. You're rather good at it. I'm good at surviving. There's a difference." Tyrion stared at the ceiling. "What about Bran? What's his condition? My last report, received 4 days ago, indicated that the boy remains unconscious. The Meisters are cautiously optimistic that he will survive, but uncertain about the extent of his recovery. He has been bedridden since the fall. If he wakes up, he might not remember. Head injuries often affect memory." "True, but we cannot plan on the basis of what he might not remember. We must plan for the worst case. The worst case is that Bran wakes up, remembers everything, tells his mother, and Catelyn Stark rides south with the fury of every mother who's ever lived and tears my brother apart with her bare hands. That would indeed be suboptimal." Tyrion almost laughed. "Suboptimal, yes, that's one word for it." They talked for another hour, laying out contingencies, mapping scenarios, building a plan for managing the Bran revelation that felt like constructing a bridge over a chasm in the dark. You knew the other side was there, but you couldn't see it, and one wrong step meant a very long fall. By the time Tyrion left Varys' chambers, night had fully settled over the Red Keep. Torches guttered in their sconces, casting jumping shadows on the stone walls. Guards moved in pairs, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridors. The castle had the tense, watchful quality of a place expecting a blow, which it was, and soon. He was halfway to his own chambers when he encountered Ned Stark. The Lord of Winterfell was walking alone, which was foolish in Tyrion's opinion. This castle was not safe for men who walked alone, especially not men who'd just been named Hand of the King in the middle of a succession crisis. But Ned Stark had the Northerners' stubborn independence, the bone-deep conviction that a man who needed guards was a man who had something to be afraid of, and Ned Stark was not afraid. Lord Tyrion. Ned stopped. In the torchlight, his face was all angles and shadows, more wolf than man. "I've been looking for you, and I've been looking for my bed, but the day keeps adding complications. One more, I'm afraid." Ned reached into his cloak and produced a scroll, small, tightly wound, sealed with unmarked wax. "This arrived by private messenger an hour ago, from my wife." Tyrion took the scroll but didn't open it. "From Lady Catelyn, already," she writes quickly when she's worried, and she's very worried. Ned's voice was careful, measured, but something moved beneath it, a current of concern that he was working hard to control. "She says Bran has woken." The corridor seemed to tilt. Tyrion felt the floor shift beneath his feet, felt the careful architecture of his plans shudder and groan like a castle under bombardment. Bran was awake. The boy was awake. Does he remember? The words came out steady, which was a minor miracle. Cat doesn't say. "The letter is short," she wrote in haste. "She says only that Bran has opened his eyes, that the Maester is hopeful, and that—" Ned hesitated. "And that there was an attempt on the boy's life while he slept, an assassin with a Valyrian steel dagger. Summer, the direwolf, killed the man." Tyrion's blood went cold. An assassin. Someone had sent a killer after a crippled boy in his bed. Not Jaime. Jaime was confined in the Red Keep and had been since before this news could have reached anyone. Not Cersei for the same reason. Then who? "A Valyrian steel dagger," Tyrion said slowly. "Those are rare, identifiable. Does Lady Catelyn describe it? Dragonbone hilt. A distinctive blade." Ned's gray eyes were watchful. "Cat says the dagger is not one that any Winterfell man recognizes. It came from outside." Tyrion's mind was spinning through possibilities. A Valyrian steel dagger with a dragonbone hilt. Expensive, unusual, the kind of weapon that left a trail. Who would send such a weapon to kill a boy? Someone who wanted Bran dead but didn't care about subtlety, or someone who wanted the weapon to be found and traced. Littlefinger. The thought crystallized with a sudden, terrible clarity. Littlefinger, who dealt in chaos. Littlefinger, who had already been implicated in Jon Arryn's murder. Littlefinger, who might have learned about Bran's fall and seen an opportunity, not to protect Cersei's secret, which he'd been happy to see exposed when it suited him, but to deepen the conflict. A Stark child murdered with a weapon that could be traced to a particular owner. A breadcrumb trail designed to lead to maximum chaos. But traced to whom? "Lord Stark," Tyrion said carefully. "I need to ask you something, and I need you to answer honestly. Before you rode south, did anyone suggest to you by letter, by messenger, by any means, that the Lannisters were responsible for Bran's fall?" Ned's face was stone. "My wife received a letter from an old friend. It said the Lannisters had murdered Jon Arryn and implied they were responsible for Bran. An old friend. Would this friend happen to have a talent for finances and a fondness for brothels?" Ned's silence was confirmation enough. "Littlefinger," Tyrion said. "Petyr Baelish sent your wife a letter pointing the finger at the Lannisters. And the dagger that was used in the assassination attempt on your son. I would wager my entire share of the Lannister fortune that if we trace that dagger, the trail leads back to Baelish." Not because he wants your son dead, but because he wants you and my family at each other's throats. He's been playing both sides from the beginning, whispering in Lysa's ear, whispering in Kat's ear, setting fires and standing back to watch them burn. Ned stared at him. The torchlight carved deep shadows into the lines of his face, and in those shadows, Tyrion saw the slow, grinding process of a deeply honest man confronting the possibility that he had been manipulated. "Petter is Kat's friend," Ned said, but the words had no conviction. They were reflex, the echo of an old loyalty. Petter is no one's friend. Petter is a man who has spent his entire adult life acquiring power through other people's trust, and your wife's trust is the most valuable currency he has. Tyrion kept his voice steady, reasonable, presenting facts rather than accusations. "Think about it, Lord Stark. Jon Arryn dies, and Littlefinger whispers to your wife that the Lannisters are responsible. Bran falls, and Littlefinger, or someone connected to him, sends an assassin with a traceable dagger. You ride south full of suspicion and rage, and Littlefinger is waiting here to steer that rage toward maximum destruction. Every move he's made has been designed to put your family and mine at war, and a war between Stark and Lannister would create exactly the kind of chaos that a man like Littlefinger needs to climb higher." Ned was silent for a long time. The torches crackled. Somewhere in the castle, a door slammed. "If this is true," Ned said slowly, "then Littlefinger is more dangerous than Cersei ever was. He is. Because Cersei is a hammer, powerful, direct, obvious. Littlefinger is a needle. You don't feel the wound until you're already bleeding." Tyrion folded the scroll and handed it back. "We need to deal with him, but carefully. Baelish has had years to build his defenses, financial records, political alliances, blackmail material. If we move against him without overwhelming evidence, he'll wriggle free and disappear, and next time we won't see the needle coming. What do you suggest? Let me work on it. Give me a few days. Varys has been watching Baelish, and we've already intercepted a coded message to the Eyrie. With your wife's letter and the dagger, we may have enough to build a case, not for Bran's fall, but for Jon Arryn's murder. If we can prove Littlefinger orchestrated the poisoning of the hand of the king, everything else falls into place." Ned considered this, his jaw tight, his eyes hard. "A few days. No more. No more." They parted in the corridor, each going his own way, each carrying a weight that the other couldn't fully see. Ned carried the weight of a father's fear for his son. Tyrion carried the weight of his brother's confession, and the knowledge that the truth about Bran's fall, the full truth, was a second bomb waiting to explode under the fragile alliance he'd built. Two truths, two ticking timers. And Littlefinger somewhere in the castle, spinning his webs, watching the pieces move, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Tyrion reached his chambers, locked the door, poured a cup of wine and drank it standing at the window, looking out over the dark city. The lights of King's Landing flickered below him like a field of earthbound stars, and each one represented a life that hung in the balance of the game he was playing. He thought about Bran Stark, awake in a bed in Winterfell, crippled and confused and possibly remembering the face of the man who'd thrown him from the sky. He thought about Jaime, pacing in his cell, carrying a guilt that was eating him alive. He thought about Cersei, locked in her tower, already planning, already scheming, a lioness in a cage who was no less dangerous for being confined. He thought about Tywin, somewhere to the west, assembling an army, preparing to do what Tywin Lannister always did when his legacy was threatened: burn everything that stood in his way. He thought about Littlefinger, smiling his mockingbird smile, weaving his web of chaos and ambition, the most dangerous man in King's Landing because no one, until now, had understood how dangerous he truly was. And he thought about himself. Tyrion Lannister. The imp, the dwarf, the monster. The man who had started all of this by picking up a book in a dusty cellar, and who now stood at the center of a storm that threatened to consume everyone he loved and everything he was trying to protect. The wine was gone. The night was deep. Tomorrow would bring Stannis' formal recognition as heir, the public announcement of the succession, and the beginning of the end for the old order. Tomorrow, the game would accelerate, and the margin for error would shrink to nothing. But tonight Tyrion allowed himself one more cup, one more moment at the window, one more breath of the cool night air that carried the salt smell of the bay and the distant sound of the city's endless, restless murmur. Then he set down the cup, blew out the candle, and went to bed. Sleep, when it came, was dreamless. It was the only mercy the gods saw fit to grant him, and he took it without complaint. Tomorrow the work continued. Tomorrow the game went on. Chapter 5. Blood of the Lion. The morning of Cersei's trial dawned gray and windless, as if the sky itself were holding its breath. Tyrion dressed with unusual care. Not vanity, he had long since made peace with the fact that no amount of tailoring could make him anything other than what he was, but because today required armor of a different kind. A doublet of deep black, trimmed in gold, his boots polished to a mirror shine. The hands brooch that Robert had, in a moment of either brilliance or madness, pinned to Tyrion's chest 3 days ago, glinting at his collar like a third eye. Not the hand of the king. Not officially. Ned Stark held that title, and Ned wore it with the grim dedication of a man shouldering a boulder uphill. But Robert had created something new, a role without precedent, which he'd called, with characteristic bluntness, the man who actually gets things done. Tyrion's official title was Master of Laws, hastily bestowed after the small council reshuffle that had seen Littlefinger quietly removed from his position and confined to comfortable quarters in the Red Keep. But everyone in the castle knew who was truly orchestrating the prosecution, and the brooch, Robert's own, pressed into Tyrion's hand with a grunt that said, "Don't make me explain this," served as a visible marker of the king's trust. Tyrion checked his reflection in the polished steel mirror beside his door. A small man stared back at him, mismatched eyes, stunted limbs, the face that had launched 1,000 insults. But the eyes were sharp and the jaw was set, and somewhere behind the ugliness there was something that hadn't been there a month ago. Certainty. The certainty of a man who had made his choice and intended to see it through, regardless of cost. He left his chambers and walked toward the throne room. The Red Keep was alive with a tension that Tyrion could feel in his bones, a vibration that ran through the stone and the air and the bodies of every person he passed. Servants pressed against walls as he walked by. Guards stood straighter. The castle's population had swelled in the past week, lords and ladies arriving from across the Crownlands and beyond, drawn by the rumor and spectacle of a queen's trial, filling the guest chambers and spilling into the city's inns like water overflowing a cup. They'd come to watch. Of course they had. A queen accused of treason, of adultery, of passing bastards off as princes. It was the kind of scandal that came along once in a generation, the kind that would be sung about and argued over for centuries. Everyone wanted to say they'd been there. Everyone wanted to see. Tyrion intended to give them something worth seeing. He reached the throne room to find it already filling. The great doors stood open, and a stream of bodies flowed through them, lords in their finery, ladies in silk and velvet, knights in polished armor, septons in crystal-crowned vestments. The galleries that lined the upper walls were packed 3 deep, faces peering down like spectators at a bear baiting. The Iron Throne itself loomed at the far end of the hall, its twisted mass of swords catching the morning light from the high windows in 1,000 sharp gleams. Robert sat the throne. Not comfortably. No one sat the Iron Throne comfortably. That was rather the point. but with a heavy, deliberate authority that transformed his bulk from a sign of indulgence into a statement of power. He wore the crown. He wore the breastplate. His war hammer leaned against the throne beside him, not as a weapon but as a symbol, a reminder of who he was and how he'd come to sit where he sat. Ned stood to the right of the throne, wearing the badge of the hand, his face carved from the same gray stone as Winterfell's walls. Stannis stood to the left, rigid as a sword blade, his jaw grinding in its perpetual rhythm. Between them, Robert looked almost relaxed, but Tyrion could see the tension in his shoulders, the white-knuckled grip on the throne's arm, the coiled readiness of a man who expected the unexpected and was prepared to meet it with force. Tyrion took his position at a table that had been set up below and to the right of the throne, the prosecutor's station, for lack of a better term. The table held his documents, his notes, the carefully organized evidence that he'd spent weeks assembling into a narrative designed to be devastating, irrefutable, and impossible to dismiss. Across the hall, at a matching table to the left, sat the man Robert had appointed to represent Cersei's defense. Sir Kevan Lannister, Tyrion's uncle, his father's brother. The man who had ridden into King's Landing 2 days ago under a flag of parley, carrying Tywin's conditions for avoiding open war and requesting the right to serve as Cersei's advocate at trial. Robert had granted the request over Stannis' objections, because refusing it would make the trial look like a farce. And Robert, the new Robert, the sober, sharp, purposeful Robert, understood that the appearance of fairness was as important as fairness itself. Kevan looked tired. Not the exhaustion of travel, but the bone-deep weariness of a man caught between family loyalty and the dawning realization that his family had done something indefensible. His eyes met Tyrion's across the hall, and what passed between them was not hostility but something more complicated, the shared understanding of two Lannisters standing on opposite sides of a line that neither of them had drawn. Tyrion gave his uncle a small nod. Kevan returned it. Then both men turned to their papers. The hall was full now. Every seat taken, every gallery packed, every inch of standing room occupied by bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder. The noise was a low roar, whispered conversations, rustling silks, the clink of armor, the background hum of 1,000 people trying to breathe in the same enclosed space. Tyrion could feel the collective anticipation like heat from a forge. A trumpet sounded. The room went silent with a speed that was almost violent, conversations cut off mid-syllable, heads turning toward the great doors as they swung open one final time. Cersei walked in. She walked, not shuffled, not stumbled, not was dragged. She walked with her chin raised and her shoulders back and her golden hair unbound around her face, wearing a gown of Lannister crimson, so vivid it looked like a wound against the gray stone. 4 guards escorted her, 2 in front, 2 behind, but she moved as though they weren't there, as though she were walking alone through her own halls, the queen proceeding to her throne. The crowd stirred. Tyrion heard it, the intake of breath, the rustle of movement, the murmured reactions that rippled through the hall like wind through grain. Some of them hostile, some of them awed, some of them both. Cersei Lannister was many things, but she was not forgettable, and even now, accused, confined, facing the ruin of everything she'd built. She commanded the room the way a flame commands the dark. She was brought to a chair that had been placed in the center of the hall, facing the throne. Not a prisoner's dock. Robert had been specific about that. A chair, a proper chair, because until the verdict was delivered she was still technically a queen and would be treated as one. The distinction was political rather than compassionate, but Tyrion appreciated it. Every detail mattered today. Cersei sat. She folded her hands in her lap. She looked at Robert, looked at Ned, looked at Stannis, looked at Kevan. Then she looked at Tyrion, and her green eyes, mirrors of his own, the Lannister eyes, the lion's eyes, held a challenge so fierce it was almost audible. Do your worst, little brother. I'm ready. Tyrion met her gaze. He did not smile. He did not flinch. He simply looked at her, and let her see in his mismatched eyes the same certainty he'd seen in the mirror that morning, the certainty of a man who had made his choice. Robert spoke. We are gathered to hear charges brought against Cersei of House Lannister, Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. His voice filled the hall, deep and resonant, carrying to the farthest galleries without apparent effort. The voice of a man who had commanded armies, who had rallied men on the field of battle, who had been born to fill large spaces with his presence. The charges are treason against the crown, adultery, and conspiracy to place illegitimate children in the line of succession. The accused will hear the evidence, and the accused will have the opportunity to respond. Judgment will be rendered by the king with the council of his hand and the lords assembled. He turned to Tyrion. Lord Tyrion, present your case. Tyrion stood. The table came up to his chest, which meant the documents were at eye level when he was seated, but required him to look up at them from a standing position. He'd anticipated this, had insisted on a low table, had practiced with it. But the reality of standing before 1,000 staring eyes in a body that the world considered grotesque was not something practice could fully prepare for. He let the silence stretch for 3 beats. Long enough to be deliberate, short enough to avoid theater. Then he began. My lords and ladies, what I'm about to present to you is not a tale of rumor or suspicion. It is a record of fact, documented, corroborated, and confirmed by multiple sources, including the accused herself. The facts are these. He laid them out, not in the dry, procedural fashion of a Meister reading charges, but in the way he'd been planning for weeks as a story, because people remembered stories. People were moved by stories. And the story of Cersei's deception was devastating enough that it needed no embellishment, only clear telling. He started with the bloodlines, the genealogical records that Jon Arryn had studied, Mallion's book, the lineages of the great houses, the centuries of documented evidence that every union between a Baratheon and a lighter-haired house produced dark-haired children. He had the book itself brought forward, held open by a clerk, the relevant passages marked with ribbon. He read the entries aloud, Baratheon after Baratheon after Baratheon, generation after generation, and every child dark-haired, without exception, without variance. Until Robert's supposed children, who were golden as their mother and bore not a single Baratheon trait among them, the crowd murmured. Tyrion let them. He moved to Pycelle's journal. The Grand Meister had been brought from the black cells for this purpose, cleaned up and dressed in a plain gray robe, his chain conspicuously absent. He sat in a witness chair near the throne, looking shrunken and old without his prop of office, and when Tyrion called him to speak, he confirmed everything in a voice that quavered but held. The moon tea preparations, the Queen's visits, the observations about the children's coloring. The day Jon Arryn came to ask about the bloodlines. The day Pycelle told Cersei that the hand was getting close to the truth. And what happened after you told the Queen? Tyrion asked. Lord Arryn fell ill, Pycelle said. His eyes were fixed on the floor. Within a fortnight. Fell ill. Or was poisoned. He was. The symptoms were consistent with the tears of lies. I recognized them. I had seen such poisoning before. And you said nothing. I was afraid. The words came out barely above a whisper. The Queen had made it clear that silence was the price of my continued existence. Tyrion let that hang in the air, the image of a Grand Meister, the highest scholarly authority in the realm, cowed into complicity in murder by a woman's threats. The crowd was silent now, utterly still. absorbing the testimony with the rapt attention of people watching something they would never forget. He presented the letters next. Not the originals. Those were secured in Varys' keeping, but exact copies, verified by 3 independent scribes who testified to their accuracy. Tyrion read selected passages aloud, letting Cersei's own words indict her, the references to the arrangement, the demands for continued discretion, the threat about Jaime paying Pycelle a visit. Each passage landed like a hammer blow, and with each one, Tyrion watched the faces in the galleries shift. Shock, disgust, fascination, the complex moral calculus of people deciding whose side they were on. Through it all, Cersei sat motionless. Her face betrayed nothing, not fear, not shame, not anger. She was ice and stone and crimson silk, a statue of a queen enduring the dismantlement of her life, with the rigid composure of a woman who had decided that if she must fall, she would fall with dignity. Tyrion almost admired her. Then he called Lancel. His cousin entered the hall looking like a man walking to his own execution, which in a sense he was. Lancel's face was white, his hands trembling, his blonde hair lank with nervous sweat. He'd been dressed in clean clothing and scrubbed to within an inch of his life, but no amount of grooming could disguise the fundamental terror of a young man about to betray the most powerful woman he'd ever known. "State your name for the court," Tyrion said. "Lancel Lannister." The voice cracked on the surname, squire to King Robert. "And what was your relationship with the queen?" Lancel swallowed. His eyes darted to Cersei, then away, then back, like a moth circling a flame it knew would burn it. "She, the queen, we. Take your time. She took me to her bed." The words came out in a rush, tumbling over each other like stones in an avalanche. "After the king was confined, after the king was busy with other, she sought me out. She said I reminded her of Sir Jaime. She said she needed comfort. A murmur ran through the hall. Not surprise by this point, very little could surprise the audience, but something darker, a collective revulsion at the image of a queen seducing her husband's own squire, her own cousin, a boy barely past childhood. "And did the queen ever ask you to do anything else? Beyond the personal relationship?" Lancel nodded miserably. "She asked me to keep the king's cup full during hunts, special wine stronger than normal. She said it was for his pleasure, but he trailed off. She wanted Robert drunk, dangerously drunk. During a hunt where a drunk man might have an accident with a boar or a horse. Yes. And more recently, after the queen was confined to her chambers," Lancel closed his eyes. "She sent a message through one of her ladies. She told me to put something in the king's wine. She called it the tears. I didn't know what I suspected, but you suspected she was asking you to poison the king." "Yes." It came out as barely a breath. The throne room erupted. Not in the controlled murmur of before, but in genuine uproar, shouts, gasps, the sound of 1,000 people trying to speak at once. Robert's face had gone dark as a storm cloud. Ned's hand was on his sword hilt, an unconscious gesture. Stannis' jaw was grinding so hard Tyrion thought he might crack his own teeth. Robert raised his hand. The noise subsided, not immediately but with the grudging reluctance of a tide being pushed back. "Continue," the king said. Tyrion turned to Sir Kevan. "I yield the floor to the defense." Kevan Lannister rose. He looked, Tyrion thought, like a man trying to extinguish a forest fire with a watering can, aware of the futility but professionally obligated to try. His silver-gold hair was neatly combed, his doublet pressed, his bearing as dignified as his brother Tywin's, if less intimidating. Kevan had always been the softer Lannister, competent, loyal, lacking the killing edge that made Tywin terrifying. "My lords," Kevan began, and his voice was steady, which Tyrion gave him credit for. "The evidence presented is dramatic. It is emotional. It is designed to provoke outrage, but evidence must be examined, not merely felt. He made his arguments with the careful precision of a man who knew he was fighting a losing battle, but intended to fight it well. He challenged the reliability of Pycelle's testimony. The man was a confessed liar, after all, and liars made poor witnesses. He questioned the authenticity of the letters, copies, not originals, and how could the court be certain the copies were accurate? He pointed out that genealogical patterns, while suggestive, were not proof. Nature was not a ledger, and exceptions to inherited traits occurred throughout history. Tyrion listened with professional respect and genuine affection. Kevin was doing his duty and doing it competently, and in another life, a life where the facts were less damning, his arguments might have carried weight. But the facts were what they were, and Kevin knew it, and the knowledge showed in the slight sag of his shoulders as he returned to his seat. Then it was Cersei's turn. The queen rose from her chair with the deliberate grace of a woman who had spent her entire life commanding attention and saw no reason to stop now. She faced the throne, faced Robert, faced the 1,000 staring eyes and the crushing weight of the evidence against her, and she did not waver. "May I speak?" she asked. Not a request, a declaration, phrased as a question only by the thinnest courtesy. Robert's face was granite. "You may." Cersei turned to face the hall. She swept her gaze across the galleries, the standing crowd, the lords and ladies who had come to watch her fall. And there was something in her expression that was both magnificent and terrible. The look of a woman who had decided to stop hiding and let the world see exactly who she was. "Everything you've heard is true," she said. The silence that followed was so absolute that Tyrion could hear his own heartbeat. "My children are James, every one of them. I have loved my brother since before I knew what love was, and I will love him until the day I die, and I will not stand here and pretend otherwise to save my skin." Her voice rang through the hall, clear and strong and utterly without shame. "You can call it what you like, treason, adultery, abomination. I call it the only honest thing in my life." The crowd shifted, uncomfortable, fascinated, repulsed and riveted in equal measure. "But before you judge me," Cersei continued, and now her voice changed, dropped lower, harder, carrying a blade's edge. "Ask yourselves what you would have done. You lords with your arranged marriages, your duty-bound beds, your wives you don't love and your mistresses you visit in the dark. Ask yourselves what it's like to be sold to a man you didn't choose, a man who crawls into your bed stinking of wine and other women, who calls you by a dead girl's name while he ruts on top of you. Ask your wives what it's like. They'll tell you, if you have the courage to listen." She turned to Robert. The king sat rigid on the iron throne, his hands clenching the twisted metal, his face a landscape of fury and something else, something that looked, to Tyrion's trained eye, uncomfortably like recognition. "You were never a husband to me," Cersei said, speaking directly to the king now, as though the 1,000 witnesses had ceased to exist. "Not once in 17 years. You gave me a crown and a title and 3 children who aren't yours, and in return I gave you a dynasty that the realm believed in. For 17 years the kingdom was stable. For 17 years your rule was unchallenged, and you want to know who made that possible? Not you, not your hand, not your counsel, me. I held the lie together because I was the only one with the intelligence and the will to do it, and if that's treason, then treason was the only thing holding your God's damned kingdom together." The hall was mesmerized. Tyrion could feel it, the gravitational pull of Cersei's performance, the way she was rewriting the narrative in real time, transforming herself from defendant to victim to defiant force of nature. She was not apologizing. She was not begging. She was attacking, turning the trial into an indictment of everyone who had participated in the system that had made her what she was. It was brilliant. It was dangerous, and Tyrion had to stop it. He stood. "Your Grace, if I may respond." Robert jerked his chin in assent, his face dark and unreadable. Tyrion stepped around his table and walked to the center of the hall. He did not approach Cersei. The distance between them was deliberate, a gap that the entire court could see, the space between accuser and accused. He turned to face the galleries rather than the throne, because the galleries were where public opinion lived, and public opinion was what would determine whether this trial changed the kingdom or merely entertained it. "My sister speaks of what she endured," Tyrion said. His voice was quiet, conversational, a deliberate contrast to Cersei's ringing tones. It forced the audience to lean in, to listen harder, which meant they processed the words more deeply. "And I don't doubt that her marriage was unhappy. Many marriages are. The realm is full of women in loveless unions, women who suffer in silence, women who deserve better than they receive. If my sister were here simply as a woman in a bad marriage, she would have my sympathy." He paused. Let the silence work. "But she is not here as a woman in a bad marriage. She is here as a queen who committed treason, who placed false heirs in the line of succession, who conspired to conceal the truth through bribery, intimidation, and the murder of the hand of the king, who attempted to have her own husband assassinated not once, but twice. First through a plot to arrange a fatal hunting accident, and then through a direct order to poison his wine with the tears of lies." He turned to look at Cersei. She stared back at him, and in her green eyes he saw the calculation running, the rapid assessment of a woman who had been momentarily outmaneuvered and was already planning her next move. "My sister asks you to forgive treason because her marriage was unhappy," Tyrion said. "I ask you this. Does the unhappiness of a queen give her the right to murder a king? Does a woman's resentment of her husband give her the right to deceive an entire realm? Jon Arryn is dead because he discovered the truth. How many others would have followed? How many more lies? How many more murders? How many more decades of deception before the foundation crumbled, and the kingdom collapsed under the weight of a fiction?" He walked slowly back to his table, letting each step punctuate the silence, letting the words settle into the hall like sediment in still water. "The queen is not on trial for being unhappy," he said, turning to face the throne. "She is on trial for treason. And no amount of eloquence, no matter how magnificent, changes what she did." He sat down. The hall exhaled. Robert leaned forward on the iron throne, the twisted swords creaking under his weight. "Is there further testimony? One more witness, Your Grace." Tyrion had been holding this card all morning, waiting for the moment when the impact would be greatest. He had played it out in his mind 100 times, calculating the timing, the emotional arc of the trial, the point at which one more piece of evidence would tip the scales from damning to absolute. That point was now. The crown calls Sir Jaime Lannister. The murmur that ran through the hall was not a murmur but a wave, a physical force of sound that rolled from gallery to gallery and back again, crashing against the stone walls. Cersei's composure cracked for the first time. Her head snapped toward the doors, her green eyes wide, her hands gripping the arms of her chair. "No," she said. The word was quiet, but Tyrion heard it, saw it form on her lips. "No, you can't." The doors opened. Jaime walked in. He was flanked by guards, but he walked freely. No chains, no shackles, just 2 knights a pace behind and 2 ahead. He wore a plain white tunic, stripped of his Kingsguard armor, stripped of everything that marked him as a knight or a Lannister. Just a man. A tall, golden-haired, green-eyed man walking through a forest of staring faces toward the center of the hall, where his sister sat rigid with shock. Jaime did not look at Cersei. He walked past her chair, past Tyrion's table, past Kevin's table, to the witness stand that had been set up near the base of the throne. He stood there, shoulders back, chin level, and looked up at Robert. "Your Grace," he said. His voice carried through the hall with the clear, steady quality of a man who has passed through fear and come out the other side. "I'm here to tell the truth, all of it, whatever you want to know." Robert studied him from the throne. The silence in the hall was so profound that Tyrion could hear the faint creak of armor as a guard shifted his weight 3 rows back. "How long?" Robert asked. The same question he'd asked in James' cell, but here it carried the weight of a formal interrogation, spoken before 1,000 witnesses. "Since we were young, Cersei and I, since before your marriage." James' voice did not waver. "The children Joffrey, Miachella, Tommen are mine, not yours. I fathered them. I knew the truth. I kept it hidden. Why? Because I loved her. Because I was afraid. Because every year the lie got bigger and harder to undo, and I told myself that the next year would be different, that I'd find a way, that—" James stopped. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them, something had shifted in his face. The practiced charm, the golden arrogance, the Kingslayer's smirk, all gone. What remained was raw and human and damaged. "There is no acceptable answer. I knew what I was doing was wrong. I did it anyway. I'm not going to stand here and make excuses." A stir in the hall. This was not what people had expected, not the arrogant Kingslayer, not the Golden Lion, but a man stripped bare, confessing without defense. Tyrion stood. "Sir James, you mentioned to the king in a private audience the circumstances surrounding the death of the mad King Aerys. Would you tell the court what you told him?" James looked at Tyrion. Something passed between the brothers, gratitude perhaps, or simply the recognition that this was the lifeline Tyrion was throwing, and Jaime had better grab it. "Aerys Targaryen planned to destroy King's Landing," Jaime said. "Wildfire. He'd had his pyromancers cache it throughout the city, under the Sept of Baelor, under the Dragon Pit, under Flea Bottom, under the Red Keep. Thousands of jars, enough to kill every living soul within the walls. When the rebels reached the gates, Aerys ordered the pyromancer Rossart to ignite it all. He said, 'Let Robert be king of ashes.' The hall was stone silent. I killed Rossart first, then the king. I broke my oath to protect 500,000 lives." James' voice was steady, but his hands, clasped behind his back, were shaking. "I've been called Kingslayer and Oathbreaker for 20 years because of it. I never explained why, because I believed no one would care. The oath was broken and nothing else mattered to the world." "Since that revelation," Tyrion said, directing his words to the court, "Sir Jaime has cooperated fully with the crown. He has provided detailed information about the locations of the remaining wildfire caches beneath the city, caches that, until now, no one in the current government knew existed. At Sir James' direction, the Alchemists Guild and the City Watch have begun the process of locating and safely removing these caches. As of this morning, 4 major deposits have been found and neutralized. The work continues." The crowd's reaction was complex, a mixture of horror at the wildfire revelation and reluctant reassessment of the man they'd spent 2 decades despising. Tyrion could see it happening in real time, faces in the galleries shifting from contempt to confusion, the narrative they'd built about Jaime Lannister cracking and reforming into something less certain. Tyrion had not forgiven his brother for Bran Stark. He wasn't sure he ever would. But he understood, with the cold clarity of a strategist playing a long game, that Jaime alive and cooperating was infinitely more valuable than Jaime dead and martyred. The wildfire testimony served multiple purposes. It humanized Jaime, it provided context for his crimes, and it gave Robert a reason to show mercy that didn't look like weakness. It was manipulation. All of it was manipulation, and Tyrion was under no illusions about that. The entire trial was a performance, a carefully choreographed piece of political theater designed to produce a specific outcome while maintaining the appearance of justice. But the outcome Tyrion was engineering was also the just one, which was the kind of moral paradox that kept him awake at night and justified his wine consumption. Robert leaned forward. "Sir Jaime, you've confessed to adultery with the Queen, to fathering children in the royal line, to concealing the truth for 17 years. You understand the penalty for these crimes. I do, Your Grace. And you've cooperated. You've given us the wildfire locations. You've testified honestly. Why?" Jaime was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice had changed again, lower, rougher, the voice of a man who has stopped performing and started simply speaking. "Because my brother asked me to tell the truth, and he was right. Because 20 years of lying has made me into something I don't recognize. Because there are things I've done." His voice caught, just barely, a fracture in the steadiness. "There are things I've done that I can never undo, and the only thing left is to stop adding to the list." Tyrion watched Ned Stark's face during this. The Lord of Winterfell stood beside the throne with his hand on his sword and his gray eyes fixed on Jaime, and his expression was unreadable. The locked-down, controlled blankness of a man processing something that challenged his deepest assumptions. Ned Stark had hated Jaime Lannister for 20 years. Hated the Kingslayer, the Oathbreaker, the smirking Golden Knight who'd killed a king and showed no remorse. Now that narrative was being dismantled, piece by piece, and Ned was watching it happen with the rigid attention of a man whose worldview was being surgically revised. Whether it would be enough, whether the wildfire revelation and Jaime's cooperation would matter when the truth about Bran eventually surfaced, was a question Tyrion pushed to the back of his mind, one catastrophe at a time. "Sir Kevin," Robert said. "Does the defense have questions for this witness?" Kevin rose. He looked at Jaime, his nephew, his brother's son, the golden boy of House Lannister, and something in his tired face softened with a grief so private and so deep that Tyrion felt it like a blade. "Only one, Your Grace." Kevin turned to Jaime. "Do you love your sister?" Jaime looked at Cersei. She was staring at him with an intensity that seemed to warp the air between them, fury and love and betrayal and desperation all compressed into a single gaze. Their eyes met across the hall, green to green, twin to twin, and the silence was so complete that Tyrion could hear the breath of the woman sitting 3 rows behind him. "Yes," Jaime said. "I love her. I've always loved her. That was the problem." He turned away from Cersei and faced the throne, and the breaking of their eye contact was like the snapping of a physical tether. Cersei flinched, actually flinched, a visible tremor that ran through her body like a struck bell's vibration. "No further questions," Kevin said quietly, and sat down. Robert straightened on the throne. His face was set, his voice formal. "The testimony is concluded. I will hear final arguments." Kevin spoke first. His argument was brief and measured. He acknowledged the severity of the crimes while asking for mercy on grounds of the children's welfare, of Cersei's position as a mother, of the political necessity of avoiding the appearance of Lannister persecution. It was a competent, dignified argument that Tyrion thought would carry weight with some lords but not enough to change the outcome. Then, it was Tyrion's turn. He stood for the last time. He walked to the center of the hall, to the gap between Cersei's chair and the throne, and he stood in that no-man's land and looked at the court and spoke. "My lords and ladies, I'll be brief, because the evidence speaks for itself, and I trust your intelligence to hear it." He paused. "My sister is guilty. She has said so herself. The question before this court is not guilt or innocence, it is consequence." He turned to Robert. "Your Grace, I recommend the following. Cersei Lannister to be stripped of her title as queen and confined to a suitable location far from the capital. I suggest the Quiet Isle, where the faith can provide structure and supervision. Not execution, not the black cells. Confinement, under conditions that are firm but humane. She is guilty, but she is also the mother of 3 children who are innocent of any crime, and those children deserve to know that their mother is alive and being treated with a basic dignity, even if she failed to extend that same dignity to others. He paused, letting the recommendation settle. Sir Jaime Lannister. I recommend stripping of his white cloak and exile from Westeros. He has cooperated with the crown, provided intelligence that is saving this city from hidden destruction, and testified honestly at considerable personal cost. These things do not erase his crimes, but they mitigate them. Send him to the free cities, to the wall, to wherever the king deems appropriate, but let him live, because dead men cannot continue to cooperate, and Sir James' cooperation has value that extends beyond this trial. One more pause. The hardest part. And the children, Joffrey, Miechella, and Tommen, they are innocent. They did not choose their parents. They did not choose their birth. They are children, and whatever else has happened in this hall today, they must be protected. Remove them from the succession. Strip them of the Baratheon name, but give them new lives, somewhere safe, somewhere they can grow up without the shadow of their parents' crimes. They are not weapons. They are not symbols. They are children, and they deserve better than what the Game of Thrones has given them. He walked back to his table and sat down, and the hall was quiet, and the morning light fell through the high windows in long, slanting beams that caught the dust motes drifting through the air like golden snow. Robert rose from the Iron Throne. It was an effort. The throne was not designed for comfortable exits, but he managed it with a deliberate gravity that silenced the last whispers in the hall. He stood at the top of the steps, looking down at the assembled court, and his face carried the weight of every word that had been spoken and every truth that had been revealed. The court has heard the evidence. The court has heard the testimony. The accused has confessed. Robert's voice was iron and stone and the deep bedrock beneath both. Cersei Lannister is found guilty of treason, adultery, and conspiracy against the crown. She is stripped of her title and her position. She will be confined, as recommended, under the supervision of the faith. He looked at Cersei. She looked back at him. No tears, no pleas, just that fierce, unbreaking green stare, the last defiance of a queen who refused to be pitied. Sir Jaime Lannister is found guilty of adultery and conspiracy to conceal the truth of the succession. In recognition of his cooperation with the crown and his service in identifying the wildfire caches beneath this city, his life is spared. He is stripped of his white cloak and exiled from the 7 kingdoms. Jaime, still standing at the witness position, closed his eyes. His shoulders dropped, not in defeat, Tyrion thought, but in the release of a tension that had been building for 20 years. The children, Joffrey, Miechella, and Tommen, are declared illegitimate. They are removed from the line of succession. They will be provided for and protected, and anyone who threatens their safety will answer to the crown. Robert descended the steps. He walked through the hall, past Cersei's chair, past Tyrion's table, past the guards and the lords and the 1,000 witnesses, and the crowd parted before him like water before a ship's prow. At the great doors he stopped and turned back. The succession passes to my brother Stannis and after him to his issue. This is the law, this is the truth, and the truth, whatever it costs, is what this kingdom will be built on from this day forward. He walked out. The doors closed behind him, and the hall erupted. Tyrion sat at his table in the center of the chaos, the shouting, the crying, the 100 simultaneous arguments that broke out like fires across the gallery, and felt something he hadn't expected to feel. Emptiness, not triumph, not satisfaction, not even relief. Just a vast, echoing emptiness, as though the thing he'd been carrying for weeks had finally been set down and the space it left was too large to fill. He watched them take Cersei away. She walked as she'd entered, head high, shoulders back, crimson gown trailing behind her like a banner. She did not look at him as she passed his table. She looked straight ahead, at the doors, at the light beyond them, at whatever future awaited a fallen queen. He watched Jaime escorted out through a side door, flanked by guards. His brother glanced back at him, just once, just for an instant, and their eyes met across the roiling crowd. Jaime's face was drained, exhausted, stripped of everything except a raw, bruised gratitude that he expressed with the smallest of nods before he disappeared through the door. Kevin gathered his papers in silence, rose, and walked past Tyrion on his way out. He paused, just for a moment. "Your father will hear about everything that happened here," Kevin said. His voice carried no threat, just fact, delivered with the weary inevitability of a man who knew what was coming. "He's already marching." "I know," Tyrion said. "He won't stop." "I know that too." Kevin looked at him with something that was not quite pity and not quite admiration, but shared qualities of both. "You've changed everything, Tyrion. I hope you're ready for what comes next." "I'm a Lannister, uncle." "We're always ready." Kevin left. Tyrion sat alone at his table as the throne room slowly emptied, the noise fading like a retreating tide, the great hall returning to its natural state of cold, echoing grandeur. The Iron Throne loomed at the far end, empty now, its thousand swords glinting in the afternoon light like the teeth of something vast and hungry. He thought about what Kevin had said. He's already marching. Tywin Lannister, with the full might of the Westerlands behind him, moving east on the Gold Road, coming to avenge his house and reclaim his legacy. Tyrion thought about Robert, riding out to meet him. The king had announced his intention that morning. He would lead the royal army personally, meet Tywin in the field, settle this the way Robert settled everything. With the hammer, with force. With the raw, physical confrontation that Robert understood in his bones the way other men understood prayer or prophet. Tyrion had argued against it. So had Ned, so had Stannis, so had Sir Barristan. Robert had overruled them all with a single sentence. "I didn't win my kingdom by sitting behind walls." And that was that. The king would ride. The king would fight. The king would be Robert Baratheon one more time, the demon of the trident, the hammer that broke the dragon. Tyrion thought about the army gathering in the field south of King's Landing, the royal forces, augmented by Stark bannermen and Tully levies, supported by Stannis' fleet guarding the Blackwater. It was a formidable force. Not as large as Tywin's, perhaps, but well-led and well-motivated, fighting for a king who had proven in the last month that he was still capable of being the leader the realm needed. And Tyrion thought about himself, staying behind. Not by choice, he'd volunteered to ride with the army, a gesture so absurd that Robert had laughed for the first time in days, but by necessity. Someone needed to hold the capital. Someone needed to manage the politics, the logistics, the thousand threads that kept a kingdom running while its king rode to war. Ned would ride with Robert, because Ned was a soldier and Robert needed his best friend at his side. Stannis would command the fleet. And Tyrion would remain in King's Landing, the small man in the big chair, keeping the realm alive through wit and will while the warriors did their bloody work. He stood up from the table. His legs were stiff, his back aching, his eyes gritty with fatigue. But the emptiness was filling, slowly, with something more familiar, the relentless, grinding energy of a mind that had too much to do and not enough time to do it. The trial was over. The verdict was delivered. The truth was public, spoken aloud in the halls of power for the first time in 17 years. Now came the hard part. He walked out of the throne room, through the great doors, into the afternoon light. The courtyard was full of people. Lords discussing the verdict, servants rushing to and fro, soldiers drilling in the training yard. The world had not stopped turning. The world never stopped turning, no matter what truths were spoken or what queens were dethroned. It simply adjusted, incorporated, moved on. Tyrion moved with it. Through the courtyard, up the stairs, along the corridor to his chambers, where maps and plans and the accumulated machinery of crisis management awaited him. Robert would ride out tomorrow. The army would march. And Tyrion would stay behind and hold together the kingdom that he had, through a combination of courage and recklessness, and the stubborn refusal to look away from the truth, irrevocably changed. He paused at his chamber door. Bronn was leaning against the wall outside, arms crossed, the lean sellsword's face wearing its habitual expression of amused indifference. "Heard the trial went well," Bronn said. "It went. Your sister didn't seem happy." "My sister hasn't been happy since the day I was born." "It's a family tradition." Tyrion pushed open the door. "Come inside. We have work to do." "We always have work to do. When do I get a day off? When the kingdom stops trying to tear itself apart. So never." Bronn grinned, the sharp, mercenary grin of a man who had found, against all odds and his own better judgment, a cause worth fighting for. Or at least employer worth following, which for Bronn amounted to the same thing. They went inside. The door closed. And outside the sun moved across the sky, and the army gathered, and the ravens flew, and the wheel of the world turned toward war. Chapter 6. What remains the rider came at dawn, covered in dust and blood, his horse half dead beneath him. Tyrion was in the small council chamber when the man was brought in, dragged, more accurately, by two guards who deposited him in a chair like a sack of wet grain. The rider was a Baratheon scout, barely 20, with a gash across his forehead that had painted half his face in dried brown, and a look in his eyes that Tyrion recognized immediately. The look of a man who had seen something enormous and was still trying to fit it inside his skull. "Report." Tyrion said. "The battle, my lord." The scout's voice was a croak, squeezed through a throat caked with road dust. Someone put a cup of water in his hand and he drank it in 3 desperate gulps, water spilling down his chin and mixing with the blood. "The Gold Road, 2 days west of the capital." The king's army met Lord Tywin's vanguard at the crossing of the Blackwater Rush. And it was. The scout stopped. His eyes went somewhere else for a moment, back to the Gold Road, back to whatever he'd seen. Lord Tywin had 15,000, maybe more. Heavy cavalry on the flanks, infantry in the center, Clegane leading the van. The king had 12,000, with the Stark and Tully levies on the wings. The outcome. Tyrion's voice was steady, but his hands, hidden beneath the table, were gripping his own thighs hard enough to bruise. "Tell me the outcome." The king charged the center, personally, on horseback with the hammer. The scout shook his head and something like awe bled through the exhaustion. "I've never seen anything like it, my lord." The mountain was in his path, Clegane, the big one, and the king went straight at him. Didn't slow down, didn't swerve. Hit him so hard the horse went sideways. Hit him again on the ground. The mountain didn't get up. Tyrion let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. "Robert killed the mountain. Put the hammer through his helm, my lord, like cracking an egg." The scout swallowed. "After that the Lannister center broke. They saw Clegane go down and they stopped believing. You could see it happen like a wave going through them. Lord Stark hit the right flank at the same time with the Northerners and the whole line folded. Casualties. Heavy, my lord, on both sides. 2,000 dead, maybe 3 and more wounded, but we hold the field." Lord Tywin pulled back to the west with what he had left, maybe 8,000, maybe less. "The king is pursuing." "Is Robert injured?" The scout hesitated. That hesitation told Tyrion everything, and the cold knot in his stomach that had been there since the army marched suddenly pulled tight. "He took a lance in the side, my lord, during the charge. He broke the shaft off and kept fighting, fought for another hour before anyone could get close enough to treat it. The Meisters are with him, they say. Another hesitation. They say it's bad but not mortal if he rests. If he rests. Tyrion almost laughed. Robert Baratheon, resting. The man had just killed the mountain that rides and routed the Lannister army. He was probably trying to climb back on his horse right now, bleeding from a wound that would kill a lesser man, bellowing for his hammer and another enemy to hit. There's more, my lord. Of course there is. Lord Tywin sent a rider under flag of parley. Before the retreat, the rider carried a message for the king. The scout reached into his jerkin and produced a scroll, crumpled and stained with what might have been blood or might have been mud. The king said to bring it to you. He said you'd know what to do with it. Tyrion took the scroll. He unrolled it on the table, smoothing the creases with his palms, and read it in the silence of the council chamber while the scout slumped in his chair and the guards waited, and the morning light crept across the floor like a slow tide. The handwriting was Tywin's. Tyrion knew it as well as his own, that precise, controlled script, each letter formed with the same deliberate care that Tywin applied to everything, from military campaigns to family correspondence. No wasted movement. No unnecessary flourish, every stroke a decision. To Robert of the House Baratheon, first of his name, the battle is yours. The field is yours. I will not pretend otherwise, and I will not insult either of us with excuses. I am prepared to discuss terms. Not surrender, I do not surrender, but a resolution that serves the realm's interests better than continued bloodshed. My daughter has been tried and judged. My son has been exiled. My grandchildren have been removed from the succession. These things are done, and I am not a man who wastes effort trying to unbake bread. What I require is this: the safety of my grandchildren, guaranteed by royal decree. The return of Lannister lands and titles, undiminished. And the acknowledgement that House Lannister acted in the interests of its own survival, not in defiance of the crown. What I offer in return is the cessation of hostilities, the disbandment of the Lannister host, and my personal oath, which I have never broken, whatever else may be said of me, that House Lannister will not take up arms against the crown again in my lifetime. I also offer something more valuable than gold or soldiers: information. Lord Petyr Baelish has been in correspondence with agents across the Narrow Sea, facilitating the marriage of Daenerys Targaryen to Khal Drogo of the Dothraki. He intends to use the resulting invasion as cover for his own ascent. I have the letters. I have the proof. And I am willing to provide both as a gesture of good faith. Send your terms with my rider. I will meet you or your representative at a place of your choosing. Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, Shield of Lannisport, Warden of the West Tyrion, read the letter 3 times. Then he set it down and stared at it and felt the familiar, vertiginous sensation of watching his father operate, the chess master, the calculating machine, the man who could lose a battle and still find a way to emerge from the wreckage with his power intact. It was infuriating. It was brilliant. And it changed everything, because the one piece of information Tyrion had not expected, the one card he hadn't known was in play, was Littlefinger's connection to the Targaryens. Daenerys Targaryen and Khal Drogo. A marriage alliance between a Targaryen claimant and a Dothraki horde. Facilitated by Petyr Baelish, the man currently sitting in comfortable confinement in the Red Keep, smiling his mockingbird smile and waiting for the chaos he'd engineered to open a path to power. Tyrion looked up at the scout. Go. Get food, rest, medical attention. You've done well. The scout was helped from the room. Tyrion sat alone at the table with Tywin's letter and the growing realization that the game he'd been playing was even larger than he'd understood. Not just a succession crisis, not just a civil war, but a multi-layered conspiracy that stretched across the Narrow Sea and involved players he hadn't even been tracking. Varys would know. Varys probably already knew, had known for months, had been watching the Targaryen thread alongside all the others, weaving it into whatever grand design the spider was constructing behind his perfumed smile. Tyrion needed to talk to Varys. He needed to talk to Stannis, who was commanding the fleet, and needed to know that a Dothraki invasion was now on the board. He needed to respond to Tywin's letter, which meant he needed Robert's authority, which meant he needed to manage a wounded, victorious, probably euphoric king from a distance of 2 days' ride, and he needed to deal with Littlefinger. Now, today. Before Baelish realized that his connection to the Targaryens had been exposed and took whatever desperate measures a cornered mockingbird might attempt. He stood up, poured a cup of water, not wine, not yet, though every nerve in his body was screaming for it, and went to work. The morning blurred into a controlled frenzy of activity. Tyrion sent ravens to Robert's camp, to Stannis' flagship, to Ned, who was with the army, to the lords of the small council, each one carefully worded, conveying the essential information without revealing enough to be dangerous if intercepted. He drafted a preliminary response to Tywin's letter, accepting the offer of parley and proposing a meeting site at the inn at the crossroads, a neutral location on the King's Road where neither side would have a tactical advantage. He briefed Stannis' second-in-command, Sir Davos Seaworth, who had been left in King's Landing to coordinate naval operations. Davos was an unusual man, a former smuggler knighted by Stannis for his service during the siege of Storm's End, missing the first joints of 4 fingers as Stannis' price for his criminal past, and possessed of a practical intelligence that more than compensated for his lack of formal education. Tyrion liked him. In a city of schemers and courtiers, Davos was refreshingly direct. Dothraki, Davos said, sitting across from Tyrion in the council chamber, his shortened fingers drumming on the table. Across the narrow sea, how worried should we be? Worried enough to prepare, not worried enough to panic. The Dothraki have no ships and no inclination to cross the sea. They consider salt water cursed, or something to that effect. Even if Baelish's scheme succeeded, actually transporting a Dothraki horde to Westeros would require a fleet of considerable size, and we control the largest navy in the realm. Stannis controls it, Davos corrected mildly, and Stannis is loyal to the crown. The point is that the Dothraki threat is long-term, not immediate. What's immediate is Littlefinger himself. If he's been facilitating a Targaryen restoration while serving on the King's small council, that's treason, real, provable, hang him from the walls treason. Combined with his role in Jon Arryn's murder, which we can now corroborate with Tywin's evidence, we have enough to bring him down. Then let's bring him down, Davos said, with the simple directness of a man who viewed complicated problems as simple problems that people had complicated. I intend to, but I want him talking first. Littlefinger has been building a network for decades, financial manipulation, political blackmail, intelligence operations that rival Varys's for scope if not for subtlety. If we simply arrest him and he refuses to cooperate, we lose access to all of it. But if we can get him to believe that cooperation is in his interest, you want to turn him. I want to empty him. Every secret, every connection, every buried body and hidden ledger. And then I want to try him publicly the same way we tried Cersei. Because the realm needs to see that the disease has been cut out completely, not just the Lannister branch, but the rot underneath. Davos regarded him with an expression that blended admiration and wariness in roughly equal measure. You're a dangerous man, Lord Tyrion. I'm a thorough man. There's a difference. Is there? Tyrion smiled. Ask me again when this is over. He went to see Littlefinger after lunch. Baelish's confinement was considerably more comfortable than Cersei's had been, a well-appointed suite in the holdfast with books and wine and a view of the gardens. Robert had been reluctant to arrest the master of coin without solid evidence, and the confinement had been framed as protective custody rather than imprisonment. Littlefinger had accepted it with the serene graciousness of a man who understood the charade and was content to play along until his moment came. His moment, Tyrion reflected, was not going to be the one he expected. The guards opened the door. Tyrion walked in and found Littlefinger sitting by the window, reading a book, or pretending to, the way Littlefinger pretended to do everything, with an air of elegant disinterest that concealed the machinery always turning behind his eyes. Lord Tyrion. Baelish closed the book with a soft snap and smiled the smile that had charmed and deceived half the kingdom. What a pleasant surprise. I was beginning to think I'd been forgotten. You're not the forgettable type. Tyrion sat down across from him. The chair was comfortable, the room was warm, and the wine on the sideboard looked excellent. It was, Tyrion thought, the most civilized interrogation he was ever likely to conduct. How are you finding your accommodations? Luxurious. One could almost forget one is a prisoner. You're not a prisoner, you're in protective custody, of course. Littlefinger's smile didn't flicker. And the guards at my door are there for my protection. Naturally. Tyrion leaned back. I've come to discuss your future, Lord Baelish. It seems to be at something of a crossroads. My future has always been at a crossroads. I find it's the most interesting place to stand. That depends on what's coming from each direction. Tyrion produced a scroll from his doublet, not Tywin's letter itself, but an extract, the relevant passage about Littlefinger's correspondence with agents across the narrow sea. He laid it on the table between them. From Lord Tywin Lannister, offered as part of a peace negotiation. He's provided letters documenting your involvement in arranging the marriage of Daenerys Targaryen to Khal Drogo. Littlefinger looked at the scroll. His expression did not change, which was itself a tell. A man with nothing to hide would have shown surprise, confusion, something. The total absence of reaction meant that Littlefinger was controlling his response, which meant the information had landed. Additionally, Tyrion continued, we have your coded raven to the Eyrie, intercepted by Varys' network. We have Lancel Lannister's testimony about your meetings with Jon Arryn's squire in the weeks before the Hand's death. We have Grand Maester Pycelle's statement that you expressed foreknowledge of the handship being vacated. And we have, or will shortly have, Lady Arryn's testimony, which I expect will be forthcoming once she understands that cooperation is her only path to avoiding a treason charge of her own. He paused. Let the weight settle. The question, Lord Baelish, is not whether you're guilty. It's whether you'd like to spend your remaining years in a cell, or whether you'd prefer to make yourself useful. Littlefinger was quiet for a long time. His gray-green eyes studied Tyrion with the focused intensity of a man reassessing a chessboard after an unexpected move. The smile had faded, not into fear exactly, but into something more thoughtful, more calculating. The mockingbird was ruffled but not panicking. Littlefinger never panicked. It was, Tyrion supposed, both his greatest strength and his most dangerous quality. Useful, Littlefinger repeated. An interesting word. What kind of useful did you have in mind? The kind that involves telling me everything. Your entire network, agents, informants, financial channels, blackmail files. Your operations in the Vale, in the Reach, in the Free Cities. Your connections to the Targaryens, to the Dothraki, to anyone else you've been cultivating as part of your portfolio. Tyrion kept his voice conversational, almost friendly. Two men discussing business. In exchange, you live. Not in luxury, your days of wine and brothels are over. But you live, which is more than Jon Arryn can say. Something tightened in Littlefinger's face at the mention of Jon Arryn. Not guilt, Tyrion doubted Baelish was capable of guilt in the conventional sense, but the recognition that the game had shifted irrevocably, and the position he'd spent decades building was crumbling beneath him. "You know," Littlefinger said slowly, "I always admired you, Lord Tyrion. Of all the Lannisters, you were the only one I considered a genuine threat. Your father was powerful but predictable. Your sister was ambitious but blind. Your brother was dangerous but stupid. But you—" He tilted his head, studying Tyrion with something that was almost respect. "You see the board. You understand that power isn't a thing you hold, it's a story you tell. And you've been telling one hell of a story these past few weeks. Flattery is charming, Lord Baelish, but it won't change the terms. No, I don't suppose it will." Littlefinger was quiet for another long moment, his eyes distant, and Tyrion could almost see the calculations happening, the cost-benefit analysis, the risk assessment, the final, cold-blooded computation of a man deciding between his pride and his survival. Pride lost. Survival won. As Tyrion had known it would, because Petyr Baelish was, at his core, a survivor, and survivors made deals. "I'll need certain guarantees," Littlefinger said. "In writing, signed by the king. You'll get them after you've delivered. And Lysa. Lady Arryn will be treated with leniency, provided she cooperates. She's Cat Stark's sister. Ned won't allow her to be harmed if it can be avoided." Something moved behind Littlefinger's eyes at the mention of Catelyn Stark's name. A flicker of something old and deep and painful. The wound that had never healed. The obsession that had driven everything he'd done since he was a boy, with a wooden sword getting his chest opened by Brandon Stark in the yard at Riverrun. "Very well," Littlefinger said. "I'll talk, but I want you to understand something, Lord Tyrion. What I built from nothing. No great house, no family name, no army, no dragons, just this." He tapped his temple. "Just a mind. And I came within a whisper of having everything, the money, the power, the woman. Everything. If you hadn't found those letters in that cellar, if you'd gone to bed instead of going looking for a banned book in the middle of the night, I would have won. I want you to know that. I want you to know how close it was." "I know," Tyrion said. "That's why I'm not underestimating you now." They talked for 3 hours. Littlefinger spoke with the fluency of a man unburdening himself of a lifetime's worth of secrets, and every word was a weapon, carefully chosen, precisely aimed, designed to be maximally useful while preserving as much of Baelish's bargaining position as possible. Even in defeat, Littlefinger was negotiating, but the information was real. The Targaryen plot, more advanced than Tyrion had feared, with agents in Pentos facilitating the marriage and a magister named Illyrio Mapatis providing financial backing. The financial manipulations, years of creative accounting that had left the crown millions in debt, much of it owed to the Iron Bank of Bravos through intermediaries that Littlefinger controlled. The spy network, a web of informants in every major city in Westeros and several in Essos, reporting to Baelish through a system of coded letters and dead drops that was, Tyrion had to admit, genuinely impressive in its sophistication. And the confirmation, finally, spoken aloud, admitted for the record that Littlefinger had manipulated Lysa Arryn into poisoning her husband. That he'd provided the tears of lies. That he'd convinced Lysa to write a letter to her sister blaming the Lannisters, setting in motion the chain of suspicion and conflict that would have, had events unfolded as Baelish planned, engulfed the entire realm in civil war. Tyrion wrote it all down. Every word, every name, every connection. When Littlefinger finally fell silent, the stack of notes on the table was thicker than a Meister's thesis. "One more thing," Tyrion said, setting down his quill. "The dagger, the Valyrian steel dagger sent to kill Bran Stark." Something shifted in Littlefinger's face. "What about it?" "Was it yours?" A pause. Then, "It was mine, yes. Originally, I lost it in a bet with your brother Tyrion, no. Littlefinger stopped, and for the first time in 3 hours his composure genuinely cracked. A smile that was not a smile, more a grimace, the expression of a man who has been caught in a lie so old he'd forgotten it was a lie. That was the story I planned to tell if the dagger was ever traced, a false trail pointing at your family. The truth is simpler. I gave the dagger to an agent in Winterfell with instructions to kill the boy. Why? Because chaos is a ladder, Lord Tyrion. The boy's death, blamed on the Lannisters, traced through the dagger to your family, would have been the spark that ignited the war between Stark and Lannister. A war I needed to create the conditions for my own advancement. Littlefinger said it with the flat, clinical detachment of a man describing a business transaction. The agent failed. The direwolf killed him, an unexpected variable. You tried to murder a 10-year-old boy to start a war. I've done worse. You know that now. Tyrion looked at the man sitting across from him, the slight frame, the pointed beard, the gray-green eyes that held intelligence and ambition and a complete, absolute absence of the thing that most people called conscience, and felt something settle in his chest. Not rage, not shock. Something colder, more final. The understanding that Petyr Baelish was not a villain in the dramatic, operatic sense, not a cackling monster, not a madman drunk on power. He was something more ordinary and more terrible, a man who had decided that other people's lives were currency, and who spent them accordingly. "Thank you for your honesty," Tyrion said, and meant it, in the terrible way that one could mean such things. "I'll ensure your cooperation is noted at your trial." He left Littlefinger's chambers carrying the notes and the weight of everything they contained, and walked through the corridors of the Red Keep with the slow, deliberate pace of a man who needed time to think. Bran Stark. The dagger. Littlefinger. The truth about who had tried to kill the Stark boy was not the truth Tyrion had been dreading. It was not James' push from the tower, which remained a separate, terrible secret, but it was adjacent to it, tangled in the same web of cause and consequence. Jaime had pushed Bran. Littlefinger had sent the assassin. 2 different crimes against the same child, committed by 2 different men for 2 different reasons, and the boy was alive through nothing but luck and a loyal direwolf. Tyrion stopped at a window overlooking the bay. Stannis' fleet rode at anchor, dark shapes against the glittering water. Gulls wheeled overhead. The city hummed below, going about its business with the resilience of 500,000 people who had survived worse than a change of dynasty. He had to tell Ned about Jaime and Bran. Not yet, not today, not with the war still being resolved and the peace negotiation pending, but soon. Before Bran remembered on his own. Before someone else found out and used it as leverage, before the secret festered any longer. But today, there was enough truth to be getting on with. Littlefinger's confession about the dagger would give Ned something concrete, something that pointed at Baelish rather than Jaime, something that might create enough goodwill and gratitude to cushion the eventual blow of the harder truth. It was a gamble. Everything was a gamble. Tyrion's entire life since the night in the cellar had been a continuous, escalating series of gambles, each one larger and more dangerous than the last. And the fact that he'd won so far was no guarantee of anything except that the universe had a sense of humor about probability. He turned from the window and went to write his response to Tywin. The letter took him 4 drafts. The first was too conciliatory, the second too aggressive, the third too clever by half, full of veiled implications and subtle jabs that would have been satisfying to write but counterproductive to send. The fourth was right, direct, clear, businesslike. The language of one power addressing another, absent of emotion, devoid of family sentiment, focused entirely on the practical question of how to end a war without leaving wounds that would never heal. Lord Tywin, Your terms are largely acceptable. The safety of the children was never in question. King Robert has already decreed their protection, and the decree stands regardless of any agreement between us. Lannister lands and titles will be preserved. The characterization of your house's actions is a matter for historians, not diplomats. In return, you will disband your forces and return to Casterly Rock. You will provide the letters concerning Lord Baelish and the Targaryen plot in their original form within a fortnight. You will accept the verdicts rendered against Cersei and Jaime without further challenge. The king will meet you at the inn at the crossroads in 10 days to formalize the agreement. He will bring the hand of the king and a suitable escort. You will bring no more than 50 men. One additional matter. The Crown recognizes that House Lannister's debts, both financial and political, are extensive. The process of settling those debts will be long and complex. I propose that it be handled through direct negotiation between our houses, separate from the formal peace agreement. You know where to find me. Tyrion Lannister. He signed it without his father's titles, without a house sigil, without anything that would frame the letter as communication between father and son. It was a communication between the Crown's representative and a defeated lord. Tywin would understand the distinction. Tywin would hate it, but Tywin would accept it, because Tywin Lannister accepted reality, and the reality was that his dwarf son had outmaneuvered him. The Raven flew west that evening, carrying the scroll toward the Lannister camp, and Tyrion watched it go from the rookery window with a mixture of satisfaction and the particular loneliness of a man who has just sent a letter to his father, knowing that the relationship between them, already damaged beyond repair, had now entered a new and permanent phase. They would negotiate. They would reach an agreement. The war would end, the peace would hold, and House Lannister would endure because Tywin Lannister was too pragmatic to let pride destroy what gold and patience could rebuild. But between Tyrion and his father, there would be no peace. There would be only the cold, professional relationship of two men who understood each other completely and liked each other not at all. Tyrion was surprised to find that the thought didn't hurt as much as he'd expected. Perhaps because the pain was old, layered over decades of rejection and contempt, calcified into something hard and permanent that no longer responded to fresh injury. Or perhaps because he had, in the weeks since that night in the cellar, discovered something that mattered more than his father's approval. The knowledge that he was capable of changing the world, not fixing it. The world was not a thing that could be fixed. It was too broken, too complicated, too full of people who were too flawed and too human to ever get anything completely right. But it could be changed, redirected, steered away from the worst outcomes and toward something marginally better. And Tyrion Lannister, the dwarf, the imp, the family disgrace, had done that. Was doing it. Would continue to do it for as long as the gods or chance or the grinding machinery of politics allowed. The next 3 days passed in a blur. Robert's army consolidated its victory, pushing the remnants of the Lannister force west while maintaining a defensive line along the Blackwater Rush. Casualties were counted, wounded were treated, the dead were burned or buried depending on their faith. Robert himself was recovering from his lance wound, with the grudging cooperation of a patient who viewed bed rest as a personal insult. Reports from the camp described the king sitting up in his tent, dictating orders, arguing with maesters, and demanding his hammer be brought to him at least 4 times a day. Ned was managing him with the patience of a man who'd been managing Robert Baratheon since they were boys. Stannis' fleet intercepted 2 trading vessels attempting to leave the bay with messages bound for the free cities, Littlefinger's last contingencies, networks trying to activate in response to their master's silence. The messages were seized, decoded, and added to the growing pile of evidence against Baelish. Each one revealed another layer of the Mockingbird's web, another thread connecting King's Landing to Pentos, to Bravos, to the vast, sprawling intelligence operation that one man had built from nothing over 20 years. Tyrion authorized the arrest of 14 people within the capital based on Littlefinger's information. Agents, intermediaries, financial operatives who had been laundering gold through legitimate businesses and funneling it to Baelish's hidden accounts. The arrests were quiet, surgical, conducted by Varys's people with a minimum of disruption. King's Landing barely noticed, which was exactly the point. And through it all, Tyrion carried the weight of James' confession about Bran, a stone in his chest that grew heavier with each passing day. On the 4th day after the battle, he sent for Ned. The Lord of Winterfell arrived in King's Landing by fast horse, leaving the army under Robert's command. The king was on his feet again, moving gingerly but moving, his wound closing and his temper improving in direct proportion to his physical recovery. Ned rode through the gates looking leaner and harder than when he'd left, the war having stripped away whatever softness remained on his northern frame and left behind pure sinew and purpose. They met in Tyrion's chambers. Not the council room, not the solar, not anywhere official. This conversation required privacy of the most absolute kind, and Tyrion's chambers, swept for spies, guarded by Bronn, protected by layers of caution that had become second nature, were the safest space in the castle. Tyrion poured wine for both of them. Ned took the cup but didn't drink, holding it in his large, rough hands, watching Tyrion with those gray eyes that saw everything and forgave nothing. "You said you had something to tell me," Ned said. "Something that couldn't wait and couldn't be put in a raven." "I did. I do." Tyrion took a breath. Then another. He'd rehearsed this conversation 100 times in his mind, crafting the words, calculating the delivery, trying to find the combination of honesty and context that would give the truth the best chance of landing without destroying everything. None of his rehearsals felt adequate, but adequacy was a luxury, and the truth would not wait any longer. "There are two things," Tyrion said. "The first will make you angry at someone who deserves it. The second will make you angry at someone I care about. I'm telling you both because you deserve the truth, and because I promised myself, the night I found those letters in the cellar, that I was done with secrets. Go on." The dagger. The Valyrian steel dagger used in the attempt on Bran's life. Littlefinger confessed. He sent the assassin. The dagger was his, the plot was his, designed to murder your son and blame my family to start the war he needed for his own advancement. Tyrion set a sheaf of papers on the table. Littlefinger's signed confession, witnessed and sealed. "It's all there, every detail. Baelish will stand trial for it, along with everything else." Ned's face did not change. The information processed behind those gray eyes, Tyrion could almost hear it, the grinding of a mind built for clarity rather than complexity, fitting the new piece into the existing puzzle. When Ned spoke, his voice was controlled, but the effort of that control was visible in the tight line of his jaw and the white-knuckled grip on his wine cup. "Littlefinger tried to murder my son. Yes, to start a war. Yes, he'll hang for it. He'll stand trial. The outcome is not in doubt." Ned set down the wine cup. His hands were shaking, not with fear but with the suppressed violence of a father confronting the attempted murder of his child. "You said there were two things. This was the moment, the cliff edge, the point of no return." Tyrion looked at Ned Stark, this hard, honest, uncompromising man who had ridden south to serve a friend and found himself in the middle of a maelstrom, and felt the full weight of what he was about to say pressing down on him like the Iron Throne itself. "Bran's fall from the tower in Winterfell was not an accident," Tyrion said. "He was climbing the broken tower during the royal visit. He reached a window. He saw something he shouldn't have seen, my sister and my brother together. Jaime pushed him. The silence that followed was not like the silences in the throne room or the council chamber. Those were dramatic silences, performed for an audience, shaped by the presence of witnesses. This silence was private and terrible, the silence of a room containing two men and a truth that one of them had been carrying for weeks, and the other was receiving like a spear through the chest. Ned did not move. He sat in his chair, utterly still, his face locked in the gray, rigid blankness that Tyrion had come to recognize as the Northerners' most dangerous state, the calm before the storm, the stillness of a wolf before the kill. "Your brother," Ned said. The words came out flat, each one a separate entity disconnected from the next. "Yes. Your brother pushed my son from a tower. Yes. And you knew. Jaime told me after the trial began. I've known for 12 days. Tyrion did not look away, did not flinch, did not hide behind excuses or qualifications. He met Ned's eyes and let the man see everything, the guilt, the anguish, the calculated decision to delay this revelation, the knowledge that the delay was both necessary and unforgivable. 12 days. Ned stood up. The chair scraped back against the stone floor. He was very tall, and from Tyrion's seated position, he seemed to fill the room, a looming, gray-clad pillar of controlled fury. "You've known for 12 days that your brother crippled my son, and you said nothing." "I said nothing because telling you during the trial, or during the war, would have destroyed the alliance that was keeping this kingdom alive. I am telling you now because the war is over, the trial is done, and you deserve the truth." Tyrion stood as well, though the height disparity made the gesture somewhat less imposing. "Jaime is already sentenced. He's been exiled. He will leave Westeros and he will not return. If you want additional justice, if you want him brought back to face charges for what he did to Bran, I won't stand in your way. I'll help you. I'll testify against him myself if I have to. You do that. Yes, against your own brother. I love my brother. I also love the truth." When the two are in conflict, Tyrion's voice caught, just for an instant, a crack in the wall he'd built. When the two are in conflict, the truth has to win. It has to, or nothing I've done means anything. Ned stared at him. The fury was there, enormous, glacial, the fury of a man who had been wronged in the deepest way a father could be wronged. But behind the fury, visible only because Tyrion was looking for it with the desperate attention of a man whose life might depend on finding it, was something else. Recognition. The grudging, painful acknowledgement that the small man standing before him had just done the hardest thing a person could do. Told the truth when silence would have been safer, when lies would have been easier, when the cost of honesty was measured not in gold, but in the things that mattered most. "Bran is alive," Ned said. The words were rough, scraped raw by the emotions churning beneath them. "He's alive, and he'll never walk again, and every day he wakes up in that bed is a day your brother stole from him. I know. And you expect me to just accept that Jaime's exile is sufficient punishment. I don't expect anything. I'm giving you the truth and the choice. Whatever you decide, I'll support. If you want Jaime brought back for trial, we'll do it. If you want him sent to the wall instead of the free cities, we can arrange it. If you want—" Tyrion stopped himself before he said something that couldn't be taken back. "Whatever justice looks like to you, Lord Stark, I'll make it happen. That's my promise, and unlike most promises made in this city, I intend to keep it." Ned was quiet for a very long time. He walked to the window and stood there with his back to Tyrion, looking out at the city, his hands clasped behind him, his shoulders rigid. The afternoon light fell across him in long, slanting planes, and in that light he looked older than his years, worn down by the accumulated weight of everything he'd learned, and everything he'd endured since the Raven came to Winterfell summoning him south. When he finally spoke, his voice was different, quieter. The rage still there but banked, controlled, redirected into something more sustainable than fury. "The wall," Ned said. "Not the free cities, the wall. Let him serve. Let him do something useful with what's left of his life. Let him spend his years guarding the realm he damaged, in the cold, in the dark, where the glory he's lost can never be recovered. I'll make it happen. And Tyrion." Ned turned from the window. His gray eyes were steady, clear, stripped of everything except a hard-earned honesty. "Don't keep secrets from me again. Not about my family, not about anything. If this, whatever this is, this alliance between us, if it's going to survive, it has to be built on truth, all of it. Even the parts that hurt. Agreed. Good." Ned picked up his wine cup, which he'd left untouched on the table, and drank it in one long pull. He set the cup down, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and met Tyrion's eyes with something that was not forgiveness, but was perhaps its first, tentative precursor. "Tell me about the peace negotiation," Ned said. "What does Tywin want?" And just like that, they were back to business. The truth had been spoken, the wound had been opened, and the work of healing, slow, painful, uncertain, had begun. It would take time. It would take more honesty, more difficult conversations, more moments of standing on the edge and choosing to step forward rather than back. But the foundation was there, laid stone by stone over weeks of crisis and cooperation, and it was strong enough to hold. Tyrion poured more wine and started talking. The peace was signed at the inn at the crossroads on a cool morning 10 days later. Tyrion stood to the right of the king, as Robert and Tywin faced each other across a table in the inn's common room, surrounded by lords and knights, and the accumulated tension of two houses that had nearly destroyed each other. The agreement was straightforward: disarmament, territorial integrity, the formal recognition of Stannis as heir, and both sides signed with the grim efficiency of men who understood that peace was not friendship but merely the organized absence of war. Tywin did not speak to Tyrion directly. Not during the negotiation, not during the signing, not during the stiff, formal meal that followed. He looked at his son once, just once, across the crowded room, and in that look, Tyrion saw everything his father would never say aloud: the fury, the grudging respect, the absolute refusal to acknowledge that the dwarf he had despised since birth had outplayed him. Tyrion held the gaze. He did not smile, did not nod, did not offer any gesture of conciliation or triumph. He simply looked back at his father with the steady, unflinching calm of a man who had finally stopped seeking approval from someone who would never give it. Tywin looked away first. It was, Tyrion thought, the closest thing to victory he would ever get from that particular battlefield. It was enough. The weeks that followed were a long, slow exhale. The kingdom settled. Not easily, not completely, but with the gradual, creaking adjustment of a structure that had been shaken to its foundations and was finding its new center of gravity. Stannis was formally proclaimed heir to the Iron Throne, a ceremony conducted with all the warmth and festivity of a military inspection, which was exactly how Stannis preferred it. Littlefinger was tried, convicted, and executed, not publicly, at Tyrion's recommendation, because the man had provided too much valuable intelligence to be turned into a spectacle, and because some endings were better served by a quiet room and a sharp blade than by the roar of a crowd. Cersei was escorted to the quiet aisle by a contingent of the faith militant, and the reports that trickled back suggested she was adjusting to her new life with the same fierce, unyielding refusal to be diminished that had characterized everything she'd done. She would never be content. She would never be at peace. But she was alive, and her children were alive, and that was more than many fallen queens could say. Jaime took the black. He rode north with a small escort, stripped of his armor and his name, a tall, golden-haired man on a dark horse heading toward the end of the world. Tyrion rode with him as far as the Kingsroad Junction, 3 hours of travel, side by side, saying nothing for the first 2 hours and everything in the third. "Will you write?" Jaime asked, as they sat their horses at the fork in the road, the northern branch stretching away into gray distance. "Every month. Whether you write back or not, I'll write back. The wall is cold and boring. I'll need something to read. I'll send books, send wine, both." They looked at each other across the gap between their horses, and the morning sun caught Jaime's golden hair and turned it to fire. And Tyrion felt something twist in his chest that was love and grief and loss, and the stubborn, irrational hope that some broken things could still be mended. "Given enough time and enough willingness to try, Jaime," Tyrion said. "Be better, that's all I ask. Just be better than you were." Jaime smiled, not the old smile, not the golden, careless Kingslayer's smirk, but something newer and more fragile, the smile of a man starting over. "I'll try." "Good enough." Jaime turned his horse north. Tyrion watched him go, the straight back, the golden head, the white cloak replaced by black, the knight-errant riding toward the edge of the map. He watched until Jaime was a speck on the horizon, and then he watched a little longer, until the speck vanished and there was nothing left but the road and the sky and the distant, hazy suggestion of mountains. Then Tyrion turned his horse south and rode back to King's Landing. There was work to do. Robert offered him the position on a Tuesday evening, over ale in the King's Solar, with the casual bluntness that characterized every important decision Robert made. "Master of Coin," the King said. "Littlefinger's old job. Except I want you to actually do it honestly, which I understand is a novel concept for the position." "Your Grace, I'm flattered." "Don't be flattered. Be competent." "The Treasury is a disaster. Baelish left us millions in debt, and a financial system so tangled that 3 Meisters have tried to untangle it, and 2 of them have started drinking. You're the only person I trust who's smart enough to sort it out." Tyrion looked at the ale in his cup, then at the King, then at the window where the evening light was fading into the soft, purple dusk of a King's Landing autumn. Master of Coin, a seat on the small council. A position of genuine power, earned not through his family name or his father's gold but through his own actions, his own choices, his own stubborn refusal to let the world burn when he had the means to stop it. "I'll take it," he said, "on one condition." "Name it." "No one calls me the Imp anymore. Not in the council chamber, not in the throne room, not in the streets. I have a name. I'd like people to use it." Robert studied him for a moment, and something shifted in the King's broad, weathered face, something that was not quite a smile but carried the same warmth. "Done," he said. "Lord Tyrion it is." They drank to it. The ale was terrible. Robert's taste in drink had not improved with sobriety, merely shifted from bad wine to bad ale. But Tyrion drank it with the quiet satisfaction of a man who had earned his seat at the table. Later that night, alone in his chambers, Tyrion stood at the window and looked out over the city. The lights were coming on, thousands of them, pinpricks of gold and amber scattered across the darkening landscape like earthbound stars. Each light a home, each home a family. Each family a story as tangled and complicated and imperfect as his own. He thought about the night in the cellar, the candle guttering, the wine forgotten, the leather-bound journal falling open in his hands. He'd gone looking for a book. He'd found a truth instead. And the truth had led him here, to this window, to this city, to this impossible, improbable, entirely accidental position at the center of a kingdom he'd helped save. He hadn't planned any of it. That was the absurd part. Tyrion Lannister, the great strategist, the master manipulator, the man who always thought 3 moves ahead. He'd stumbled into the most consequential act of his life by accident, driven by curiosity and insomnia, and a childhood fondness for vulgar history. The gods had a sense of humor. Or the universe did. Or whatever force governed the lives of small men with large minds, and the stubborn, reckless conviction that the truth was worth more than safety. Tyrion raised his cup, wine now, the good arbor gold he'd been rationing, and toasted the city, the night, and the uncertain future that stretched ahead of him like an unwritten page. To the realm, he said. May it survive what comes next. He drank. He set down the cup. He went to his desk, lit a candle, picked up a quill, and began to write. There was always work to do. There were always letters to send, alliances to maintain, budgets to balance, crises to manage, truths to tell, and consequences to face. The Game of Thrones never ended. It simply changed players, changed rules, changed the shape of the board. And Tyrion Lannister, who had never been the tallest or the strongest or the most beautiful, who had been underestimated and dismissed and despised from the moment he drew his first breath, intended to keep playing, not because he wanted power, not because he craved glory, but because someone had to, and he was very, very good at it. The candle burned. The quill scratched. Outside the window, the city slept, and the kingdom turned, and the stars wheeled overhead in their ancient, indifferent patterns. And in a small room in the Red Keep, a small man did large things, and the world was better for it, however imperfectly, however improbably, however stubbornly, defiantly, magnificently alive.